Two, one, two. Yes.
Good morning.
Hi, hello, and how are you doing?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Good. So when you're ready, you could sleep over. We just do a preview and then we could get back to the game. Yeah. So tell me when you're ready. Give me a countdown. One, two, three. Still away from the stream. Alright, still away from the stream. As I asked if the stream is ready. Afternoon. Yeah, 1-7 come up. Yeah. You always score? You always score? Are you always score? Always scores. Always scores. Always scores. You sitting with us? Good morning. How are you doing? How are you doing? Not him, you know. Not him, you know. Bowler. The bowler.
83 yesterday.
The bowler.
83 the yesterday.
Well, that's I saw something look like a two. So Melius and Lewis.
No, Lucia go bowling opening morning.
Melius and Emmanuel. Mm-hmm. Sabinus Emmanuel.
And
Melius.
that's Lewis. That's Lewis. Yeah, he not already. Okay then.
Same.
All the swings.
Same boy.
Who playing down here?
Clean glasses.
Grenada seven. Grenada and seven.
Sherman Lewis.
Castle.
I think that nice what?
Yeah.
Pitch like so just somehow
Like thing with the summer holidays, so nothing here.
First the pitch too.
Only the commercial enjoy.
First the pitch too.
Yeah.
Ooh. Ah, good line ball.
Just about cap up now. This one,
You know, bread in the bag? A bread. Hmm?
all I have is a half for a
It's
piece.
a bread.
Salt.
From some feet, man. Half a four? Oh, yeah, let's do. Golden opportunity, boy. under pressure. Hitting the hard leg. Still the back foot away from him. Yeah. Still up on the back foot away. Away out. Yeah. Still the half cock. Manchan. Substitute. Manchan. Huh? No. Melius. Substitute. Yeah, Manchan.
Oh, you
Manchan.
and you say?
Yeah.
And me, you say?
Manchan. 68. Red. Redwood. Redwood. Mm-hmm. Redwood. Redwood, are they?
No,
Sure.
red head.
Sure.
Nicholas Red.
Ready?
Number 30. When I do that, body, they have
Redhead.
no.
Tell them it's a pull like Lucia Redwood. Hmm? Alright, buddy. I'm ready for me bring me in, yeah? See, can see. Good morning and welcome to the Cumberland playing field where Grenada, defending champions of the Windward Island Super 50, is playing against St. Lucia. It's a lovely day. Sun is out in all its glory, and really Grenada is off to a very good start. We are here in over number 2 in this, the first game of this 50 overs tournament, Super 50, sponsored here by the National Lottery Grenada versus St. Lucia. And really an excellent start. With me this morning, I have my fellow commentator from this part or this neck of the woods. Good morning, sir. Welcome.
Good morning, Kenroy. Good morning to viewers around the world. Excellent day here for cricket. And as you rightly said, the sun is out and it appears that the bright yellow that the Grenada team is wearing is just adding that glow to the Cumberland playing field here. And they have started with such immense heat here, having St. Lucia under some pressure.
Yes, and a very good start here for Grenada. Melius, the skipper for the St. Lucian team, has gone back to the pavilion. He's been bowled by Lewis for a duck. As it's seen a misfield there by the man at short extra cover. We have Redhead who is continuing from the northern end of this playing field. So 2 runs there. So St. Lucia are off the mark and running. They are 2 for 1. 2 for 1 in this second over. And a really excellent start here for the Grenadians. And just to let you know that Grenada won the toss and they elected to bowl. They sent the St. Lucians in, and they have gone off to our flying start. As you said, they are decked in yellow, green and red. We know the Grenadians are accustomed to be in their red outfit and sporting that lovely color of their national flags. The St. Lucia are decked in the blue, black and yellow. This one is short down the leg side, white signal by the umpire. First extra for the morning. So a lovely day here for cricket, and we're looking for some exciting cricket from these two teams.
Yes, Kenroy, it's a 50 over encounter. So 50 overs per team. So extras will be something that they have to curtail very much. The St. Lucians are just not adjusting quite yet. They have a number of overs to go, and they would want to make sure that the batsmen play shot. Oh, taken! What a catch! And just as we're about to talk about settling there, an aggressive shot there, and St. Lucia losing their second wicket. Trouble at Cumberland.
Yes, Natram going for that shot outside the house. But excellent catch by the man somewhere in the second slip area, moving to his right. And St. Lucia have lost their second wicket here at Cumberland. An excellent start for the defending champions, Grenada. Well,
what else can you ask for? And a bright morning, a defending champion. The sun is out, and a ball skid across to the slip fielder there, and the catching Jill seems to be working that they had earlier on this morning. And St. Lucia, I mean, this is they're going into the month of Jeune Creole. Would not be happy with the way things start for them.
Yes, not a very good start for the St. Lucian, but an excellent start for the Grenadians. And just to let you know, the teams here, St. Lucia team is Kimanius Melius, he's the skipper. Akeem Augusti, he's there. Stephen Natram, Sabinus Emmanuel, Shadrick Descartes, Venilius Gabriel, McKenny Clark, Keon Gaston, Tyrell Chicot, Tyreek Edwards, and Larry Edwards. Those are the 11 players for St. Lucia today. And for the Grenada team, we have Daryl Cyrus, Shawman Lewis, Darren Ned, Keon George, Samuel Charles, Charles is the 12th man, Teddy Bishop, Nicholas Redhead, Sindel Regis, Johan Jeremiah, Devoni Joseph, the under-19 player, had a very good season at the under-19 level, and Kim Charles and Ryan John, who is a skipper for Grenada. So an excellent start here for Grenada. From their two fast bowlers, Redhead and Sherman Lewis. Redhead has picked up a wicket, and also Sherman Lewis. And we're into the third over here at Cumberland. St. Lucia are 3 for 2. So there's 2 slips, a gully, a backward point, short extra cover, well a cover, a mid-off. There's a man at mid-on, and also a fine leg. Lewis just outside the awesome, just falling short of the keeper, and a bye being scampered here. Well, it's gone into the fence for 4 byes. 4 byes, and 4 runs have gone. 4 runs have gone to the St. Lucian score there. Unfortunately for the Grenadians, that one fell short of the keeper. He didn't picked it up cleanly, and it ran into the fence there for 4 byes, and St. Lucia have gone up now to just about 8 runs. 8 for 2. This is the third over. Sherman Lewis is running away from us. Outside the house stump again. That line just outside the house stump. That fourth stump just going into the keeper's glove. And really and truly, this wicket is looking rather nice. It is flat. It is glossing in the sun here at Cumberland, and really a lovely day for cricket. The breeze is just barely blowing across the playing field. As we know, we are having some very hot weather, hot sun these days, so the players have to be well hydrated and stuff so that they could play this 50 overs tournament as Grenada continues here at Cumberland with an excellent start. So, and is just edging into somewhere close to the stumps and trickling out to the man at short extra cover did the feeling. Excellent delivery there by Sherman again.
Yes, and Martin, if we look at the way Lewis has started his spell, in the first over, much of the viewers will not be privy to the first over. But he keep nagging out that off stump length. Just what the coaches will ask, top of off. And it got Melius in an uncomfortable zone because Melius would have thought that his scoring time is 50 overs. And the patience really rocked out. He really weighed it out. And then Lewis got the better of him with a slow ball. And he was there on his back foot waiting for that short length delivery again. And we saw his demise there. But Lewis is doing excellent, hitting that area, his area, as any bowler would want, and really giving Grenada the start that they want.
Yes, an excellent start for the defending champions. Emmanuel is taking strike. This one is outside the house and he's smashing that through covers. Into the fence, 4 runs. A good-looking shot there by Emmanuel, pacing the field, and it ran across the field lightning fast.
Well, Emmanuel is an excellent batsman. He have a lot of statistics to his repertoire. But if you look at that, Lewis should not beat himself. It's an excellent deliveries where he's been bowling all morning. But Emmanuel is very calculative in that he have paced that man at short cover, we will say extra cover area, and the cover region, and got it to the boundary for 4.
Well, that one is tickled off the legs. Picks up another single, so 1 more run to the score. That brings over number 3 to an end, and St. Lucia, after 3 overs, they are now without loss. 12 for 2, sorry, here at Cumberland, as Redhead will be continuing the attack from the northern end. So Nicham will be taking strike from Redhead. There's 2 slips. There's 1 slip really and gully. Third man. Square cover, short extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and a fine leg. Grenada, decked in yellow and green, numbers in red. Sun is outside the house. So I'm punching it to the man at cover. That's Bishop, who does the feeling. Not timing that one as he ought to. Still looking for that pace off the wicket. But a very good start for Grenada here against St. Lucia, looking to continue in their winning ways from that last tournament. They are packed with some senior players led by Ryan John here at Grenada. Ready, that one is lifting outside the off stump into the keeper's glove. An excellent length here and line by Redhead.
And that is what you would get coming from that river end. There's a river just behind his back as he approaches the crease. And from that end, the wicket will bounce naturally. He's tall, and he will naturally extract that bounce. And Nicham, not really that of a tall player. It will be interesting to see how much he looks to execute out of this wicket.
Again, that one is on his legs, and he whipped it off his pads nicely into the fence for a massive 6. 6 runs to Nicham. A really fine looking shot by him.
Yes, and a bit straight there from Nicholas, just moving a hint down leg and causing Nicham to get the better of that shot. And all that he need was to do was to get back onto it, and that he did and got maximum for that delivery.
Well, clipped off his legs stylishly over square leg into the fence for 6. First 6 of the game. Nicham, as he continues to tap away at the crease. This one is outside the awesome. There's a loud appeal. He's gone. He's out caught, looking to run it to third man after that excellent shot. And St. Lucia have lost wicket number 3.
Well, that's the problem. He got one that he was trained down leg, and by the time he adjusts his length, and here you see him cramping him for space, and all he could have done was stare that right into the hands of the keeper, who made no mistake. And again, Grenada putting spice to this game. And boy, I wonder how much more can the St. Lucian team take the spice from the Grenadians.
Well, that brings the Windward Islands under 19 skipper Ogis to the crease at St. Lucia, now really struggling at 19 for 3. 19 for 3 in this, the National Lotteries Super 50 Windward Islands tournament. Been played here at Cumberland in the lovely multifaceted islands, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Grenada, the defending champions, have had an excellent start here at Cumberland. Nice wicket, comes on nicely to the bat. Lovely outfield, the sun is out in all its glory. And they have picked up 3 scalps so far here at Cumberland. Doing an excellent job is Redhead and his fellow compatriot Lewis, who has opened the bowling here for Grenada. And Grenada is really on a high, as Redhead is bowling his first delivery. So as he's pitched up and he's squeezed out by Ogis into the man at backward point. This Grenadian team is a very senior team. It's been led by Ryan John, coached by Devon Smith, managed by Randall Baptiste. So those have been players who have been around this circle for a number of years. So you have passed on the experience. Ryan John is in the setup, the Volcano setup, couple of years now. Redhead, Ogis is equal to the task. Should have been a single really, but not in any hurry, Ogis. So that brings the Redhead over to an end. So over number 4 have come to an end, and St. Lucia after 4 overs, they are 19 for 3.
Excellent start. No better start you would want as a team to see that 3 scalps, 3 of the top batsmen for the St. Lucian team is actually in the hut, back in the hut, and they're now searching in the middle order to see, still have Descartes to come, who have gotten a very excellent CPL, the St. Lucia, who have a excellent time there, and Lewis, who will continue from this commentary booth end. As you rightly said, not much breeze blowing here.
Well, Lewis, Sherman Lewis, known him as the leading pacer for Grenada. It's about 3 years or so now, and he's leading from the front. He'll be bowling to Natram, who's batting with Ogis. It's a shot and he's pulling over the man at fine leg into the fence. 4 runs to him. A short delivery there by Lewis, and he pounced on that over the head of the man at the short fine leg. 4 runs to him. 4 runs to St. Lucia. 23 for 3.
Yeah, I could see the ploy that Lewis is asking Vanilla, to pull to that deep square leg feeler that he has on the boundary there. And as you see, that the short fine leg is up. So it's still a power play, and 2 feelers are allowed outside, and those are the third man and the deep square. So the batsman should be aware that there will come a short ball in the over.
Well, as he pulls out of his run, there have been some field adjustments. There's a deep square leg. The fine leg is short in the circle. You're only allowed to have 2 men outside the circle. Those 2 persons are the third man and the deep square leg. So as you said, looking for that short delivery. Could be a double bluff as well. But St. Lucia looking to recover here at 21 for 3 here at Cumberland. Lewis runs away from us. It's outside the awesome squeeze to backward point. Picks up a single. Nice looking shot there by Nitrum. Good hands and eye coordination there. Picks up another single, 22 on the board for St. Lucia. That brings Augusti into the strike.
Agis will be very familiar with this ground. He played some under-19 cricket around here. I did saw him play a couple of innings here for Windward Island Volcano. That's his junior team. And he actually played a handsome innings down here in one of his knock. So he will be very familiar with the wind direction, the wicket and everything that comes with it. But this is a different nature of cricket in terms of its version.
Well, this is the 50-50. It's 50 overs per side, and it's a white ball that has been used, and this is the senior level that has been played here. But he's required now to build an innings here with Nitrum for St. Lucia. He's not really a quick starter, so he has some time to do so. Pretty early days yet. This one is outside the awesome. He's squeezing, looking for his first single. Could be trouble here. The man at cover didn't pick up cleanly, and he scampers back into his crease and regains his ground. So has to be careful with that calling between the wicket. They have lost 3 wickets. Don't want to lose one through the run-out route. They will be kicking themselves.
Yeah, it's the second time we're seeing between that pair error in communication. I think what needs to be done is that both batsmen need to have a conversation all year to know where is the communication process. And as you rightly made it, that 3 wickets down already, you would not want a catastrophe of another. But Grenada, who is on top, is really having a good morning, and that one just go through for a bye. Extra bounce, getting the keeper there off guard.
Well, another excellent delivery there by Lewis, beating the batter into the keeper's glove. Didn't take it cleanly and giving away a bye. Scampered through by these 2 batters. But some excellent bowling here by Lewis for Grenada. Hitting just on that 4th stump, getting some lift and really generating a bit of pace here from this Cumberland wicket. So some good bowling here by the senior pacer here for Grenada, Lewis. He has worked hard to be here as he continue plying his trade here at Cumberland. So it's outside the off stump, wide signal by the umpire, just trying to get a little bit fuller than his lengths that he was bowling earlier.
Yes, and what we need to inform the viewers as well is that this tournament, this Super 50 tournament here for the Windward Islands, is it will come to select a team for the Windward Island Volcanoes that will compete in this Super 50 tournament that will be held in Trinidad and Tobago. So this Windward Island tournament make up of 4 teams primarily: Grenada, defending champion as they made it, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, St. Lucia, and Dominica itself.
This one just bouncing in front of the keeper. He picks up cleanly. That brings over number 5 to an end. St. Lucia here are 25 for 1 as the 5th over completes here at Cumberland. We welcome West Indies former speedster Keswick Williams. Welcome to the commentators booth. Welcome to Super 50.
Yes, definitely. Sun is out. The uniform's looking really lovely. The first thing I learned in cricket, you have to look good, you have to feel good, and then you will perform well.
Well, an excellent start here for the Grenadians. Redhead continues to bowl here. Bowling to Agassi. This one is short, lifting on his body. So some good hostile bowling here by these 2 fast bowlers. Something that you will love to see, or you love seeing, Keswick.
Yeah, definitely. I've been looking at these 2 youngsters over the last couple of weeks, and of late, Redhead has been hitting the wicket really hard in the nets. He's on a Windward's contract here in St. Vincent, so he has been hitting the deck really hard. So I'm not really too surprised that he's bowling really well. And I mean, these guys are two experienced guys. They're with the Windward's franchise. I don't expect anything less.
Indeed. This one is another one. Gussie a little bit uncomfortable within that area, within the rib area. And Redhead is hitting just on that uncertain line, just in front of the batter. Just bouncing a bit, taking his bottom hand off of it. And really just popping out to the man at square leg who does the feeling. And a good delivery by him again.
The thing about the Cumberland surface here, Martin, is that it holds a lot of water. So the first period of batting would be a little bit, up and down. So you as a batter, you have to try graph out that first hour of batting. And then after that, then you could start to look to score. The first hour, a little bit trouble because the overnight dew and all of that and stuff like that. And the games are starting at 9:30. It's still a little bit cold. We're in Cumberland, and we're close to the beach. And there's a river that's close by. So we'll have a little bit of dew. So you have to try to graph out that first hour, and then you can look to start score.
Well, Grenada has taken advantage of those conditions, and really picked up 3 scalps so far. There have been a change in the field. There's one slip, gully. Redhead continues just on the line outside the house. Oh my God, that one hitting the bat. Looking to leave alone is a Gussie. Fortunate is he, hitting the bat and running down to fine leg. 4 runs to him, 4 runs to St. Lucia.
Yes, I thought he was 4 there from August. I think he's one of those young players in Lucia team or in the Windward Islands that we could look towards or look to as a future player. And he starts really slow, but his mindset for one-day cricket, and as Morris said earlier, he played on the 19 cricket here, but this is a different level of cricket. It would be good to see how he approaches here because they're 25 for 3, and as you know, they need to rebuild from here. So it would be really good to see how he approach this situation.
This one he's just playing to the man at mid-on, sweetly, timed it nicely as well, well fielded. St. Lucia 29 for 3, 5.4 overs bowled here at Cumberland. And they are decked in yellow, the Grenadians, and green, and their numbers are in red. Not the usual flag of Grenada, what they're accustomed to see.
That is so true.
And the St. Lucian are decked in blue, black, and yellow. This one is short and he's pulling. It's gone. Into the fence, 1 bounce. He wasn't in control, but it went to the fence for 4. But a good lifting delivery by Redhead. And, 6 runs now been signaled by the umpire. 6 runs to Gussie and 6 runs to St. Lucia. A good short delivery. But in the end, fortune favored the brave.
Yes, definitely. What I think the captain for Grenada should do here is probably bring the fine leg a bit finer, because from that end, the river end, the ball bounces a little bit more than the pavilion end. So what I think, you should get the fine leg a little bit finer. That could have been a catch. But at the end of the day, I mean, sometimes you have to just see things work out first or plan out first, and then you can make your changes after. You have 2 fast bowler who's on a Windward's contract, who's bowling some good heat, who already have St. Lucia 3 wickets down. You need to give them some support. Bring the fine leg a little bit finer and attack more. So far, they have been doing well. He has been doing well as a skipper. And the good thing about this team, though, Martin, is that they have been playing together for a while. This same team was in England a couple of months ago, playing against county teams in the army, whereby Grenada tourism is trying to, kind of merge cricket to help out tourism in.
This one is short and he's punching that over cover. He's called for 1. He's coming back for 2. Short delivery by Lewis. Just punched over cover. 2 more runs to him. 2 more runs to St. Lucia.
Yes, so as I was saying, this team traveled to England earlier, and they went there in August to play cricket. And what happened, what the Grenada tourism did, kind of merged cricket and tourism together. So send them to England, play cricket together. In that way, it will help. It's a win-win situation for both tourism and the cricketers, because few of these cricketers also got contracts to play in league cricket in England after that set tournament. So Grenada, these guys have been playing for a while, and you know when teams put together for a while, they get comfortable with each other. They know what situation to use players in. So I'm not surprised that they're doing so well now.
Well, it's an excellent product, sports and tourism. Putting both of them together, they could bring a lot of benefits to the country and also to the persons who are involved. And as you explained, they have reaped some benefit from such, and also the experience of the players being exposed to a different level of cricket and different conditions as well. As Lewis continues here for Grenada. So he's on his leg, just turned nicely. He's called for one. He's looking for second. No set of grease. So some good cricket here. St. Lucia needs these two to stay at the wicket as long as possible. And these two have been given the task of rebuilding this innings here for St. Lucia. Grenada have taken 3 scalps so far for the morning. And really what they need to do, just settle down and bat. They have started well. They have played some shots and gotten away with them, but they just need to bat as long as possible until, as you said, the first hour or so, and then things may be able to settle down, and then they would be able to play as they ought to.
Yeah, definitely. A bowler like Sherman, who's bowling well right now, if you look at him bowl, he sort of break his wrist bowling to the left-handers when he's trying to swing the ball or push the ball away from the left-handers, and whenever he's bowling to the right-handers, he keep the wrist a bit more straighter, unless he wants to bowl that in swinger to them. So I've been looking at him very, very closely. He's an experienced bowler. He knows what he's doing. And I think, given time, this guy would be back in West Indies team. I have no doubt about that, because he's working hard. He's putting in a lot of work. So he should really do well in this tournament.
This one is just on the leg, losing his lines a little bit. A strain on the legs. Picks up another single. He's not too happy with that. But another single to St. Lucia. Another single to Gussie. So Natram and Gussie battling here for St. Lucia. This is the Windward Island Super 50 tournament. Been played here at Cumberland between Grenada and St. Lucia. This is the first game. St. Vincent at present should be playing Dominica at Sion Hill. We would give you some updates on that game a little later on. It's a short one, and it's been pulled to the man at deep square leg. Another single.
Vanillius looks like the type that will take on the short bowling. So the skipper and the experienced Sherman, what they did there, that last delivery, is get that fine leg back and bring up the third man and push back the square leg as well, because he will take on the short ball. So my thing is really well planned delivery, and he set the field well for that. Bowled a short ball, he was on top of it, played it down, but he looked like he's a compulsive puller, so well set field for him that last delivery. So you could see the thinking process of these Grenadian players.
Well, some thinking going into the game. They had their thinking caps on when they won the toss and elected to bowl as defending champions of this 50-50 tournament. Redhead would be continuing from the northern end of this ground. He'll be bowling to Natram. And as you said, he favors the short delivery. He has not backed down from playing those shots. He has played them from the beginning of his innings, and he seems to be a compulsive puller. But Redhead has changed his line and length and his direction. He's gone around the wicket. So on his outside, the off stump, and he's driven to the man at short extra cover, who does the feeling.
Because of the nature of the Cumberland surface, because early in the innings, as I said earlier, we still have a little bit of dew. Because of the soil that's down here, it will have a little bit of dew. What I think these bowlers need to do now is just keep it in the right areas. Hit those areas and let the ball do the talking. Let the ball do what it's supposed to do, because after an hour or so, it will be a little bit easier. So hitting the area is very, very important.
Beautiful shot there, played by Natram. No one can stop that one. Into the fence, 4 runs to him. An excellent shot. That was pitched up by Redhead, and he just pounced on it, placed it through the cover area, into the fences, ran off the face of this playing field like a bullet and into the fence for 4. Lovely shot by him.
And now that we're in Cumberland, there's a lot of breadfruit tree down here. So I think if you put about 3 breadfruit behind that shot, they would have been roasted by now. Yeah. That's a lovely shot. Went there like a tracer bullet.
No one had a chance of stopping that one. Redhead around the wicket. So on a shot, and he's falling short of the man at fine leg there. 1-2 bounce into his hands. Picks up another single. And really, he's looking very good here for St. Lucia. He just needs to stay as long as possible at the crease. As you said, at this level, you need to bat as long as possible. You're playing 50 overs. And you're actually just into over number 8. Yeah, he just needs to bat as long as possible with Agassi, who is not really a free-flowing batter. He takes his time and gets into his innings.
Definitely. What I like about this young man, he's not backing down from his pull shot. And you know these days, the wickets in the Caribbean are not really fast wickets, but as West Indians, when we travel and go to different countries, we're being peppered with sharp ball. So,
that's a short delivery. I think it hit somewhere in the helmet. I think a concussion test would be taken here.
It should be. It's the rule.
Well, short lifting delivery by Redhead.
He looks all right.
Just striking Agassi on top of the helmet. Just for precaution's sake, there would be a test being done here by the physio, the medical professionals, to see what is happening. So I think he would be all right. But a good delivery by Redhead.
So what we saw just happen there is a little bit of balloon bounce. We'll get more of that as the game progresses. Usually this sort of wicket, normally when you play local cricket here, what happens is that the team will have to take off the covers. So when we go to play, for about an hour and a half, there will be a lot of dew on the surface. So normally, when we come to Cumberland to play, we would bat second in the first game. So we have T20s here in Cumberland. So we'll bat second in a first game in T20s down at the Cumberland playing field because of the dew factor. But in this situation, because we have ground staff who will take off the covers an hour before and then the dew will come off, it will be less time the dew will stay on the wicket. So it will stay on the wicket for at least about an hour, and then after that hour it will be easier to play. Now after that, say after 12 or so, we'll get a lot of ball and bounce, some ball will scoot low and stuff like that because of the nature of the wicket, because of the soil. It's a kind of a sandy soil that we have here in Cumberland, so it holds water early, and when the water dries out, it plays up and down, balloon bounce, scoot low and stuff like that. So I think batting first is the right way, but you have to see out at least an hour of play in the morning before you start to play your shots. You will get a few balloon bounce, but you have to actually, grind it out for the first hour, and then you can start to play your shots after that.
Well, we are close to that hour or so. St. Lucia have lost 3 wickets in the process. 3 wickets so far this morning. It's 45 for 3. 7.4 overs been bowled. Redhead, the tests have been completed and he's fine. This one is onto his pads. He's calling for a single. Picks up another single.
He looks pretty fine to me. He looks pretty fine to me. Running like a boss in the wicket, calling for a single there. Ogis, I wonder if his parents is around. They usually travel with him to see him play cricket, and that's a really good initiative when the under-19 was here the last time. The support from the parents, and that's what you need across, the West Indies, where when the under-19 tournament happen, wherever it's happening, the parents come out and support, these under-19 guys, and that's something that's really, really important for development.
Well, the Redhead continues. Good point. This one is outside the off stump. Play to the man at backward point. Skipper John is doing the fielding there. So over number 8 have been completed by Redhead. St. Lucia have been sent into bat. They are now 45 for 3 from 8 overs here at Cumberland in the Windward Island Super 50 tournament being played here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines in 2 locations at Cumberland, and the other game, St. Vincent versus Dominica, is being played at Sion Hill. But some action here. The action here continues in lovely sunshine at Cumberland. It's hot. We have been having some unusual weather these days. Sun has been out in all his glory. We had some rain for a couple of days or so, which we welcomed, but the sun has taken over its spot. Really.
It's a change of bowling. I was just going to ask if it's the Spice, because, you know, the Spiceman wear number 72. He's not here today. He's nursing a little injury that he got while he was in CPL. It would have been good to see the Spice here today, you know, in the Grenada colors. But unfortunately, he's not here, and I'm sure that he's looking on and watching this game here today. He's a guy that's really loved around the Caribbean, even around the world. It's a Spice man. Wherever you are, shout out to you.
So it's with Charles, the change of bowling. He'll be bowling around the wicket. Number 72 on his back, as you just said. Seems to be off spin. And O'Geese is comfortably behind that one. Skid on. He's bowling around the wicket. There's a slip, a backward point, cover, short extra cover, mid-off.
Looking at him,
He's in. This one is outside the off stump. He's pushing it back and well fielded there by Charles.
Looking at him bowling right away, Martin. I mean, he's not the Spice. He has the Spice number. He's not the Spice, but he do have a little bit of spice with him. I mean, his shoe and his shades match the same color. So you could see a little bit of style here in the tournament, and that's really good. You want to see a little bit of style and vigor from the players, and this is the first one we've seen so far.
Well, he's also bowling in his shades, protecting his eyes from this glow of the sun. Agassi batting for St. Lucia. This one, he's just turning it, striking the non-striker on its way back. No run. So good steady bowling here by Charles so far.
I think the option to bring on an off spinner at this time is not really a bad option, because we know in Cumberland the wicket in Cumberland is it really is a condition for spin. So not really a bad ploy to bring on the spin early, and we have two left-handers at the crease. So I mean, bring in your spin and see what inroads he can make.
This one is driven nicely up to mid-off by Agassi. No man move into the fence. 4 runs to him, 4 runs to St. Lucia. A beautiful shot by him.
With that being said, bringing on a spin, he still need to be consistent. I mean, few deliveries in that over was a bit short, and August missed out, but he didn't miss out on that full toss. A lot of people will not miss out on that full toss, where runs is hard to come by, especially in the first period of play. So great shot there by August. As we said earlier, he's a slow starter, and he's one of those batters that when he gets in, he plays his little dinks and stuff like that, and he can be a player that can frustrate you as long as he's in. So young player, but very, very talented.
Yes, and St. Lucia will love to see him batting up to at least 30-40 overs in this innings. Should get a decent score by then. But it was Natram, who is his batting partner, St. Lucia. 50 for 3. So 50 coming up here for St. Lucia. They have lost 3 wickets in the process.
And it's a change of bowling, and Ryan John is on the ball. The skipper has brought himself on. Very, very hard worker. Did very well last year in the 4-day tournament for Windward. Granted himself a contract now for the Windward franchise. So he's a very talented guy. Works hard.
First delivery full, driven up to mid-off, a easy single. These two things are getting a little bit easier for them. 51 for 3, St. Lucia here at Cumberland. Skipper John is with the ball in his hand. The second delivery is bowling in this game. One of the better all-rounders. This one is just keeping a trifle low. There, Geese just squeezing down on that one.
Definitely. I had a conversation with the skipper Ryan John earlier this morning, and I was asking him who should we look out for in this tournament, you know, from Grenada. And he did mention Ned, which is an all-rounder like himself, who really strikes the ball well and bowl and I think I've met him once playing in Spice T10, and he hits the ball really well, and he bowls at good heat. So I'm really happy to see that they're looking at him to be one of the guys to look out for in this tournament. So you can see these players they continue to develop, and that's what you want to see every year. We want to see you get better at something.
John Ogie, just calling for a quick single, a good response from his partner. Scampering through for that single. Another run on the board. So some good calling, good decision making by these two young fellas.
Looking at the field placement, I'm just thinking that the point is a little bit too deep. That's too easy of a single. I mean, he's a bowler that bowls line and length, and he's very consistent. I mean, I think he should try cut out that single that they will get at point ever so often.
Well, he has a third man. He's bowling without the fine leg. The other man on the boundary is what? The deep square leg? Yes, you have mid off, short, you have a cover, slip, mid wicket, mid on, square leg. John bowling over the wicket. This one is short and pulled into the fence. 1, 2, 3 bounce. 4 runs to Natram, and a really good shot by him, as we described him earlier. A compulsive puller.
We haven't seen a player like this in some time that likes to pull as Natram. I mean, he loves the sharp ball, and I don't think the wicket in Cumberland here is really conducive to bowling short. You know, it's one of those wickets where you have to keep line and length, you know, because it's really spinners friendly. So Ryan being the captain and someone that play his cricket here already, I mean, he needs to know that the wicket is not one of those wickets that you can blow out individuals unless you have, you know, good pace like his premier fast bowler Lewis. You know, he needs to hit the lines more often, because this guy, he loves to pull the ball.
Well, Charles will be bowling his second over. Be bowling to Gussie. This one is outside your stump. He just gets behind of that delivery, really. Looking very accomplished is he. Charles is operating around the wicket. This one is punch back. Good feeling there by Charles. So in this period of the game is very important as well, Keswick. The bowlers have to be much tighter than they were in the previous overs. They have taken 3 wickets thus far, so they can't allow these batters to get away. They have bowled a few bad deliveries. This one seems to be an opportunity being put down there by keeper Johnson. But that was a difficult one as well.
Yeah, difficult. But what these guys need to do, they need to be a bit more consistent here. I mean, as I said earlier, the first hour of play, it would be a little bit more difficult for the batters, but the next 2 hours or so, it will be a lot easier, especially if they are in. They can't give away their hands, but obviously they have to punish the bad balls, and right now we are seeing more bad balls being bowled. What you will get off with in the first hour or so, you will not get off with it now. So you have to be very, very, very careful with your line and lengths when you're bowling here now, because they can be dispatched, and these batters, they're settling in, they're looking good so far. One is on 19 and the other is on Akim is on 17. So therefore you have to hit your lines and length.
Well, consistency is the order of the day for these bowlers here. This one is just played back nicely to him, fielded. 10.4 overs been bowled here. Charles in his second over. Grenada winning the toss, electing to bowl after the St. Lucians. This one is beating him outside the off stump into Devonte. That's the under 19 wicket keeper from Grenada. He had a wonderful under 19 tournament here for the Grenadans, getting himself 100. I think he got the most runs for the Windward Islands as well. I'm happy to see the under 19s featuring in the senior teams here in this tournament.
Well, one thing I've been looking at the spinner and Martin, I think he's bowling a little bit too fast. He's not giving that ball enough time to turn, and also I don't think he's really pivoting off the front leg. It looks like he's just bowling, and when the ball releases, that's it. He's done. He's not really finishing his action. There's not really any pivoting off the front leg. As a spinner, you need to get that pivot so that you can get the ball to spin. You know what I mean? But I'm not really seeing much of that. But if that's his style, you don't want to change them too much. You can't change bowlers too much, and then when you change them, they lose what they had. You know what I mean? So I don't know if that works for him, but it's just a little thing I see that I think he can get better.
Well, Ryan John continues. Number 74 on his back. He's bowling to Agassi. Wrong the wicket, one slip. Short extra cover. This one is just played easily. Back to John. This is a very important period of play for both teams. Grenada, who have gotten an excellent start, picking up 3 wickets, all the wickets. The fast bowlers giving them the start that they needed. But these two batters, Natram and Augusti, two young St. Lucians, have taking up the task of batting as long as possible here for the Lucians. This one is short and pulled. There's a deep square leg. Who does the feeling? So another run to him, another run to St. Lucia.
We can see August start lifting his bat as well. That means the wicket is getting really good for him to bat. I mean, Ryan is a guy that is very meticulous in terms of, his line and length. He don't want to get too short on this wicket because, as I said, it's going to get a little bit easier.
This one is squeezed to backward point. Would he get to the fence? Yes, it does. A beautifully timed shot between backward point. The man at third man seems like he had a chance, but this outfield is lightning fast as well. And both the man at backward point and the third man, they couldn't win the race. The ball did that and into the fence for four lovely runs.
Definitely, that's a lovely shot. As I said, I like this youngster. It looks like he can play all around the run. He pulls the ball well. He plays it through the covers well. He plays it behind point well. So that's something good for Windward's cricket. I think this is somebody at the end of the tournament that may get into the best of best that we're going to see later after this tournament. I mean, he looks good. If he can continue with this looks like a promising player.
This one is short, as I said. He's a compulsive bowler. What a shorter, slower delivery there by John, looking to deceive him. But Nature was equal to the task. Just tickle it down to fine leg. Picks up another single. So good batting here by these two so far for St. Lucia after losing those 3 early wickets.
I want to say I like him, but I don't want to spill the beans too early because sometimes when you say you like players, commentary curse, so I don't want to spill the beans too early, Martin, but he looks really good.
Well, John continues. So outside the awesome, nicely played. Soft hands. Down to third man. That brings you over to an end, and that brings my spell to an end here at the commentator's booth as I welcome back my co-commentator, Mr. Morris, to continue with you, Keswick.
Welcome into the commentary booth, Mr. Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Good to see you at Cumberland. I mean, both of us are from the same area, but very rare do I see you in these areas. Should I say welcome to you?
Definitely, it feels like home. It's a welcome, and I will take that with open heart.
So, great recovery from St. Lucia. Agis and Charles adding some 46 runs so far to bring the total to 64 for 3. And they lost 3 early wickets. And listen your commentary off air, and you really spoke highly of these batsmen, primarily Agis, who have really planted himself to be somewhat of a seed or to look at in the future of Windward cricket, and by the extension could be on to the West Indies team.
Yeah, definitely, and he has full support from his parents. I mean, this young man, he knows what he's about. He knows what he wants. I had the pleasure in playing with him for St. Lucia in the CPL in 2022. So he's a young man that knows what he's about. He knows what he wants. He planned out his future in regards to cricket. Very educated as well, and he's someone that I think not only would play for Windwards in the future, but can captain Windwards in the future.
Kesrick, you've played a number of cricket on this track. As I said, this is your home ground. Over the time, we've seen batsmen losing it to the first hour of play. You alluded to it earlier on. What do you think should be deployed here with Agis and Vanellas going through to these middle overs?
Well, to be honest here, the first hour of play is over already, so it would be a little bit easier as Vinicius squeezed that one down to fine leg. As I said, it would be a little bit easier to play now because the first hour due is probably off the track by now. As you can see, Ogis and Vinicius is really playing a little bit easier, playing a little bit freer. So from here on, and it is a matter of just picking up your singles, and then it will be a lot more easier after 25 overs or so. I mean, 50 overs is a lot of overs when it comes to the game that I play, which is T20 or T10 cricket. But yeah, it would be a little bit easier now for them to score the runs around the ground. And as bowlers, you have to be consistent, because right now, because I said this could be serious. He's out, Morris.
Well, actually, my goodness me, that's such lapse in concentration there from Vanellas, because he was cheeking down the ground, and that ball went straight to Ryan John, who number 9 appears to be Ryan John. It appears to be Ryan John, and he was in an awkward position, sending that to the non-striker end, and there was Vanellas halfway up the track, and he was run out.
I mean, I wanted to say it earlier, but now I'm gonna say it. Earlier when they were batting, I realized like the calling was an issue. Ogis ran down earlier when he hit a ball 2 points, and now we're seeing the same thing again. So the calling is a problem. Communication is a problem here. So this is something that we need. But in comes Descarte. We have seen him already playing VPL here in St. Vincent at the Annisvale playing field. Obviously a different track. He's just coming back from CPL. Obviously with the experience that he has gained there, we'd see a lot more maturity from him. He's just actually earned a contract with the Windward Volcano as well. So he will be based here in St. Vincent. So he's somewhat now like a local. So it's good to see him here. I mean, the experience that he brought from the CPL, he has to use it. So, I mean, Ryan John is on the ball. Let's see what will he make of it.
Well, 66 for 4 now, and St. Lucia somewhat in a spot of bother after that recovery, but it would have taken something excellent like that run out to really get rid of this partnership. Some 46 runs recovery, and excellent recovery in terms of the start, but they have somewhat put themselves back into a hole of trouble.
Yeah, definitely, Morris. I mean, you can't be gifting away your wickets like that. I mean, yes, as I said, the first hour would be a little bit more harder to play, but you're coming into the nice period now where it's a little bit easier to play, easier to score boundaries, easier to pick up singles, because the wicket is not really a devil. There's not a devil in the wicket. The Grenada bowlers, the only bowler that they have that really has a bit of gas, as we say in the Caribbean, is Sherman Lewis. So he's off the ball. Ryan is more of a bowler that hit his errors. He's very cheeky in the back, and he comes and he bowls a lot of Yorkers, which he's very good at. But for now, you can get singles off of him. Work the singles off. The spinner that's coming at the different end, try score your boundaries off of him, because he's a little bit inconsistent for now. Let's see how he would finish at the end of the game.
great analysis. You're the expert, and we look at the conditions here at Cumberland in terms of the surroundings. A very forested area, northwestern side of the island. It is where most of the farmers does their vegetation and does their farming. There's somewhat of a breadbasket here on the leeward side of the island, and so what we don't have this morning is the luxury of that strong breeze that normally comes from the mountainside onto the sea. So what the batsmen are struggling with here is to understand the wind direction.
Yeah, definitely. As you can see, the trees are a bit more still. Something that we don't really have here in Cumberland. I guess it's because of the heat that we have these days. But I have to be honest with you, these players outside in the heat, you have to say congratulations to them, because at the end of the day, it's very hot. You know, I'm sure that some of these players, if they have to do their weight after this day's play, they would shed a little bit of pound. But Ryan is bowling a great line here. First 2 balls to Descartes, passing the edge. You know, that will give him a little bit of confidence. So, really, really well done. I mean, he's showing why he's on an A contract for Windwards.
The question I would ask you here now, as an experienced bowler, who do you believe is winning the battle here, the bowler? Because he's hitting that nagging line and length of the edge. He's not getting the edge. But as a bowler yourself, who do you believe is winning the battle here?
Definitely Ryan John is winning. He's winning. He's passed the edge at least about 3 or 4 times now. As you see, he's looking at the umpire thinking that's not a wide, but at the end of the day, the umpire decision is final. But he has passed the bat at least about 3 times. That's going to give him confidence, especially if you pass the edge with the batter looking to actually, you know, trying to run the ball down to third man. That's the best way. And he's in. He comes in early to the crease. He's not going to have a flyer start because of the surface. He won't get a flyer start. So he has to dig deep for a couple of overs. Ugis, on the other hand, who has been there for a while, will be a bit more easier for him. He has to find a way. But to find a way against a bowler like Ryan Johnny would be a little bit more difficult. So Ryan just has to continue to hit his areas and hit his lines and see if he can win one up on him.
Well, good morning to the people of Grenada. Those persons in Guave, persons in Sates, St. George's. Good morning
like
to
you are Grenadian there.
Yeah, I've traveled there a couple of times. It's one of the islands that has really captured my attention if I'm to give up residency. Good morning to 95 Mahan, Constable Mahan there.
Well, since you're on that, I'll say good morning to St. Lucia. You know, good morning to the people of Mindo Philip. Good morning to the people of Correns, Rodney B. This is like my second home. So, I mean, since you're on that topic of shouting your Grenadian folks, I will do the same and shout my St. Lucian folks as well. Good morning to my lovely people there in St. Lucia. You know what I like, though? I like the fact that these teams, they're using young coaches to coach these teams. As we know, St. Lucia is being coached by Gary Matrin, who played for West Indies, who played for Winners for a number of years, and Devon Smith, who played for West Indies. As we know, as soon as you hear his name, you know his stats already. You know, he played for Winners for a number of years, and now he's a coach for Grenada. So this is definitely what you want to see going forward. You know, I mean, young coaches stepping up and getting the job to coach these young players as well.
Yes, and that is very vital, because what you want is the chemistry as well. You want a chemistry between the young players and the young coaches, so that they will be able to relate to each other. They will be more confident in telling them how they're feeling at the end of the day, in a respectful manner. That's what I'm talking about. As this one goes down the ground, and importantly, as you rightly said, Gary Matterin played a number of Windward Island cricket, so he will be familiar with the strategies used by other teams and implementing that as a coach himself.
Really well done. And Gary, he was just here in St. Vincent coaching the Windwards under 19 team, a team that Ugis was a captain for, and also what's his name, Beno Pascal, who's playing for Dominica right now in Cyan Hill versus St. Vincent. So these youngsters, they played here just recently, so they would know the surface a little bit better than these guys, because they played here recent. So it would be good to see that they can speak to their team and tell their teammates how these surfaces are playing, what to expect, what not to expect, and also be leaders in run scoring in the tournament. That would be something good.
Yeah, and I see where you have the Windward Island team that is made up of a component of 4 national teams: St. Vincent, Grenada, Dominica, and St. Lucia. It would be challenging for selectors to really pick a team at the end of the day, because you have players putting up their hands, but these selectors, and I can recall that the first female selector, Stacey Adams, now it would be very challenging for them to really pick a 11 to go into the Super 50 Championship.
Well, the format in terms of selecting players now for Windwards, what they use now is the best way. So what happened after a tournament like this, the Windward selector select 24 players where they go into a best tournament. So they pick 24 players, and these tournament they go in to play trial games. So they play like a series of 4 or 3 trial games where they select the best team to go to the Super 50, which is later this month, from the 17th of October to the 11th of November. So at the end of the day, the structure that they use is still really good, because you don't want to play the tournament and then you pick a guy from the tournament. You want to see them continue to play. You want to see them, continue that form that they probably were in the tournament. So it's a good way to select the squad. I love it. I love the initiative. I love the fact that they have the best games after this tournament, so that the good thing about it is that the players will continue to play cricket and take it closer to the Super 50.
Well, it's a jinx break. End of the 15th over here at Cumberland. We'll take a short break and we'll be right back with you with more Super 50 Windward Islands tournament here, sponsored by the National Lottery. So welcome back to the Cumberland playing field. A short jinx break, end of the power play, and St. Lucia haven't been a bit a great amount of trouble all year on. They recover very well. They are 71. They are 71 for 4. And we've seen Ryan John continuing from the river end. Ryan John, and he will be bowling to Shadrach Descartes. And will be interesting to see the approach now, because the skipper John have not deployed anybody outside that 50-yard circle. Just the same, just the field as in fine leg and third man. the deep square. So those are the 3 fielders out. He's still looking for wicket, and that is important.
Yeah, definitely. You have to still continue to look for wicket. I mean, he's a very aggressive captain. Just got some news in. It's 45 for 3 at the Sandhill playing field, St. Vincent versus Dominica. Seems like a little battle going on there in match number 1.
This is short, pulled away in front of square. Should be recovered there now by the fielder. And Williams, let me get into your experience and playing at this ground. That's where we call the river and where Ryan John is coming from. That side of the run-up is a bit of a slope, slight slope. If you are the bowler, where would you be comfortable bowling from?
To be honest with you, Morris, I'll bowl at any end, but running up that hill, you have to be fit to run up there for at least about 4 or 5 overs straight. And Ryan is doing just that. He's a fit lad. He's been working a lot on his fitness, but it's very difficult. But bowling from that side as a fast bowler, you get that extra bounce, so it gives you that confidence to run in even harder, because that carry, bowlers like to see that carry, so it's good to see that he take up that mantle as the skipper, and he's bowling from that end. As you see, he brought back the first slip because of this card pushing outside that line for that last one. But then the other thing that I would say, you can't ask for your slip and then go down the leg side. You still need to maintain that line outside half stump, because if Descartes is pushing his bat so far outside half stump where he have that gap between bat and pad, it means that he's not comfortable, in the first part of his batting. The early stages of his batting, he's a bit loose. So you need to play with that a little bit more and keep him outside there. The fact that you brought back your slip.
Well, 74 for 4 here at Cumberland, match number 1. We made mention that Grenada been the champion so far, the defending champion, sorry, and they will look to play as defending champions. And the energy that they bring, as well as they're known as the Spice Isle, it appears that they really packed some spice this morning.
Yeah, as I said earlier, this team, they have been playing together for a while. They were in England a couple of months ago, whereby some of their players, got selected to play for some teams there in league cricket in England. That's how well they did. I think while they were in England, Johan Jeremiah scored the most runs while they were there, and he bat pretty well. Also, Ryan John as well did very well while they were there. So the team has been playing together for a while, so I don't expect anything less. Kian George as well, who was in England, he scored some runs in England, and before coming here in the trials, they had Ned, who scored the most runs in trials before they get here. So I would really love to see this guy in the wicket when their turn comes to bat.
End of over number 16, St. Lucia 75 for 4.
The only thing I would say so far, though, looking at the spinner from this end, which is Kim Charles, he's a little bit inconsistent. Few times he bowled full toss at the end of his over. A couple of overs ago, he bowled 2 full tosses at the end. In result, boundary. You don't wanna bowl tight up front, or bowl well up front and then let them off with a boundary at the end. So you need to start well and finish well, and I think so far he haven't been as consistent as he's supposed to be, especially on this surface.
Number 72 on his back, and very synonymous number for the West Indies and also for Grenada. Andre Fletcher totes that number.
Earlier when he came to bowl, I thought it was the Spice Man. I was like, oh my God, he's here. But it's a heavy number to carry when you're from Grenada and playing for Grenada. To carry that number on your back, it's a very very heavy number. So he has to perform today.
I should ask you, in terms of these numbers, do you think that they carry a myth with them, or is it superstitious, or what?
Not really. A lot of people carry numbers for a lot of reasons. People carry numbers because of personal
Footballers carry
information.
number 10 to be Messi.
Yeah, a lot of players carry number because of the players that they like. For me, I carry number 19 because it was the first time I played first class cricket, and then when I got into West Indies team, number 19 was already gone. So I asked them to give me a number that is available. And funny enough, I got a number of a coach that I really liked, and stuff like that, which is Floyd Reefer, which is number 60, So I stuck with that number. I mean, a lot of people call me 1960 or number 19, So a lot of people carry numbers for a lot of personal reasons. Some people carry numbers because they like a player. So there's a lot of reasons people carry number. I'm not sure what the 72 is about, but it's his number that he has been using for years, and I've never seen him wear a different number on his back.
So somewhat of icon. So it's good running there from a bit of collision there between Akeem and the keeper. And there is a glove punch to show that I'm okay. But good running in the end there by Descartes, and we see a much better communication now between Descartes and Agis. Some experience now coming into play.
Yes, definitely. The experience between these two guys would be a lot better. You can see the running between the wickets. It's a lot better in terms of communication. It's a lot better in terms of calling and stuff like that. So these guys, they both play professional cricket. As I said, this guy had just received his contract from the Windwards, so he's been around for a while. Ogis has been around for a while, but in the under 19 level. So I'm not really too surprised, that they're running so well between the wicket. As we see a stranger ball in here, Cyrus comes onto the ball. He's a leg spinner out of Grenada. Very bouncy coming into the crease. He's one that looks for a lot of turn, and especially on this wicket in Cumberland, where the spinners, where it's a spinners friendly track, he should extract a lot of turn and a lot of bounce here. I'm just really surprised to see that he's on and there's two left-handers, but at the end of the day, I mean, as long as you're a strong bowler to any batsman. So, it would be good to see how he goes about.
Well, maybe he will use a lot of googly. We see a lot of leg spinners. They will work on googlies and different variation to counteract this left arm theory that most persons have, that you cannot bowl to a left-hander. But I'm not one who believe that a leg spinner should not bowl to a left-hander. I mean, you should be confident enough to know your areas and what is expected of you as a bowler.
Yeah, definitely. But I mean, in this day and age, a lot of players use matchup, or a lot of captains use matchup, which is probably the easier way, or maybe the better thing to do, or the easier thing to do. Don't quote me wrong. But at the end of the day, if a leg spinner is bowling to a left arm batter, it shows strength and character of that bowler. The only thing I would have done different is probably pull that feeler, Kem Charles, who's at short mid wicket, to square leg, and bring that deep square leg to mid wicket. Because they're not looking to sweep. They would look to hit the ball down mid wicket and down long on, because the ball is spinning into them. If you realize that they're sweeping the ball, then you push back Kem Charles at mid wicket, and then you can pull that guy back at deep square leg because of the sweep. But for now, they're not doing so. So you need to set the field according to where they would look to hit the ball. Especially Descartes, he loves the mid wicket region, so you have to set the field there for him to hit the ball there.
Well, clearly we see that the rotation of strike between Descartes and Akeem is one of the reasons why they would have deployed that fielder Charles there. And we see as they were attempting one day, and they just did not get through. So good start here from Cyrus, and just keeping that pressure that was mounted by Ryan John and Redhead Nicholas and these other bowlers that started earlier on.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you wouldn't expect anything less from your premier bowlers. I mean, Redhead and Lewis both on contract for Windward, so you wouldn't expect anything less. I mean, they use the wicket to their benefit. They got 3 wickets. Well done. At this period now is where you need consistency in terms of your bowlers. So therefore, a lot of these bowlers who are bowling now, they have to be consistent, otherwise they will be dispatched to the boundary. Speaking about dispatch, it's my time. I have to leave. So welcome, Martin.
Start of over number 19. So Charles and Martin, the last time you were here, it was 3 wickets down, and there was a run out, and from that Descartes and Akis, who sweep this one behind the square, an excellent cricket shot, one that is out of the textbook there, and he gets 4 runs. Great batting here by Agis. He spent enough time at the crease now, and he would be able now to capitalize on the bowling.
Well, a loose delivery by Charles, and Ogis crashing into that one and sweeping it over square leg into the fence for 4 runs. So good batting here by him. He has come into the wicket and really played a nice innings. He's turning that one down to mid-on for another single. So he's well set, as we can see. He's timing the ball nicely, and really it is all for him to go on and score a big score here for St. Lucia and give them a target that they could defend later on in the day.
Well, one of the thing, Kenroy, you've been an opening batsman. You've played for St. Vincent and for Windward by extension. As a batsman, you should be able to want to be at the crease as much as possible. You cannot, as the coaches normally say, you cannot score runs in the stands. So when you get the opportunity to bat, how do you apply yourself whenever you see wickets falling around you as a batsman?
Well, there's a simple plan to that, is that you curb your aggression with some patience. You have to understand your game, what is called for at the time, and really adapt and adjust to conditions. Like now, Ogis has been a pretty good innings. He came in when the score was just about 3 or 4, and they have lost 3 wickets also. He has just batted simply, picked up his singles, hit the bad deliveries, no risk, and he's still there. He's batting here now on 33 from 52 deliveries. He took his time, get into the wicket, and applied himself. That's all you have to do. Have confidence in yourself and do what is required of you at this time. Over has come to an end, and the score is now with 86 for 4, St. Lucia, and a good comeback by them so far after losing 3 early wickets and then a run out. Good comeback by them. But the leg spinner, Cyrus, I've heard a few things about him. Left to be seen. Bad
things or good things?
Well, some good things.
Good things.
Good things for Grenada. Could be some bad things for St. Lucia if he gets it right.
Right.
But these two are batting pretty well here for St. Lucia in the middle of this game. This one is down the leg side. A bad delivery by him. It's running close to the fence. Waiting for a signal from the umpire. Wide signal by the umpire. 4-run signal by him. So a bad delivery by Charles, and 4 wides been given away by him.
Yeah, and if you look at that delivery, the extra bounce as well, and that is something that we've been alluding to. There's that extra bounce bowling from that river end, and it eluded the keeper and also the man at first slip who made an attempt and went into the boundary. But a welcome 5 runs there for St. Lucia anyway.
Well, they would take it at any time, at any cost at this time, as Charles continues to bowl. Ogis is really looking good. He's easy. He's always that easy fella at the crease. Takes his time, accumulates his runs, and really a good find for St. Lucia, a good find for the Windward Islands. I'm hoping that these young fellas like himself and the wicketkeeper Devontae from Grenada really continue to do what they're doing. I was really very much impressed with Bishop a few years ago. He's still in the Grenada team. His cricket, I don't know where it has gone thus far. I haven't seen him in a while, but he was one of the cricketers I was very much impressed with at the under 19 level of Bishop. And there's the young Murray who's coming through as well. Solomon Bascom from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. St. Lucia is producing some very good cricketers. And really, Windwards have a lot to look forward for in these years to come.
Yeah, that is something I must applaud the selectors of various teams for. They have been intertwining these youngsters amongst the senior team. So not only we have a packed senior team where the youngsters don't feel a part of. They are getting the experience. They're getting even if you're on the bench, even as we saw it in the CPL in the Guyana team, the Guyana setup. One of the players there they went as a net bowler, and he actually ended up playing with Guyana Warriors. As this one is tucked down to fine leg, they should come back for the second. Oh, this could be close, and it's given a catastrophic run out there for Grenada, for St. Lucia, losing their 5th wicket. A close call there, and boy, Aggies goes out to the route of a run out.
Well, that wasn't needed. That really wasn't needed at this time. It was an easy single. You didn't need to risk your wicket there, and really Descartes and Ogie, some bad judgment on both of them behalf, and they have lost their 5th wicket here through another run out, and the run out route has featured twice in this innings, and they have lost 5 wickets. Ogie, who is very much set, your set batter has gone run out. These are the things that would haunt you as a cricket team and as individuals. So St. Lucia has lost their 5 wickets through the run out. 5th wicket should have run out with. They are now 92 for 5.
Well, adding more pressure to the total, to the score, and Grenada really, as just at the point where St. Lucia thinks that they're getting something in the bag. As I speak of in the bag, the month of June Creole, where they have a lot of Creole stuff coming on, it appears that spice that the Grenadians have, they just add it more and more, and the fall of wicket has really caused a serious ripple effect. And they're not all that bad, because 92 for 5, they still have a good bit to go. They're in over number 20, just one more to go, and it will be important that a serious partnership now is formed between Edwards and the captain. Edwards, who have played a number of under 19 as well for the Windward Islands.
Well, another youngster comes to the crease, and he's there with Descartes Charles. This one is outside the off stump. He's pushing it back to the man at cover, skipper John, who does the fielding. And really, St. Lucia have placed themselves in a real difficult situation here at 93 for 5. Those 2 last wickets going to the run-out route by Descartes, and good bowling here by Charles, keeping things tight. And really, they need to dig themselves out of this whole St. Lucia and put a decent total on the board if they have to give themselves a chance in this, the first game of this Windward Island Super 50 tournament.
Well, I think the only time I've seen someone as this one is punch out to cover, and it should be recovered now by John. I think the only I think the only time I've seen some pressure added to the Grenadian team is that partnership between Vonelas and Akeem, who added some 46 runs. Apart from that, Grenada has really been on top of the pitons, I should say, here, and knowing that the pitons are not easy to climb.
Well, I think Grenada is just about halfway up the pitons thus far. They're still looking to get to the top, taking 5 wickets. And really, these 2 here for St. Lucia. Edwards, who, in my opinion, is a really seasoned cricketer. He's been in cricket for a pretty long time. Even though he's at this age, he has gotten a lot of experience, and he knows how to play these roles. He need now to go and bat with Descartes as far and as deep as possible into these 50 overs, so that St. Lucia could post a decent total of at least 200 or so and give Grenada something to chase. But Charles would have different ideas here for Grenada as he faces his first delivery. Plays that one with the full face of the bat, confidently, and mistake here again could be trouble, but some good running here by Descartes. Desperate running that was.
Well, it must have to be, because you do not want a third run out here. And we see Edwards now off the mark. Speaking of youngsters, we are seeing members from the Westwood Methodist School, the children, now strolling into the ground to take in some of the cricket. Would be some come to watch some of the future stars of West Indies cricket. And this one wide down the leg side. The Westwood Methodist School, located just above us here, as we on the northwestern side here. It's a primary school. So they're here to watch some cricket. This would be something interesting for the kids, because, you know, having to see cricket at its best live with some players that you hear about.
Yes, it's a good opportunity for them to see cricket played here in Cumberland as well. And the level of cricket that has been played here is not of the type that you're accustomed to. It is a high class. They're professionals. They are in professional setups. So things are much different here than what you would see on an everyday cricket field here in Cumberland or further down Leeward where Petty Budella or so. So it's good to have them exposed to this sort of cricket. And really kudos to those persons who are involved in those sort of initiatives. Kudos to them as we continue to look at good cricket here at Cumberland. St. Lucia here. They are now 97 for 5. Shedrick Descartes is on 9 from 23. And Tariq Edwards have just joined him. He's 1 from 1. And Grenada has gotten the better of the morning thus far. As this one is pitched on the leg stump. A wide ball signal by the umpire. And badly lined delivery there by the leg spinner from Grenada.
Yeah, what Descartes and Edwards have to do, they have to go deep into this, into the 40th over. This partnership must carry them way down. They are into the middle overs now, into the middle order, sorry. And what you would want is the batsmen to really cement themselves in a position that, you know, they have to keep asking for water. They're rotating the strike. They be getting the boundaries and just do not allow the Grenadians to just come and get their wicket freely like that.
Yes, you have to put a price on the wicket. A price on your wicket, really, as we've been told from a very young age. You have to put a price on it. And depends on how much you value that wicket, that will determine the price. So somebody has to put their hands up here and really say, I'm going to bat. For St. Lucia, Descartes has that ability, so he can do it. And Tariq Edwards is no mug with the bat as well. He can do it as well for St. Lucia. But Grenada, they're having a very good spell here at Cumberland. St. Lucia, 101 for 5. 101 for 5. With Cyrus, the leg spinner, bowling to Descartes outside the off stump. Goes to the keeper's glove. So some good tight cricket been playing here by Grenada, but also some careless cricket by St. Lucia as well.
Oh, very. By no means doesn't speak of the competence of the St. Lucia batting. It's early days in the tournament. You don't have much time in the tournament. It is important that you adapt yourself and adapt quickly, because Grenada being the defending champion, really playing as defending champions, but at the same time, as a team, you're selected among a pool of players, and it shows that your quality, your competence, your stats is the reason why you're here. So you do not wait until the day to apply yourself, but you somewhat apply yourself when you get the opportunity to do so. Turn and bounce.
Good delivery there by the leg spinner. Just pitching just about on the off stump, turning away from Edwards into the keeper's glove. Good take by him as well. That's the youngster Devontae from Grenada. wicketkeeper from Grenada. Very talented youngster as well, as we continue to speak about those youngsters. Bossing through into the national teams this year. Happy to see that. This one has been tickled off to the skipper, Ryan John, at mid-wicket. So that brings this over to an end. And really a good over been bowled by the leg spinner Cyrus. He has bowled 2 overs thus far for 12 runs. So as we welcome back Keswick Williams into the commentators booth, Keswick, you had a nice little break. I hope you had some water, some refreshments for this hot weather.
Definitely, I had some Island Sip. I don't know if it's a sponsor, but big up to Island Sip for that refreshment I had a couple of overs ago. But it's very hot out there.
Yes, it is.
I hope
it's steamy hot.
I hope they're getting some Island Sip.
Yeah, well, they should be hydrated, knowing that they're coming into a tournament like this. As Charles continues to bowl for Grenada, he's bowling to Descartes. This one is on the legs. Looks very confident and very comfortable playing those deliveries on his legs. Descartes finds him on at mid-wicket.
Definitely. I could remember playing in Dubai, and the physio at that time for West Indies, after every session, he asks us to get urine samples out to see the color of our urine to know if we're hydrating, because sometimes when you leave it up to players, players might go all day, or they might only drink water when they feel like to drink water, so you have to keep hydrated in this weather. This heat will go until October.
Well, I'm having some tea.
Wow.
Cup of tea
in this weather.
This one is smashed back into the pavilion. 6 runs by Edwards. A flighted delivery by Charles, and Edwards smashed into that and really put some power behind that one into the fence for 6 runs.
Yeah, this is the first 6 we have seen for the day. I mean, this Tariq Edwards, he's not a muck with the bat. A couple of weeks ago, he just came back from Sri Lanka with the West Indies under 19 team, where he scored a half century in the last game. So he's not a mug with the bat. I could remember when Win was under 19 came here for the West Indies tournament. I had a chat with him in the nets, and he told me he's going to make West Indies under 19 team. I said, I want to see you do that, and when you do that, I'm gonna get you a bat. And the young man did show me that he would make the team. He went out there for Windwards and he scored some critical runs in some. Wow!
This one is traveling as well. It is traveling the distance as umpire Byam puts his hands up in the air over his head with some exercise. 6 runs to Descartes, 6 runs to St. Lucia, and that brings the Charles over to an end. A very good over for St. Lucia as well.
I think we have seen that before, Martin, in VPL. He's really, really good at hitting the ball over mid-off and over long off for 6. He's a strong lad. He's very muscular. And I think he just wanted to see Tariq hit a 6 for him to hit a 6 as well, to open up his wings a little bit there.
Yes, Descartes, a very entertaining batsman he is. Free-flowing batter as well. Strikes the ball, back past the ball, over the head, mid-on, mid-off, very well. And that's his strength. He's just shown that, hitting the 6 over mid-off. This one is flighted on the off stump to Edwards, who's striking that ball very nicely. Seems like he's been batting since last night.
Yeah, he came out with he's showing his experience as a West Indies under 19 player, and that's what you need to see. When players play for West Indies and Windwards at that level, and they come back down to play this level, they need to show, listen, I'm a professional athlete, I play at this level, and I need to show all my experience back here. So this is what he's showing. So this is really, really well done by Tariq.
Well, aggressive start by him, pushing St. Lucia now to a total of 116 for 5. He has his partner Descartes with him. So they're looking now to get St. Lucia to that total. That one is beating him outside the off stump. A good delivery there by Charles. Cyrus, that is, sorry.
As I mentioned, I've had conversations. With the skipper, asking him about his players, and Cyrus is one that he mentioned in terms of the bounce and the turn that he would extract out of this surface in Cumberland, because as you know, Ryan played here already, so he knows how the track is playing, and he mentioned that Cyrus is one that he think would pick up a lot of wickets in in the Windward Island tournament, and he's been spinning the ball well. He's bowling well. He haven't really picked up any wicket as yet, but he's doing well so far. You can see he have his little bounce, floating into the wicket. This is really well done. I think he has a really nice action. He's really firm at the crease, delivering the ball, coming over his right shoulder, his right leg. So he looks pretty well.
So the biomechanics are coming into play. All those aspects of the biomechanic, everything in line. You get the results as you ought to. So Cyrus doing a very good job, coming right over the top, leg spinner, flicking it from hand to hand. It's bowling to Edwards. This was flighted, and Edwards is equal to the task. Just playing it calmly to the man at cover. That brings the Cyrus over to an end. And St. Lucia, after 24 overs, they are 118 for 5. Tariq Edwards is unbeaten on 10 from 11 deliveries. Shadrick Descart is on 18 from 31. And really, a good morning for Grenada, really. They can't really blame themselves. They have gotten a very good start. They continue to put the pressure on the St. Lucians. They have lost 2 wickets through the run-out route, and that is just because of some good feeling from the Grenadians as well. Yeah,
definitely some really good feeling, but also some lapse in concentration there from the St. Lucian batters. I mean, at the end of the day, the wicket is as hard as it is to bat on now. They still need to conserve their wickets, because you're going to need them in the back end. As I said earlier, this card, he loves to hit the ball straight down the ground. So I think in a case like this, they need to have their long off a little bit straighter, because the ball is not, the off spinner is not really spinning the ball much. So this card will look to hit the ball straight on the ground ever so often.
Well, Charles is around the wicket. So on a short delivery, he's looking to hit it through square leg, wrapping him on the pad. Taken by Devontae, the wicket keeper. No run. 120 for 5. St. Lucia looking better at this stage. Descart.
I think what Kem Charles need to do is give the ball a bit more time to turn, give the ball a bit more time to try to spin and bounce the ball off the surface. I mean, it's not a surface that you can, as a spinner, that you can push through the ball. It will just come onto the bat really nicely. So I think you need to give it some more time. I think he's pushing it into the wicket ever so often. He just need to be a little bit more consistent in terms of line, and get better. But in my view, I honestly think that at this point now, they should try to bring back a pacer, and try to see if they can get another wicket.
Well, the spinners continue here, Charles, from this southern end of the Cumberland playing field on the northwestern side of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. You have to travel southerly to get to the north. That's for your information.
Yes.
So that's how it is. That's another single being taken there by these two batters, Edwards and Descarte. That brings you over to an end. And the St. Lucia now moves up to 121 for 5. 121 for 5. Descarte is on 21 from 35 deliveries. And Tariq Edwards is on 10 from 13. Just to let you know what happened this morning, Grenada won the toss and sent the St. Lucians into bat. They picked up 3 early wickets. The fast bowlers, Redhead and Lewis, bowl exceptionally well. Then they lost another 2 wickets through the run-out route, and the St. Lucia, after 25 over that, the halfway point, they are 122 for 5 after being sent in by Grenada.
Yeah, definitely a good start by Grenada. They use the wicket at their advantage. As I said, they usually have a little bit of dew in the morning time, so the fast bowlers really use the wicket to their advantage. But at this point right now, me as a captain, I would bring back probably one of my premier fast bowler, whether it is Redhead or Lewis, to try to get a wicket, because they bowled pretty well. 25 overs gone already. That's halfway stage in this innings. So I think that Captain Ryan should probably think about bringing back, one of his premier fast bowlers, into the attack.
Well, it can be two phase really. Trying to get some overs out of the spinners. This is in the mid session here in this game. So getting your spinners bowling here is not a bad ploy, but as you said, the fast bowlers have been the most successful bowlers in today's play thus far. I really think that they should have gotten a fast bowler back into one of the attack, bowler, spinner, and a fast bowler in tandem and see what happens. But the two spinners are operating, Charles and Cyrus, the leg spinner and the off spinner, and they are doing a good job for Grenada, but I really think that they should have used a spacer and a spinner and use them in tandem here at Cumberland.
Yeah, definitely. Cyrus is really bowling well. He's spinning the ball, just bouncing in to the crease and coming from a good height. He's not really getting much bounce out of the surface, but he's surely getting that turn from the wicket. So it's something that I think that the skipper should look into. I mean, yes, he's probably trying to get some overs in, but your off spinner at present is leaking a bit of runs, so you need to keep things tight. You can't get them to get comfortable, so you need to bring back your pacer, bring him on, let him bowl some tight overs. He's your most successful bowler so far for the day, so bring one of them back and try to get a wicket early.
Well, Charles is continuing here, as Descartes is not too satisfied with something that is happening in the back of the playing field. I think somebody's just moving across, but things have been sorted out now as the umpire Byams just settles in and signals play. 122 for 5. Charles around the wicket. This one is in the air, driven by Descartes. Where is that one? Where have it gone? Into the fence for 4. 4 lovely runs at Descartes, and it seems to be getting on the way here at Cumberland.
Yeah, he hits the ball really well over cover on the offside. That is, he hits the ball really well. And hard luck there to Lewis. I mean, he tried his best there to get to that one, but it seeped through his legs and trickled into the boundary for 4. You don't want a guy like Descartes to get going. And the partnership is now 33. Wow, that's a biggie. That's a biggie.
Well, you called it, Keswick. You said that the off spinner is leaking some runs, and he have gone for 4, 6, and Descartes had no problems with dispatching that one over square leg. Easily, that is. 6 runs to him.
And that's a Cumberland 6. It's a big one. Here in Cumberland, that's a huge 6.
My God, things are heating up here as St. Lucia moves on to 130.
As I said, he's very muscular, so that's him using some of his muscles there, and he goes again.
Over cover, into the fence for 4. Things have gotten very heated here at Cumberland. The weather tells you that it is, and Descartes has said, I'm just getting into the weather. I'm liking it. And having a few hits here from Mr. Charles.
Coming back from Guyana with his T20 experience, the latest stint that he had with the St. Lucia Kings, scored about 44, I think, of the last game, the second to last game they played in, I think it was the last preliminary game in which he played for the Kings. He really batted well.
Again, straight back. 4 runs to Descartes. He's having his say here at Cumberland. So far, he has gone 4, 6, 4, 4. He's having a time of his life here.
You don't want
4 consecutive boundaries.
You don't want a player like Descartes to start going, because he's a guy that won't stop. A while ago, he was facing at least about 34 balls, and he was somewhere around 19 runs. Now, he's 39 off 39. So this is the kind of damage that these guys can cause.
Well, a change in the field. The deep square leg has come in. The deep mid wicket has remained. He's now looking to push mid on onto mid off. A deep long off. There's a man and sweeper. A backward point short extra cover mid off. Lewis. So there are 4 feelers on the offside. This one is shot outside the off. Some piece punching it to the man at the sweeper boundary. Picks up a single. And that takes St. Lucia now up to 140 in a jiffy for 5. Looking much better.
Yeah, definitely. At this point right now, they're looking like they can make, they're going at 5.25 and over. Looks like they would make at least over 250, 263 or so if they continue like this, which I think if this card is there at the end, they would probably make more. And Tyreek is not one that you can play with as well. He's one that can get good guns or can go good guns.
It's a good call, good running between the wickets as well, between these two. So you see a combination of different things in this over. Attacking cricket, sensible cricket, taking your singles, and smart running between the wickets between these two. So a very good over for St. Lucia here. So after 27 overs, St. Lucia now 141. 141 for 5. Chadwick Descartes has moved up to 40 from 40. Tariq Edwards is on 12 from 21. Charles have gone for none for 64 from his 10 overs.
Well, as I said, he was leaking runs. I'm still surprised that he bowled 10. But at the end of the day, it's just good to see that your captain still trusts you to give you his full quota of overs, you know, because the tournament is a short tournament. You don't want to kill anyone's confidence, so you show confidence in your players. Unfortunately, he didn't come off today, and it's how it goes. It's cricket. But Cyrus, on the other hand, is bowling a really good spell of leg spin here.
Again, beaten outside the off, something to the keeper's glove. Cyrus keeping things tight here for Grenada. After that rather expensive over from Charles, Grenada need to pull things back here at Cumberland. I'm telling you, the sun is out in all his glory. And really and truly, Keswick, I am not... Oh, that one is spinning across Tariq Edwards again into the keeper's glove. He can't do anything about those deliveries.
I think he's spinning a web around Tariq. I mean, it's a different level for Tariq. I mean, at the under 19 level, usually he would do something to those deliveries, but at this level, you're playing against guys who have been playing this tournament for a while and who has experienced. Cyrus just lost his contract for Windward, so he would be looking to get back a contract, and he's bowling pretty well here. Well, let's see how he will go against the muscle Shadrach.
Hell, Descartes has gone for 40 from 40. Struck 4 boundaries in the last over. Looking very destructive thus far. St. Lucia 142 for 5. Haven't gotten a scare this morning. Losing all 3 wickets just about for 13 runs. They have 13 for 3. This one is punched by Shadrach to the man on the sweeper boundary, who does a very good job. Good arm into the keeper. 1, 2, 3. And picked up another single. St. Lucia 143 for 5. So some excellent cricket here by these two for St. Lucia thus far. They have played very positively, and they have dispatched the bad deliveries, which is very important.
What I think Tariq should be doing whenever he's on strike to Cyrus is get off strike, put Shadrach on strike, which I think we should call him rack attack. Put the rack attack and strike, and the ball is spinning into him, so it would be a little bit easier for Shadrach to play Cyrus, because it's a leg spinner ball into a left arm batter. It would be a little bit harder for Tariq because the ball is spinning away from him. So I think what he should do in a situation like this, get off strike, put Shadrach on strike, and let him do what he's doing. As I said earlier, I think he should bring back Lewis, and he's back.
Well, after the thumping, and Charles has finished his quota of overs as well. After that thumping in that last over, I expect the skipper to make some changes. He has himself, and he has his main bowler, Lewis, and also Redhead, who have bowled exceptionally well this morning. So Lewis is back now. He'll be bowling to Shadrach, who has just had a very good over against Charles. So there's a third man, a backward point, short extra cover. As the skipper is just marshalling his troops. Lewis just looking to get things right. So that man on the sweeper bungie comes into cover. There's a fine leg. The man at square leg goes right back on the fence. There's a mid wicket, a long on, and a mid off.
The field that I'm seeing here so far, it looks like he's going to bowl into Shadrack's body with fine leg and square leg back. It looks like he's gonna bowl into Shadrack's body, hard length into his body. Obviously, he has that extra pace that nobody else in the team don't have.
That's when he squeezes through covers, backward point, picks up one, comes back for a second. Good batting here by Shadrack Descartes. Out of St. Lucia, very talented man he is. Played in the CPL recently. Had a lucky season, really. Had a good knock in the last innings, as he said. But really not shown the promise and the talent that he has. He's a really explosive batsman. Had an excellent VPL here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. He was a joy to watch as Lewis runs away from us. Outside the awesome, that is lifted. Over covers. Bounce 1, 2. Would not get to the fence. He has gotten 2 more runs. And Descartes seems to be saying to the Grenadians, once it's in my half, I'm going to have a go.
Yeah, definitely. With a feel like this though, Martin, I am looking for Sherman to attack Shadrack's body. With the feel that he has. He's really good over cover. We know he's good at hitting the ball on the offside. Why not test his leg side? Why not keep the ball to his rib cage?
Well, will that be changed, Lewis? This one is a straighter delivery, driven up to the man at mid-off, a better delivery as well. Descartes just stands up and punch it to the man. So, St. Lucia, after 28 overs, they are now 148. 148 for 5. Projected score 261 from here on in. Scoring at 5.22. This one is a good delivery, squeeze out. This could be trouble here. Misses the stump. Opportunity for extra run. Opportunity for a wicket as well. So, a good good fortune. So fortune favor the brave, as they say. That one was squeezed out to backward point. He took off for a single. The shy came in at the stump, missed the stump, and they could have gotten an extra run, but they weren't in a position to do so. And another run to St. Lucia.
It's the 4th time for this innings that I've seen the St. Lucian batters just squeeze the ball down to point and just take off. They have lost 2 wickets by the run-out route, doing the same thing, dropping it at point and run, and they have lost their wicket, and I've just seen it again. I'm wondering if it's a thing with the St. Lucia batters and backward point. If they don't see backward point, I think Cyrus just moved a little bit slow there. Otherwise, it could have been a little bit more catastrophic there.
This one is driven back past the bowler. It's getting close to the fence. He's gone for 1. It's back for 2. Edwards, 2 more runs to him. 2 more runs to St. Lucia.
You know, that's very rare. You don't really find batters in the Windward Island walk to Lewis. But Tyreek, showing a bit more, a lot of confidence there. Walking to the big Windward Island fast bowler. I mean, he has matured really nicely over the last few months. Knowing that he's in a cricket academy in St. Lucia that's run by the coach himself, Gary Matrin. He's in a cricket academy there. It's a lovely shot.
Yeah, just giving himself room and just placing it to the backward point. A stylish shot as well. Just moving to the leg stump and finding that gap on the offside between cover, the sweeper, and the backward point into the fence for 4. 4 more runs to him.
Yeah, he definitely looks good. Speaking to the coach Gary Matrin a couple of months ago, and when you ask him about players, he's one of those players that he mentioned a lot in terms of him maturing and him being able to develop as a future Windward Island and also West Indies player. He looks good. He came in. He never looked like he was under pressure. I mean, he played really well. He played each ball on his merit. Even to the leg spinner, he's playing straight. He's playing down the line. He's not really following the spin of the ball. So far, he's looking good. He's looking good. He's rotating the strike for discard whenever there's boundaries to be scored, or runs to be scored, or balls to be scored off. He's looking to score off of those balls. So he looks good. He looks like he's maturing. He looks like he's developing nicely. As long as he continues like that helmet that he's wearing now, he'll probably wear it more often in the future.
Yes, and these two continues to bat well here for St. Lucia. As St. Lucia marches up to 150, they are now 155 for 5. Shadrach Descartes is on 46 from 45. Tyreek Edwards looking very good. Just played a marvelous shot to backward point. And for 4, he's gone up to 19 from 28. Cyrus still continues to bowl. He has 6 overs. He has bowled for 16 runs. Descartes is stroking at 1. Down to mid-off, picks up an easy singler again. Move the score up by 1 to 156. 156. Projected score 267, and the current run rate is 5.34. Hello. And Tyreek Edwards again into the keeper's glove. Another good delivery there. As he continues to bowl well, seems as though
Lewis needs some medical attention.
Having some issues there. Not too sure what happened. Not too sure what happened there. But he's grimacing in pain here, Keswick.
You will not see a guy like Lewis acting like that if he's not badly injured. He's a soldier. I will tell you that. And if you see this guy on the ground, he's definitely in pain.
Well, as he receives some medical attention here, my co-commentator, Cousinel Morris, has gotten his refreshments, his liquid refreshments, that is. And he would join you, Keswick, here in the commentator's booth as I take my break and get my liquid refreshment as well. As St. Lucia continues to battle here at Grenada. They are 156 for 5. 29.3 overs have been bowled. Tyreek Edwards is on 19 from 30 and Chadwick Descartes is on 47 from 46. You are looking at Super 50 Windward Islands 50 overs tournament being played here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines at the lovely ground called Cumberland on the northwestern side of St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
This could be some problems here for Grenada. You don't want your premier fast bowler picking up a serious injury on the first day of the tournament. Let's hope it's not his bowling hand as we welcome Morris back into the commentary booth. Morris, how was the little break? How are you?
Kez, I could have stayed there and watched this cricket all day. But I must do this, and I enjoy doing it, as enjoy the batting and watch some of the balls went over the bongo from Shadrach Descartes. And good partnership by Tariq and Shadrach so far. A projected score here should be around 265 if they continue with this current run rate. And they're 5.29. They will want to get that up a bit if more batting goes into the depth, into the 40th over or so.
I think these two guys, they're batting really well. If they stay there for the next 10 overs or so, we would see some fireworks because both these batters likes to go long. So I am not really, I'm surprised the way they're batting. I like the way they're batting. They just need to stay there a little longer. And if they do, we can see some fireworks at the end.
So end of the 30th over. Some 20 more overs to go. Remember, this is a national Lucia Windward Island senior men 50 overs tournament, and it's a second match encounter between St. Lucia and Grenada. Grenada being the defending champion of this tournament, and 156 for 5. They're in a much better position, very comfortable state, and than where they were at the start when Lewis and Redhead really claw things down, and it takes some 2 run out thereafter to get into the middle order of the St. Lucians, and we see now the pace of Ned, number 9 on his back, to bowl from the commentary booth, and here Kesrick. What do you think? We saw Lewis gone off, being somewhat injured. I'm not too sure what is directly the cause of it. But Ned, now, what is it that he should be doing here?
The fact that he's a bit slower than Lewis, he would like to keep his line and length. He has to be, very meticulous when it comes to bowling his line and length to Shadrach, who is beating it now. He looks like his eyes are in. As I said, this wicket is not a wicket that you could come in and score freely off. But Shadrach look like he's in now. He's batting for a while. He's now on 47, closing in on 50. And the youngster, Tariq, I mean, he's not really scoring as fast, but whenever he have balls to score on, he does score.
Yeah, and the thing I like about Tariq batting is that he has not tried to compare, as you made mention earlier on in your commentary. You said that the 4-6 is what Shadrach mirror from Shadrach, from Tariq, and from the time he realized that Shadrach is taking over the striking of the ball, he settled himself and allowed Shadrach to do the bulk of the scoring.
Yeah, and that's what he needs to do. As I said, when the leg spinner was bowling, what he needs to do is try to get a single, bring Shadrach on strike, because Shadrach is the man that's in. He's a left-hander, left arm spinner bowling, leg spinner bowling to him. He would score a little bit easier off the leg spinner. So what he needs to do is get off strike and give Shadrach that chance to score.
So it's very good here for cricket here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Williams. We've just seen earlier on in the week an announcement that this is one of the destinations that will host the ICC Cricket World Cup next year to come. Multi-island state, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, will be very much looking forward to see a lot of good things coming out of this tournament.
Yeah, definitely. I'm really happy for that. Cricket, welcome back to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. It's been a while. I mean, I'm sure if a lot of people was looking on to the VPL that was recently held here, that has been hosting here for the last 5 years or so, you realize the crowd that we have been getting from the VPL. So with a World Cup that's coming on, and if we're gonna get West Indies playing here in one of those games, oh my God, it's gonna be a lot of people at the Annisvale playing field. There won't be enough seats for people at the Annisvale playing field.
Well, not only that, for the bulk of visitors that will come through the island, and it will be good economically for the country, and also market the country. ITFX in itself normally brings some excellent pictures, but I mean in the VPL version. And ITFX bringing this coverage. This one is a mighty shot, water blow, and it has gone way in the plantation of a farmer that is nearby, and he also is in mortal danger doing his farming.
Yes, definitely. That farmer have to be wearing a hat, a hard hat. That farmer has to be wearing a hard hat when Tariq is batting. And if you realize when Tariq hit that shot, his head was down on the pitch. He didn't look to see where it went to, because as long as he hits it, it's going to stay hit. But Tariq is a wonderful player. If he continues like this, I'm telling you, this young man is going to be in Windward's team very soon.
My goodness me, what a shot. Even the children who are here watching the cricket were very amazed by the power that that got. And a maximum there that is welcome there for Tariq. He goes on to 25. St. Lucia moves on to 165 into the 31st over.
On this wicket, I think, honestly, at least a total above 275 will be really, really good on this wicket. Knowing the nature of the wicket and how it will play later on, I think 275 will be a good score on this. And I think Lucia have enough bowling to help, restrict them from scoring that 278, you know what I mean? So 278 would be really good, but at the end of the day, these two batters have to stay there and bat to at least about 40 overs.
Well, what can Ned do? Excellent batting, sensible batting. Well, look at this, a catastrophe here and a miss run out. It was a go, stop, go, and I'm not too sure if they are familiar with traffic lights and signals.
Something that Matron need to work on. I think the call in between the wicket for the St. Lucia team needs a little bit of work. I don't want to say it's terrible, but I mean, it needs a lot of work. I mean, we have seen 2 run-outs already. Could have been a 4th one now. So their calling and their communication skills between the wicket, needs a bit of work.
As a matter of fact, that's the second time that there was a missed opportunity there from Grenada between these two. To the top of the over, there was a missed run-out. So it brought the over to an end after 31 overs. St. Lucia 166 for 5. Good going. They're still there. There are Shadrach Lescata. He's on 49 from 49, striking at 100. And Tariq Edwards is 27 from 36. He will be looking to up the tempo sometime later as we see Cyrus to continue.
Definitely. What I would love to see as well, Maris, is that we have the Windward Island 50 over tournament. We have all Windward Island teams participating in the Dream 11 T10. I would love to see a Windward Island T10 being held, whether in St. Lucia, whether it's in St. Vincent, whether it's in Grenada, whether it's in Dominica. A Windward Island T10, I would love to see that, because what T10 does for one-day cricket, it lets you know, listen, I can score quicker.
Well, so good going here. And Cyrus is coming from the river end. And the wind there is just trickling across. And as we see the sea and in the background here at Cumberland, he's not looking to hit in that direction. He's not looking to hit straight. I'm not too sure if he's not trusting the turn coming from Cyrus or the wind factor, because he has the power to back it.
Yeah, Morris. I mean, if you realize the end that most of the 6 has been that was hit from is a small end. So this end of the boundary, which is the pavilion end, is about 50 meters or so in terms of the straight boundaries, and the wider boundaries is probably just about 60. And hitting from the riverside end to the pavilion end, it's probably about 55 meters to the mid-wicket side. So it's a bit easier to hit to that side because the wind is blowing from the western side of the ground going across. So it's easier to hit to that side. So that's the reason why you see most of the 6 come to the pavilion end.
We really want some wind to blow here, Keswick, not for the cricket, but for the heat. I mean, the cricketers will deal with it nicely.
Yeah, it's very humid.
As a matter of fact, after this game, they could have a nice sea bath. And that is.
Do you think that's what they did in terms of tourism to get them to come to the Cumberland playing field to explore, the Cumberland, the tourism part when it comes to. There's a tourism facility right below the playing field. Do you think that's one of the reason why they brought them to the Cumberland playing field?
Well, I can't speak of the mechanisms and why they would have done it. But this facility was opened a couple of years ago, and it is one of the most fantastic facilities. The government would have done a lot of work on playing fields here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. There is Park Hill, there is also Sion Hill. They have worked on a number of other playing fields, and this one on the leeward side of this island has really stand out and seen only cricket alone being played here. So what, and it give you that picturesque view of the sea and the greenery, the lush green forest here in Spring Village. And that is what you will want here as a cricketer, a mixture of cool breeze coming from the mountainside, but yet a picturesque view of the sea and the ocean.
Yeah, I could remember when this field was open a few years back. We had the lights of Darren Sammy, also Andre Fletcher coming in to open the playing field, where we had a President 11 game against the national team. So I think Darren Sammy played for the Prime Minister team. We didn't see the Prime Minister in the game, but we would have loved to see that. I mean, every time we had a conversation, that's a 50 for Shadrach, wiping the leather off his bat. Well done, Shadrach. Played really, really well.
So he brings up his 50 from 51 deliveries, and the statistician will give us how many sixes and fours in that. But a well played 50 there that is needed, and the first one in the tournament, but one that is needed at this time of the Indian.
Speaking about Darren Sammy, that celebration he did getting his 50, wiping the leather off the bat. I can remember Darren Sammy doing that in against Mitch McClenaghan in New Zealand when they played in Auckland a couple of years ago, when he wiped the leather off. That unique celebration. Love that. For some reason he's from St. Lucia as well, so I guess that's the Lucian flair.
Well, I thought to me, I thought it was somewhat of pulling a sword out. I'm not sure. Well, you've been around them, will be very familiar with what it is. This one is short, pull away. Well, there's a man there. And Keswick, coming back to the ground, you spoke about the opening game. I believe a number of balls would have been lost around here.
Yeah, definitely. Sammy hits over 5 6s in the game. Lost a few balls. Spiceman hit a few, didn't get off how he wanted to. We saw the Prime Minister's son in Camilo Gonsalves playing that game as well. Lights like Nixon McLean played that game. Miles Bascom played that game. Ian Allen was here.
President of the West Indies cricket.
The president of the St. Vincent cricket, Kishore Shallow. A lot of people may not know that Kishore Shallow actually played for St. Vincent, and he was a very stylish batsman as well. When he played a cover drive, oh my God.
Yeah, the Brian Lara comes to mind.
God.
Yeah.
When he played a cover drive.
Not only that, he is from this area as well.
Westwood.
Coast Hill,
Yes.
Westwood, where the children here is from. So he will be very happy to see cricket is coming back to the northwestern side, North Leeward to be precise. And as we see the Grenadians now, they really some have been put on the sword here to Shadrach and Tariq, who brings up their 50 partnership, and 170 for 5. Good going, and they need to go deeper.
Yeah, definitely good comeback from the St. Lucia team. Shadrach and Tyreek is just showing the strength and how they can bring back teams. So I mean, well played by these two guys. Tyreek is looking really, really good, supporting Shadrach. He's now on 30. Shadrach is on 50, and Tyreek looking really good, supporting Shadrach here. As we go to a drinks break, it's now 170 for 5.
Yeah. Short drinks break. It's a second match encounter Super 50 here, Windward Island tournament here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines being held at Cumberland. So St. Lucia, the Grenada won the toss earlier on in the morning, and they have asked St. Lucia to bat. Had an early scare, but restructured innings by Shadrach Descartes, Tariq Edwards, and also Akeem. And this one, forced delivery after the drinks break. It appears that he was drinking something different, Tariq, and right away he went straight over the fence.
As I said, Morris, I don't know if it's the island sip, but that's a lovely shot.
Over cover, so 4 more to Tariq. He goes on to 31, and it would be important that Tariq, even though he's under 19 player, that he really nail himself into the senior St. Lucia team. He would want to. I think you made mention that he's played a lot of cricket. Umpires are judging that one not out. He played a number of cricket. So as much as he's young, he have had a lot of experience. But this is a senior level. I'm not too sure what experience he's bringing here.
Morris, as you can see, I think so far, him and Agis, who played for the under 19 team, and Agis, who captained West Indies, him who just came back from Sri Lanka, him and Agis had played some very mature roles here today. Agis unfortunately got run out, but Tariq here now, he's on 35 and playing brilliantly, supporting Shadrach. So what I think he need to do is to continue to do that, play each ball on its merit, give Shadrach the strike when he needs to, and continue to do well.
So wide signal there by umpire Afram. He's from Park Hill in the eastern side of the country, St. Vincent, along with Byam, umpires for this game. And they've doing a very good job so far. And so good going. St. Lucia will be much pleased now where they are, 5.28 current run rate. And according to the projected score, they should reach around 264, something that you said 270 area will be a good total on this wicket.
Yeah, definitely. Because of the nature of the wicket here in Cumberland, after certain hours, probably like after 1, then the wicket start to play low, it start to squat, it have that balloon bounce. So it's a little bit harder to play the shots that you need to play to get going. So therefore, 275... 265, 275 is not really a bad score on this wicket.
So I believe the next hurdle now will be to get to the 200 mark. As we see, this one is mightily struck down the ground over square leg, and that's gone for 6. The scorers who are there are in mortal danger.
As I mentioned earlier, Morris, Tariq is playing smart. Get off strike, put Shadrach on strike. The ball is spinning into Shadrach so he can play his shots. That's a lovely shot. Straight over the mid-wicket boundary for 6. Smart cricket. Smart cricket. I love the way this middle phase of the game is going for St. Lucia. They brought back the game. They have the game in their hands right now. And they just need to continue with that for at least for the next 7 overs, and from there they can start lifting their bats.
As I made mention earlier, it was the only time I saw pressure being added to the Grenadian team was in that partnership between Akeem and Nilas, and now we're seeing that pressure going back onto the Grenadians again.
Definitely. Now that Ned is back into the attack, he has to be very, very, meticulous, I said, with his line, because Shadrach is opening his hands. He's looking more comfortable at the crease. So the Grenadian bowlers right now, they have to hit their line and lengths to these batters. Tyreek himself is not looking like a mug with the bat. We know he can play. Just came back from Sri Lanka. So right now his tail is flying.
Do you think a bit of let's just see this one. Yeah. Oh, this will be close. Oh, it gets through. Do you think a bit of fatigue will be creeping in now into the Grenada team? I mean, we've been making mention of the heat and the condition. Even though you're getting drinks break over and over, I mean, the fatigue, the sun. Do you think
What I think would hamper them though is that over the last 3 years or so, or 4 years or so, a lot of cricket haven't been playing in the Windward Islands regarding 50 over cricket. A lot of T10 was played. As you know, Dream11 has sponsored a lot of the cricket boards in the Windward Islands to play T10 around certain time. So Grenada is involved, Dominica is involved, St. Vincent and St. Lucia is involved. So these guys are accustomed to playing 10 overs and they're finished. So when you come here and you finish 20 overs and you realize there's still 30 to go, right away, mentally it creates a fatigue. So if you're not fit enough to complete a 50 over, then you will start to lapse in concentration and stuff like that. So fitness is something that they really have to take up. And yes, the heat is very hot.
Oh, short pitch delivery. One that is aggressive. A good short one there from Ned. Went through to the keeper. Loud appeal, aggressive appeal. And I think umpire Byam, who have been experienced, I judge that not out. But a great delivery. Something you would like to see as a fast bowler.
Definitely. A coach like Nixon McLean will love this. You know, but good decision there by the umpire. I think it's off the elbow. Really, really good decision. Obviously, the bowler is a bit upset, but I mean, it's a good decision. Afran is one of the better umpires that we have here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. A guy who's very serious with his umpiring. So, good decision by him.
Well, it will be interesting to see the approach now. Well, this one is in there. Could be taken. And taken it is. Taken it is. A short delivery. And Tariq was the one who got the demise. And Ned realizing that the short pitch delivery would have worked for him the last delivery before. And this one, he went into the wicket again and get the better of Tariq.
Yeah, a lot of ego take over Terry there. I mean, I don't think there's a need for that shot. You know, as I said with the balloon bounce, when it comes to this period of the game, as long as the ball is not new, you will get a lot of balloon bounce. This reminds me the CPL finals when Nicholas Puran got nicked off by Pretorius. And then the other ball, he run down the track and spoon it up in the air. This is something like that. You know, you don't want that. You've been batting really well. Shadrach is doing well. Just leave it. Let it go. You know what I mean? You want to come off with a really nice 50 here supporting Shadrach. You know that, I mean, you and Shadrach at the crease, there's still a possibility that you could get up to 270, even 300 with both of you at the crease. I don't think that was necessary at the point in time, but well played. I mean, he showed a lot of maturity to bring back the team to the score 188 for 5. And they lost another wicket, something that you don't want presently.
Well, the Spice Isle is really at the better position now to get another batsman in. As we see the new batsman comes in, and umpires are just getting adjusted as we welcome back Martin. St. Lucia losing another wicket at a critical point and a critical juncture of the game into the 35th over.
Yes, just about that time when you're looking for these batters to really explode and go on, they have lost another wicket. Another set batter, just like Ogis. So a new man comes into the crease, but the man who have really done the damage, he's still there. Descartes, he's on 60 from 56. So Ned, he has 1 for 17 from 2.5, and the projected score from here on in is 270 runs, which looks good for St. Lucia.
Yeah, I must say we've spoke about the batsman, but the bowler in himself have used some skill in getting that wicket because the previous delivery was a short pitch one. It caught Tariq off guard, and then we realized that there was some tension right away because the bowler Ned thought that the umpire should have a judge out, and then just what we were thinking, he would have gone short. Tariq anticipated it, but there you go, balloon in the air.
Yes, some good thinking on the bowler's behalf there, and really testing the wicket as well. No man has really done that for the day on the fast bowlers, and they went into the deck and put him under pressure. And another one, a no ball signal by the umpire that goes down the leg side. And as you said, that he's utilizing, he's bowling a lot rather quickly. He seems to be bowling quicker than the other fast bowlers. I was told that he's the cricket of the lot. I'm not seeing that as well.
Well, a free hit being awarded for that over the waist wicket in no ball. And so what a way to get a free hit. Chico, Tyrell, greeted with a free hit, you could say. Oh, swing and a miss. So end of the over number 35. St. Lucia 189 for 6. Shadrach Descartes is on 60.
Yes, good comeback here again by Grenada. Always breaking the neck of the St. Lucians just about that time when they're looking to really push down in when it comes to partnership and really setting the game alight, taking that crucial wicket of Edwards. He's gone back to the pavilion and really, but the man who is set here, Descartes, needs to bat at least up to 45 overs or so to see St. Lucia to this total of at least 270 runs, and he himself could get himself 100 here.
But even if they do not reach 270, 250, they would be somewhat thankful, even though they feel that they would have been shortened. They would be thankful pending the start that they had.
Yes, it's a good comeback by St. Lucia, and this one is smashed over mid wicket. It is going, it's gone into the fence. 4 more runs to Descartes, and really he continues to motor on here at Cumberland. Really, I don't think the skipper really set the field as he ought to. It's a leg spinner. Descartes is pretty strong to the onside. He has 4 men on the offside, a sweeper as well, and this one was smashed over mid-wicket into the fence for 4. There's no protection there for him as well.
Well, I think, Martin, what they're asking Cyrus to do is to bowl off, wide of off. Let that start go for the drive, just as the previous delivery before.
Well, even as that ball has been bowled outside the off, some Carter went for the sweep, and knowing that nobody is on that side of the playing field, it's a risk that he's willing to take. He's bowling leg spin.
And that comes with the top edge. There's a slip there and there's a man's short point, well, somewhat, and that is what they want Descartes to do. Be calculus, be riskful in terms of trying to go against the split. Well, this
there
one.
We go again. He's willing to take that chance. Once you're bowling in his areas, he's going to take that chance. 6 runs. Hands over the head for the umpire. 6 more runs for Descartes. 6 more runs to St. Lucia.
Well, my goodness me, that shot actually may have struck a fisherman down there because behind there is a sea and the river. It's not the time for fishing in this hot sun, but somebody's in danger down there, Martin.
Well, I'm not too sure who's trying to get some cool weather under that shade of the bushes in the back. And somebody says the fishes are in trouble. They probably may come to the surface because of the heat. I'm not too sure. But that one was struck by Descartes over mid-wicket. And it went sailing through the trees into the fence for 6 runs. So 188 for 5. St. Lucia. Descartes has moved on to 60? 70? 70. And
see a pictures view there from ITFX camera crew.
Yes, we got to big up the ITFX family as well. Have always been with us throughout these years, throughout this commentary, throughout these broadcasts. Big up the ITFX family. Excellent coverage here at Cumberland and also at Sion Hill. Do a wonderful job. So big up to ITFX. So at the end of that over, well, there have been some confusion here. Overs, the umpires think that the over was finished, but there are 2 more deliveries remaining.
Because the balls keep going out of the arena.
Well, there are a few replacement balls here as well.
And spectators have to get helmets, players have to get helmets. The school children who are here have been very excited to see balls going all over the ground.
Well, there's some good cricket being played here by these 2 teams. Grenada taking the nod early this morning. St. Lucia making a bounce back. Grenada taking charge again. Descartes is still there. He's unbeaten on 60 from 57. He has been joined by Gaston. He has not scored a run as yet. As we continue cricket here, he tries now to just paddle that one. He's gone past the keeper. He's coming close to the fence. He's been chased by the man. Comes back for a second, waiting for a signal from the umpire. No signal, so that hits the bat as well. 2 more runs to him. 62 for him and 2 more runs to St. Lucia.
Well, that's a very innovative shot. And he's trying to scoop that one over the keeper's head. He was able to do so and get 2 runs, which brings up the 200 runs there for St. Lucia. Now signaling by, not runs, but signaling by there. So 2 extras brought up the 201 for 6 there. Good going there from St. Lucia.
Well, the over comes to an end on St. Lucia. And now 201 for 6. 201 for 6, a much better position than they were early this morning, struggling at 12 for 3 early in the innings. Lewis and the redhead doing the damage pretty early. But these 2, Descartes and Agosti, came together, had a good partnership. Unfortunately, Agosti got run out. Descartes is still there. He's unbeaten on 70, and he has Gaston with him. So St. Lucia 201 from 6 overs. For 6 really. A fine game on hand here at Cumberland. Grenada, the defending champions, and St. Lucia looking to dethrone them in their first game. So, we see the young fast bowler continues to bowl quickly here.
I like the bowling of Ned. Yes, he has shown some aggression since he replaced Lewis. Lewis went off with a slight injury, and he have taken up the slot. Ever since, that end have not changed from pace. It shows that that Ryan John have the confidence in him to really bowl in the back end of these overs here.
Well, that one was a full delivery dugout. Getting his first run. Scampered. That brings Descartes to the strikers end. St. Lucia moves up to 202 for 6. As we see, redhead on the bunk. Just keeping himself warm. I guess he's pretty warm by this weather. There's no way you could be he could not be warm in this weather here at Cumberland. It's a lovely sunshine here. The greenery is very impressive at this time. The park looks lovely. The wicket is playing well. And Descartes is set to get himself a big score here at Cumberland. But good delivery, slower delivery. Just wrapping him on the pad. As you said, he's using his brain. He's being smart about his bowling. He's hitting the deck. He's bowling the ball full. He's bowling the Yorker length. So he's doing exceptionally well, this youngster, Ned.
So in game number 1, St. Vincent and the Grenadines versus Dominica. Dominica batted first and was scalped out for 103. So St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they have to make 104 to win that game. As in this game now, St. Lucia is 202 so far. As this one is whacked away between mid-wicket. And it appears that in all the spice that the Grenadians have, they have no sort of answer for Shadrach.
Well, he's playing a blinder here for St. Lucia, really. He's played a very good hand. He's played very calmly. Then he picked up in that over where he scored 24 runs in that over. And then from there, he just took charge of this game. And he's playing excellently. That one is whipped off his pad to the man at square leg for another single. And some really good batting here by Descartes to push St. Lucia up to the score. And really, they're looking to post a total that is very challenging for the Grenadians.
Well, it somewhat surprised me that you have not seen Redhead coming back into the attack as yet. I'm not too sure. You have bowled some 5 overs so far. We're into over number 37, sorry. And what a shot. That's 4 more runs. And by the time that left the bat, you never thought it would have gone to the boundary because it was just a slow ball. And the batsman gave the full face of the bat. And it beat both mid-on and mid-off.
Well, batters favouring the pace on the ball here. Playing some fine shots. Descartes and Gaston, who has just scored his first boundary. So Gaston and Descartes doing the job here for St. Lucia as they gone up to 211 for 6. Ned, short delivery. This one is pulled. It's gone over the fence. 6 more runs to him. So an expensive over here by Ned. We just give him this compliments, and really, this is a commentator's course. He has gone for a few runs, does fine this over.
My goodness me. It's what we call a pickup shot there from Keon Gaston. And boy, watch the shot that is. It went and it traveled very fast over the river again. And another ball down there. Somebody is really been put to the sword. That is Ned been put to the sword. And we've seen holding his back a bit. Seems to be somewhat struggling. Not too sure as we see Lewis now marches back onto the playing field. Good signs for Grenada.
Well, one comes off, one goes on. Young fast bowlers. But St. Lucia continues to put themselves in a good position here at Cumberland. 217 for 6. 37 overs have been completed here. And Kian Gaston has moved up to 11 from 5. 2 wonderful shots so far in his innings. Straight drive back past bowler and just a swivel and hitting that ball over mid-wicket for 6, really square leg. And then we have the man who has really taken charge of things here for St. Lucia, Descartes. He's unbeaten on 75 from 65.
So Captain Ryan John comes back from the river end to really see how things can somewhat close off as Descartes chipples down the track. And it will really be interesting to see this battle now as we head towards the 40th over. It's just into the 38th over so far. So Gaston and Shadrach need to put on another quick 50 partnership here for St. Lucia. They're 218 for 6, the people of St. Lucia. Good morning. Well, I should say, sorry, good afternoon to the people of St. Lucia.
And big up the people in the spy side. Grenada.
Caracou, Martini.
Come on. Lovely places to be.
you went down for jab. They recently had jab.
I missed it. I missed
On
it.
purpose or
Had some other business.
walkwise?
Had some other business on hand.
I know our fellow commentator Keswick Williams. He often travels, so he may have been caught up into that. And a lot of the activities throughout these Caribbean islands around the summertime to have what we call carnival activities. So I believe sometime in October, later down in this month, St. Lucia will have what you call Journée Creole. That's where they bring out their Creole dishes like the banana and dashi. Grand provision, what we call grand provision here. And they have other activities in and around the country. So something that is always anticipated. St. Vincent and on a whole look forward for independence in October here. So celebrate our independence.
So Ryan John, skipper, continues just taking the pace of the deliveries, using his experience, pulling it out. Single taken again by these two. But a total of 270 or so seems to be a very challenging one on this wicket. I think if we get to a total of 270 or so, I think it will be very challenging for the Grenadian batters.
Well, at the current run rate at 5.87, the projected score would be 294. I believe that they would want to get a couple more extras into that, get it just over 300, which would be a very good competitive total in terms of the batting for the Grenadians to get.
Well, we had a good game thus far. It has shifted from Grenada to St. Lucia, back to St. Lucia, back to Grenada. Good bowling here by Ryan John. Slow delivery outside the off stump. Bounces to the wicket keeper. Another dot delivery. That brings you over to an end. And after that over, St. Lucia now 220 for 6. 38 overs completed.
Good cricket here being played. Good discipline shown there by Shadrach. He's a captain. He's playing a captain knock here. And the coaches and the managerial staff will be somewhat happy with the way they have brought things back here. And after you see Redhead coming from our commentary booth end. He will now take up the attack. So interesting to see that pace have been working from this end for Grenada, but just about what time would they bring back Lewis into the attack? Can they bring that pair of Nicholas Redhead and Lewis together to close things off?
Well, somebody has to finish the innings. And it's on those three fast bowlers, Ryan John, Redhead, and Lewis, who have really taken up the responsibility of being the fast bowlers for this team. So they have the mantle of finishing this innings between all three bowlers, as Redhead has just been reintroduced. It's a good delivery to start proceedings. Just on the body, asking questions of the scat. Man at mid-wicket just feels, and the score remains on 220 for 6.
Martin, you've been batting in a top order, and let's use a contrast of Shadrach being there for a long time. Where does fatigue kicks in as a batsman? You're there for some 68, 69 deliveries. And you're carrying the weight of the team. As a batsman, what do you look at, or what should be your motivation now in the back end of the game here?
Well, try to get to at least to 43, 45 overs and really bring it home. Once you get to that stage, then you could play freely. You have just about 4 wickets in hand. You are the anchor. You have to bring the game home. You are the one who have to carry this innings and propel it to where it's supposed to be. If you get out now, you could see you falling short of having that total, that challenging total. So he needs to carry his bat as well, Descarte.
This one is hit over in front of point. A slow delivery. And Descarte. What we will see, seeing the ball as big as a breadfruit now. He should not be playing reckless even though he's seen it. And still have a lot of responsibility to go into the 39th over here at 221. So a bit of adjustment to the field. The finally comes up. And there's a third man out. Deep point. Deep square. So straight out to the deep square fielder. And that would just be the role of Gaston to bring Shadrach back on strike. You do not want Shadrach to be, as we will say, run cold.
Well, that's the thing. Just turn the strike over. Give it to the set batter. Let him control the game from here on in. You are lower the batter. Take opportunities when they present themselves, meaning the bad deliveries, and dispatch them. That should be his job here, Gaston. And allow Descarte to really play the attacking shots. That's one is a good delivery by Redhead. Just taking the pace off, played it through mid-wicket, missing everything, bungs in front of the keeper, and there's no run. So St. Lucia, after struggling this morning, they are now 222 for 6. Unlikely St. Vincent would lose that game up in Sion Hill to get to 107. I'm saying that, but you know, cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties. Dominica has folded up for that total. St. Vincent, a star-studded team, really, in my opinion, should not really lose that game. But cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties. As this camper, another single here for St. Lucia, and that brings the end of the Redhead over, and that brings Mr. Ryan John back into the attack. And with that over coming to an end, it brings Keswick Williams back into the seat of the commentators. He accustomed to be bowling these spells, coming to the end of innings. This is where you've been introduced, and you're most effective, Keswick.
Yeah, definitely. Pride myself really bowling death overs. As a bowler, you have to love this part of the innings, because in this day, when batters win this innings, people are not really surprised, but when bowlers come out victorious, it's a wonderful scene. Ryan John himself, who is a captain of Grenada, pride himself bowling in this part of the innings, and I wouldn't be surprised if he bowls a lot of Yorkers and slow balls here.
Loose delivery. Dealt with accordingly. Loose delivery under his legs. And Descarte just whipped it off into the fence. 4 more runs to him. 4 more runs to St. Lucia. And really a bad delivery by Mr. John.
Not the delivery that you want to be bowling at this time or part of the innings where Descarte is on 79 runs. He's already set. He's scoring at least just over. His strike rate is just over 100. But because of the position of the game, scoring at that strike rate is really, really good. So Descarte just needs to continue here.
John, this one is short again. He racks on that one. It's gone flying down to the seaside. 6 runs to Descarte. Another bad delivery there by John, and pounced on by Descarte, striking that one over mid-wicket. 6 more runs.
The thing is, when you're a bowler who prides yourself on bowling, Yorkers and slow ball or bowling this part of the innings, you have to show that so often. And those 2 deliveries starting that over are 2 bad deliveries, and you don't want to start the innings like that, because Descarte is closing in on 100 here, and we know how destructive he is. We have seen him in VPL, and we have seen him in the last game in the CPL. So therefore, you need to be very meticulous here with your line and your lens to discard it.
You might travel again. So said, this one is a better delivery, but misfield here by the bowler John, skipper John, not having the best of times here at Cumberland. Another single to St. Lucia, another single to Descartes. 234. 234. This is over number 40. Another 10 overs to go after this over. Really, and the sort of form Descartes is in. Could imagine him going into the 45th over.
He's a player that if we see him into the 45th over, we would see a lot of balls fly. We will see a lot of balls fly. And Gaston is not bad himself. He's playing a really good supporting role. He's not going over the top. He hit a 6 over mid-wicket a while ago, somewhat like a swivel. He looks pretty good. I think the St. Lucian team have a little bit of depth here into their batting, and we still haven't seen Laurie Edwards, who can strike the ball, who plays for Windward, who's on a Windward Island contract. So he knows how to play, especially in these sort of innings.
This one is punched to covers. What he get there? He doesn't. The ball beats him into the fence. 4 more runs to him. 4 more runs to St. Lucia, and he continues to march on. Another loose delivery again by John outside the off stump, and it's been punished accordingly.
The thing about bowling slow balls on this track, Martin, you can't bowl your slow balls too full. You can't bowl it too much back in the wicket because the wicket sits up. So you have to find that area where you can bowl your slow ball, and also on the right to bowl a slow ball. At this point, Ryan John haven't really earned the right to bowl his slow ball, so therefore there's no need for him to bowl it yet. Go to your Yorkers.
This one is whipped off his pads there, Keswick, into the square leg boundary. He picks up 2 runs, not fielded cleanly by the man, and a very good over for St. Lucian Descartes.
Definitely. I think what he needs to do is to back his strength, and I think his strength is bowling Yorkers. He's really, really good at bowling Yorkers. This is not a wicket where you can bowl your slow balls anywhere. You have to be smart, and you have to earn the right to bowl your slow ball. Something that I was taught over my years playing, T20 cricket, which I still do. The good coaches will tell you, earn the right to bowl your slow balls. You can't just bowl your slow balls because you know how to bowl slow balls. So at this point, I don't think he has earned the right yet to bowl his slow balls. So I think what he should do is back his Yorkers, because he's very good at bowling Yorkers.
Well, Shadwick Descartes is on 96 from 77. St. Lucia 241 for 6. 40 overs completed here. Gaston has joined him. He's on 14 from 11. And Ryan John has gone for 39 from 6 overs. He have not picked up a wicket. And the projected score at this time is 302. If they continue in this vein, the current run rate is 6.03.
To be honest, to come back from... coming back into this position from the position they started in is really, really good from St. Lucia. I think they have really good batting in the middle. And they could be a team in this tournament that could cause a lot of trouble. They're being coached by Gary Matrin, and I know this guy, he's very smart when it comes to...
This one is pulled in the air, dropping shot at the man at square leg. 1 bounce. He couldn't get to that one. Gives him a single. Another one goes on to the St. Lucia total. 142. 142 for 6.
Yes, as I said, Gary Matrin is very smart when it comes to planning. So they would be a team that we will have to look out for, because playing against the defending champion, like the way how they are playing now, looks really, really good.
This one is outside the off stump, beating him, keeping a little bit low into the keeper's glove. So Redhead getting that dot delivery in on Descartes, he's on 94. Looking to get to that special figure for 100. 4 runs, sorry. Just about 4 runs away from that magical figure for 100. He has played exceptionally well. Redhead looking to dispatch him. But Descartes has different ideas. So on his outside here, some driving sweetly. It's in the toe end of the bat. There's a sweeper. Picks up another single. So good bowling here by Redhead. Keeping things quiet.
So far, the ploy to Shadrach in this over so far from Redhead is bowling slow and wide outside off stump. That way this card don't have to use his power to get the ball over the boundary, which is not a bad plan here by Redhead.
Oh, he's out caught. A slower delivery. And Gaston looking to come down the ground. Missed it completely, mistimed it. And an easy catch to Redhead on his follow through. And they have lost wicket number 7.
The thing about this wicket is that you have to find that area where you are most effective when bowling the slow ball. And I mentioned over ago that you have to earn the right to bowl your slow ball. And Redhead earned that right to bowl his slow ball. He bowled his slow ball mostly wide to Shadrach. To Gaston, he bowled his slow ball in the wicket on top of off stump. So well bowled by Redhead. He's bowling that sort of cock height length with his slow ball. And that's the area you need to bowl a slow ball on this wicket here in Cumberland.
Well, that brings Chicot to the wicket. St. Lucia have lost wicket number 7, 243 for 7. Redhead has picked up his second wicket in this.
Still a bit surprised I haven't seen Larry Edwards walk into the crease. He's a guy that enjoy his batting. I think he bats more than he bowls in the nets when he's at training, and for the last couple of weeks he has been hitting the ball really well in the net, so I'm still sort of surprised. He's one that I'm really eager to see bowl on this wicket this evening, because it's extracting a lot of bounce, it's extracting a lot of turn, so he's a man that Grenada really have to look out for when it comes to batting on this wicket or bowling on this wicket.
I do agree with you there, Keswick. Larry should be a handful on this wicket. Is dried out and played nicely. Another good delivery by Redhead. Pulling that hand off the bat is Chicot. Wicket keeper doing the cleaning up. And a good delivery there by Redhead again, keeping things in check.
I think Redhead got the blueprint for this wicket now in terms of bowling the slow ball. He's hitting the right area to bowl in his slow ball, and he's actually earning the right to bowl his slow ball. He do not want to be too predictable bowling it though, because batters like Shadrach Descartes would basically discard them. Well bowled. Beautifully bowled.
Another good delivery. That one had some pace on it. Calls him to get into defense. Get behind of that is Chicot. That brings you over to an end. So over number 41 have been completed here at Cumberland and St. Lucia. After 41 overs here, 243 for 7. 243 for 7 here at Cumberland. The destructive Shadrach Descartes, he's on 96. And Chicot is his partner, is yet to score. So Ryan John, the skipper of the Grenada outfit, he would continue bowling from the top end. He was treated in a sort of manner in the last over by Descartes, as he taps away and wait. John over the wicket. This one is pitched up and squeezed out. What is out? No. Yes, and he's make the celebration. Squeeze that one out. Down to third man. Into the fence. 4 runs to him. A well played knock here by Descott.
Well done. Coming back from your CPL stint and coming in and scoring 100 against the defending champion. It's a good sight to see.
Yes.
Well played.
Yes, he played smartly. He came in at a time when St. Lucia was struggling and really kudos to him. An excellent innings to him. Squeezing that one out of the crease really and down to third man into the fence for 100 to him and 100 excellent runs been scored.
What I like though is the fact that he didn't really give much chance. As a matter of fact, he didn't give any chance in this 100. He played really well.
As he punches that one down to mid-off, long off, picks up another single. St. Lucia says thanks to him. A great innings been compiled by him as he continues to celebrate, punches his chest. 247 for 7. He has moved on to 101. So great knock here for him and St. Lucia. After struggling this morning, Grenada had the upper hand. St. Lucia came back. Good partnership between him and the young St. Lucian, and they are now 248 foot. This one is tickle off the pads here. The umpire signals 4 runs. 4 runs to him.
Bowling from the Riverside end here, Martin. I think that the Grenadian team sort of loses the plot in terms of the dimension of the ground. If you realize Ryan is bowling to the bigger side of the ground. When you're bowling to this cut, you want to try to get him to hit you on the bigger side for 6. If he does that, good shot. But you can't have him hitting you on the shorter side for 6. You know what I mean? Get him to hit into the breeze. You know, I mean, playing league cricket all over the world, they will try to tell you get batters who are set, or even batters who just get hit into the breeze, hit to the bigger side of the ground. And they haven't really used the ground to their advantage so far, because most of the 6 that have been hit is been hit on the smaller side of the ground. Up to this point, nobody has tried to attack the bigger side of the ground, which is the end that the wind is blowing from, and the actual side that is about 65 meters.
This one is pulling. The man at square leg does the feeling. Deep square leg picks up another single. You have said some things there, Keswick, that I'm totally in agreement with. I think they have bowled a little bit too straight at times on a wicket that is not really giving them much help as fast bowlers and spinners. Yeah, should have used a sweep a little bit more. Pitch the ball up a little further back, pitch it further back so that they could utilize the wicket. They have not done that, and Descott has capitalized on that. He's gone past 100, a great 100 by him for St. Lucia. This one is full and whipped off his legs. Down to long on, picks up another single.
This I don't mind. That shot I don't mind, because he's actually hitting to the side that the breeze is coming from, and it's actually the bigger side of the boundary. So you have to get batters to hit to the side where the wind is coming from, so they're hitting into the breeze, which they have to use all their power. Redhead has been bowling well. He has been doing a very good job for his team in the back end here. Hope that he continue. We want him to continue, but obviously St. Lucia will have other plans. The score is 255 for 7 with about 8 overs left. I'm thinking
picks up another single.
I don't know. I think Redhead and the curator had a little chat before this game, because I don't know, his slow balls that he's bowling is landing in the same spot all the time. He's doing well in bowling his slow balls. So I guess him and the curator had a little chat in terms of where he should pitch his slow ball. But then again, as I said, you have to earn the right, and he's earning the right to bowl his slow balls here.
This one is smashed. Down to mid-on. Another single comes off the bat sweetly. Could hear the sound of that ball hitting the middle of Descartes bat. and he's sounding sweetly as he continues to rally here for St. Lucia and put the scores on the board.
At this point in time, I don't mind. Well, Grenada wouldn't mind that Descartes is getting singles. You understand? Bowl most of your deliveries to Chico. Bowl most of your deliveries to Chico. And then whenever you bowl to Descartes, try to get him to get just singles. Sharp feeling there by Cyrus. He's very good in the field. Earlier he got the first run out at point. He's really, really good in the field. So they need to be a bit more mindful. He's one that is rated in Windwards in terms of feeling and fitness. Himself and Katoy and Larry, Kavim Hodge, these 4 guys are rated highly when it comes to their feeling and fitness around the Windward Islands. So not surprised that he's at point. Well, ball. Hitting the right areas here to bowl his slower ball. He's earning his right to bowl his slower ball. He just don't want to get too predictable. I mean, that's his second slow ball in the over. A guy like Shadrach would be very mindful of what's going on. As I said, he has been playing professional cricket for a while, so he understands, you know, bowlers and how they play.
Well, the redhead continues to bowl well here for Grenada. He runs away from us, bowling to the man who's well set, 100. He's hitting that one over the top. It's clear. The man 1 bounce, 2 bounce, comes back for a second. The man on the sweeper bung, we didn't have a chance really, did he?
No, he didn't have a chance, but it was well bowled by Redhead. Going wide and slow ball, that means Shadrach has to, you know, create his own power to get that one over cover, which should be very, very difficult. Well bowled by Redhead. He's doing a brilliant job here for his skipper in the back end of the innings. Already gone 3 for 35, good figures so far by Redhead.
This one, nobody moves. Back past the bowler. Smashed with some authority into the fence. 4 runs.
As we mentioned before, you don't want to go straight to Descartes. He loves to hit the ball straight down the ground. That was too straight. You need to be a bit wider. Get him to try to hit you over cover with the ball being slow. If you're on his body, you need to be hard on the stump, hitting cock height with pace. That's the only ball that you will bowl to him at this point in time. On the stump with pace, cock height, straight. Apart from that, you need to take it out of his eye range. Go wide and slow to Descartes. He's in form. He looks in form. That last innings that he played in the CPL was brilliant. So looks like he brought that form straight into the Windward Super 50 tournament.
Well, that was some good form, and he has shown it here at Cumberland in his first game of the Super 50 tournament held here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. He has gone on so far to 110 from 86 deliveries. His partner Chicot has 8 from 7. St. Lucia 265 for 7. They have batted 43 overs. Current run rate 6.14 and the projected score 307. This one is outside the off stump. He's pulling. Looking to hit that over the top. Waiting for the signal from the umpire. He signal buys. So keeper not having the best time of his life here.
I'm wondering if we will see someone like Sherman Lewis being introduced back into the bowling before this innings is over. And we know he picked up an injury earlier, but he's back onto the field. So I'm guessing that he can bowl, you know. So I would love to see him bowling in the back end here to help support his captain and restricting these guys from scoring 300.
This one is worked out to the mid-on. He's looking for a second. Can't get it. So St. Lucia set for a big total here. 266 for 7. 266 for 7. Descart, 111. Set batsman.
Well, I guess they're closing in here on the 270, 275 that we were speaking about earlier, which is a pass score on this wicket. They're more looking like 300 now. This guy looking very comfortable, playing around in the middle of the wicket, you know, making sure that it's firm so that he can clear the boundary.
Well, I'm not seeing any reason why St. Lucia should not get up to 300 run with Descart in the middle. As he punches that one back past the bowler for another single.
He hits the ball so easy. He doesn't look like he really used much power. He looks like a guy that used a lot of timing, but whenever he put power into it, you can see how far it goes. When he hits it, it stays hit. As I said, he looks like a strong lad, looks like a fit lad. He bowls as well, so I would be... Oh, wow. Looks like one of those slow dipping slower balls that Ryan usually bowl there.
Swing and a miss. Haven't seen that in a while. That brings you over to an end.
St. Lucia look well set here to get over 300. I don't see any reason why they shouldn't get over 300. They are 269 for 7. The Descart on 112 and Chico on 10 off 10. Ryan John just finishes 8 over for 55. Projected score right now is over 300. I'm thinking at least 310 or more.
Just to let you know, in the other game at Sign Hill, St. Vincent and Grenadines versus Dominica. Dominica will bowl out for 104. 104. 100 on target. Well, this one is smacked through mid wicket. Picks up another single. One more to St. Lucia.
A bit of sloppy work there from Kem Charles. I mean, that should have been a catch. And on top of that, he misfielded it, almost went into the boundary. So there's some work that Kem need to be doing there. That could have been 4 for Redhead. He's bowling pretty well for his skipper in this, at the ending of this innings here.
This one is smacked down the road. Picks up another single. The Scott. And just to let you know again, St. Vincent and the Grenadines are 60 without loss. Looking for a target of 104. Desmond Maloney is unbeaten on 24. And Gidron Pope is on 29 from 48. And he is 24 from 43. So white signal by the umpire.
To me, it seems as though the Grenadian team is just somewhat just going through the motion now in the back end of this innings. And you don't really need that lapse in concentration now. They need to try to restrict this Lucian batting lineup for under 300. It's a hard task, but it can be done.
Well, the redhead continues. This one is pitched up, squeezed out. I see some sort of little sloppy feeling here from the Grenadians. Probably the sun taking its toll on these individuals. It's been a very hot day, humid day, really.
It's not easy to be in this sun all day for 50 overs, but kudos to these guys. It's very hot. You have to be really hydrated to be out there and fit as well. Can't forget that. You have to be a fit lad to play this 50 over cricket. It's not easy.
This one, he's down the track. Another single to him. Still looking for those boundaries as Descartes. Another single to him.
As long as you can keep this card, getting his singles, that's a good thing. Because Chicot won't kill you. This card will. So if you can keep Chicot on strike for the remainder of the over, that's a good thing.
Oh, another wicket goes. Caught and bowl again.
That's
Good.
the second bowl and caught for Redhead. He's got
Well,
4 wickets now.
You've called it. He has bowled exceptionally well in the back end here for Grenada. Getting this, his 4th wicket in this innings. So Redhead, another bowl and caught to his.
I'm still pretty surprised that I haven't seen Laurie Edwards walk into the crease to bat. He's a guy that can actually hit it. He's a really, really good player. I'm still surprised I haven't seen him.
Well, he's probably having an off day. Not coming to the job. Not sure. But
He is here.
St.
He is
Lucia.
here.
St. Lucia now 274 for 8. 274 for 8. Descartes is unbeaten on 114 from 91 deliveries.
Makani Clark is at the crease. Also played for St. Lucia Kings this year in the Republic Bank CPL 2023. Redhead. 4 wickets now. 4 wickets now in the game.
This one is squeezed down to third man. Picks up another single. So some good bowling here by Redhead. He has picked up 4 wickets thus far. So some good bowling at the back end of this innings.
For Ryan John here, I think keeping Clark on strike for most of these deliveries in this over is key. You don't want Shadrach to face most of the deliveries. That's the only way that they can probably restrict these guys for under 300. I mean, I don't think Clark is really a muck with the bat, but he won't clear the boundary as often as Shadrach will.
Well, thing is that you bowl less deliveries at Shadrach and try to bowl the majority of the deliveries to him. So Ryan John, it's a good delivery, full delivery. Scampers 1, the batsman. Bring Descartes on strike.
McKenny Clark, sorry, doing exactly what I'm expecting him to do. In terms of getting off the strike and getting Shadrach on strike. They are 276 for 8 of 45.1 overs. Projected score is still over 300. Ryan John will try his best here as a skipper to restrict these guys. Well ball. Well ball by Ryan. Bowling his slow ball in the right area. That delivery.
This one is outside the off stump. Taken by the wicketkeeper. So some good depth bowling here by John. He's known for that.
Ryan is one of those guys who pride himself, as I said earlier, bowling the death overs. And he's one that don't give in. He's not one that back down either. He's a type that believes in hard work brings success. He works really hard. Well, bowl again. I think he just found the blueprint for bowling slow balls on this track. But then again, you do not want to be too predictable. I think there's a big gap between just the front of square leg to mid wicket. I think that so no ball. I think you have six guys outside for that no ball. So field placement there brought about a no ball being bowled, and it's a free hit to Shadrach. Discard something that you don't want at this time.
Exactly.
As I said, lapsing concentration. I said it earlier, and you don't want it at the back end of the innings. Well, ball.
Well, he got away with it.
As a skipper bowling the death overs, your mind is all over the place. Your mind is on concentrating to make sure you bowl those deliveries that you're expected to bowl. Whether you bowl a Yorker, whether you bowl a bumper, whether you bowl a slow ball, your concentration is so much on that sometimes you lose out on things like setting the field and stuff like that.
Well, he's not missing out on those. It's Descartes as he smashes that one pass. Ryan John into defense for 4. That takes his tally now to 221. Sorry. That takes St. Lucia's tally now to 277 for 8. And carries his tally to outside, slower delivery again. Wide signal by the umpire this time. But some smart bowling here by John, not bowling to him. He's bowling away from Descartes. He has to reach for those deliveries. But unfortunately, it was a wide one.
I think the sun is getting to the Grenadian team.
Well,
throwing the balls all over the place.
Well, the sun is extremely hot here in Cumberland. It is.
Captain is looking a bit disgruntled.
This one is through at the stumps and on strikers end. He completes another single. Score moves up now to 288. 288 for 8. And Descartes is on 119. 119. So 46 overs have been completed here. Another 4 overs to go, 24 deliveries to go for the Grenadians. And this man has bowled exceptionally well for them in the back end, looking to get rid of Descartes here. But really, I'm not too sure if he may come into some punishment from Descartes. But it's left to be seen. Redhead, number 32 on his back, running away from us as the breeze just blew nicely across the ground. This one is a good delivery. Just tickle it out to the man at square leg who does the fielding. So good delivery by him.
I think he's really bowling well. This is probably his 4th over on the chart. And for a player like Shadrach to be batting and having a bowler bowl 4 overs to him, and he's still bowling well. This is good bowling from Redhead. He's not really letting him free his arms. His slow ball is on point. He's earning the right to bowl his slow ball, so he's very clever in the back end of the innings here.
Yeah, see, he's cutting his pace, he's changing his pace, he's bowling the Yorker, he's bowling the wide deliveries, he's bowling it tight to the body. So he's really bowling a very good line and length. He's not putting too much pace on the ball, he's taking the pace off the ball as well. And he's doing an exceptional job for Grenada. Unfortunately, for him, he has Descartes who's facing him from St. Lucia. He's set. This one is clipping his pads. Well, wide signal by the umpire. I thought that unclipped his pads. So an extra delivery, an extra run to St. Lucia. 285 for 8, St. Lucia. Putting up a really challenging score here for the Grenadians. They will have to do some exceptional batting here this afternoon.
Ever since Descartes gotten to his 100, he have slowed down somewhat from his 100, and he's the one that I'm guessing that they're looking to set the toll in terms of getting them to over that 300 mark.
This one is struck over mid-on into the fence. 6 runs. Over pitch delivery, and it was dealt with in accordance. Over mid-on into the fence. 6 runs.
Good shot. As I said earlier, he's not a muck with the bat. I've played with him in St. Lucia Kings team last year, and he played the 60 version, and I've seen him bat in the nets. He's not a mug with the bat. He's not a Descartes. He won't destroy you, but he's still not a mug with the bat. A fast bowler he is. I would love to see him on this chat this evening. See if he can bring some life into the Cumberland wicket, which you have never really seen on a evening or a second innings of a 50 over game. But we heard that he has some steam. So let's see what he will do later on for St. Lucia with the ball. He's doing it with the bat now.
This one is straight to the man at short fine leg. Wicket number 5. And he has earned 5 wickets here for the Grenadians, and he's very thankful as he's been congratulated by his skipper. And Grenada has picked up wicket number 9. St. Lucia are now 291 for 9. Descartes is still there. He's unbeaten on 120, but Clark has to go back to the pavilion, and a well-deserved 5 wickets here for Red.
Definitely well bowled. I've seen him over the last couple of weeks working really, really hard in the nets, training, and he deserves a 5 wicket here today. Doing extra work on evenings, doing extra work with the trainer for the Windward franchise. Deserving that he get 5 wicket in the first game here for the defending champions. He has looked like the bowler who looks to hit the right areas more often than not. He has been bowling his slow balls in the right areas. He bowled well in the power play. So it's deserving that he get 5 wickets here today. He's bowling pretty well and still bowling well.
So, St. Lucia, 2 9-1 for 9. Redhead had just picked up his 5th wicket for Grenada. Shadrach Descartes is unbeaten on 120. That brings Edwards to the crease. First delivery. Played out to the man at backward point.
For some reason, the St. Lucia team have a lot of left-handers in their squad.
Yeah, they are pretty much packed from number 4 down.
Where are the off spinners, Martin? Where are the off spinners for St. Lucia?
Well, the Grenadian bowled 10 overs. He went for about 60 the off spinner. As Redhead continues to bowl. It's a good delivery on the line of the leg stump. Larry just turns it to fine leg, picks up a single, gets off the mark. That brings Redhead over to an end. St. Lucia 292 for 9, 47 overs completed. And
I'm pretty surprised that Larry's batting there. I mean, he's a much better batter than you think. He can hit the ball over the boundary.
so Redhead has picked up 5 for 54, 5 for 54, 9 overs remaining. Sorry, from his 9 overs. 9 overs he have bowled, he have picked up 5 for 54. So 2 good, outstanding performance so far in this innings. Redhead 5 wickets for 54 runs. And the man at the crease, Shadrach Descartes, is at 120 from 99 deliveries. So Ryan John is bowling from the northern end as a cooling breeze come across the playing field, a welcoming one as well.
Very welcoming, Martin. We haven't gotten that for the day.
This one is on his pads. Dot delivery. They would love to get this wicket, the final wicket of Larry Edwards. Descartes is just sitting on his bat. I think he has done a lot of work and it's tiring in this weather, really.
To be honest with you, Martin, I think this guy look a little bit like he lose a little bit of steam after his 100, and this is not what you want. Yes, the sun is hot, but you need to grind it out for your team.
This one is hitting the outer portion of the bat for Larry Edwards. It's squeezed down to third man into the fence for 4. So 4 runs to Edwards, 4 more runs to St. Lucia.
Yeah, Larry finding a virtuous edge there. At the end of the day, as I said, he's not really a mug with the bat. I think he's better than a lot of people think, you know. So Larry Edwards coming in at number 11 is surprising, which means that the St. Lucia batting lineup is very heavy.
Very solid batting lineup they have. Well, Edwards at 10, actually number 11. And he knows him at a very good all-round as he clips that's one of his pads and takes another single. Carries the St. Lucia total to 197. 47.3 overs bowled. Descartes comes into strike. He's 120 from 99 deliveries. John bowling to Carter. That delivery, he holds onto his shoulder. Seems to be in a little bit of pain. His right shoulder. Not looking too comfortable there.
I think he still needs to show a bit more fight though. After getting to your 100, your team needs you to get them over 300. You still need to try to score. Yes, it's tough. The wicket is not one that you can really, you know, kill anybody on, but you did the hard work already. It should be a bit easier for you now to get the ball over the boundary, especially in the back end.
Well, the bowlers have taken the pace off the ball. They have bowled the ball into the wicket. They have bowled their slow balls. They have bowled their Yorkers wide outside the off stump. And they have pulled back somewhat for the Grenadians, especially Redhead. Bowl exceptional. This one's a short one. And you talked about it over mid-wicket, a really loose delivery there by John, and it goes into the fence for 6. Loose delivery, dealt with accordingly.
Lovely shot, and again, Martin, on the short side of the ground. On the short side of the ground. They haven't really tested these batters to hit into the wind. They're always hitting with the wind. So I think it's just something that Grenada lost in terms of the plot, in terms of bowling, you know, to their strengths and stuff like that. Bowling to the size, the dimension of the ground. Bowling to let batters hit towards the breeze. They have been bowling, almost every delivery that's been hit is been hit on the short side of the ground.
Well, you have capitalized on all the bad deliveries, and they have done an exceptional job. Now, St. Lucia have got to that magical 300 mark. They are 303 for 9. Descartes has marched on to 126 from 102 deliveries. Ryan John has bowled 10 overs for 74 runs. He has not gotten a wicket. And Larry Edwards have joined him. He has 6 from 5 deliveries. As Redhead continues to bowl here, he'll be bowling his final over in this innings.
Who you think may bowl the last over? Because that was the final over for Ryan John. So I'm wondering who they're going to go to bowl the last over. Maybe Ned?
Well, that's the other fast bowler. There's a dot delivery being bowled by Redhead here. He continues to do well.
I think Redhead did very well to bowl 6 overs on a shot to finish your spell and only go in for 54 and pick up 3 wickets in the back end there. It's really, really good. He has been bowling well for the entire game.
This one is a slow delivery, kind of popping delivery outside the off stump. Kicks up another single. So in hot, humid conditions here at Cumberland, Redhead continues to bowl well for Grenada. As he bowled to the man is in form, Descartes. So he's outside the awesome, lifting that one over cover. Goes into the fence for 4. 4 more runs to him, 4 more runs to St. Lucia. They move up now to 308. This is a serious total to get here on this battle.
Definitely. This total is a very good total to get on this track. As I mentioned earlier, taking the pace off in the second innings and bowling it in the right areas would be really good. I think that Grenada at some point in terms of their field setting has lost it a little bit here when it comes to bowling to Descartes.
This one is outside the off stump, a slower delivery. He missed it completely, but a well disguised delivery there by Redhead. Kept a little bit low as well. And another dot delivery to him. So St. Lucia 308 for 9. Descartes 130. Edwards on 7. Redhead 5 for 59.
Lewis, we haven't seen him back since the little injury. I'm still wondering if he's okay. He's someone that they will need in this tournament going forward if they need to retain this championship. So far, Lucia have been doing a great job against them.
This one is smacked over mid-wicket into the road area of the Cumberland playing field. 6 more runs to him. Was just a half volley basically, and he climbed into it and smacked it over mid-wicket into the fence for 6 more runs.
I don't know, Redhead looks a little bit he doesn't look himself. The last couple balls he's not looking himself the last couple balls. I'm hoping that he's okay. He's been doing a lot of stretching, walking back to his mark. And I'm thinking fatigue is setting in, you know, because over the years, a lot of these guys have been playing T10 cricket. You know, bowling, I can't tell when last a lot of these guys have bowled 10 overs in a game. You know, but I mean, I trust that they would get fit. The trainer is a serious guy when it comes to fitness, so they will get fit.
Well, that's a wide delivery outside the house. So I'm trying to get a little wider to Descartes. Let him use his arms. That's the ball that delivery over. It's redhead. This one is a good delivery, full outside the house stump. Squeeze another single. Redhead as he bends just to check his laces. That's his 10 overs. He has gone for now.
He has gone for 67.
So 67, 5 for 67, redhead. And St. Lucia have gone on to 315. A very challenging total here being set by the St. Lucians. Well, we are here to see the final over in this innings. Final over. It will be bowled by Lewis. He's bowling from the northern end to complete the Grenadan task of bowling 50 overs. St. Lucia, 315 for 9. Descartes, unbeaten on 137. Larry Edwards is on 7 from 6. And Redhead has just completed his 10 overs. He has 5 for 67. A good spell by him. So projected score 323 and our current run rate is 6.45. Lewis with the ball in his hands.
That's a serious hill. Grenada.
This one is punched and driven through covers. He won't get there. 4 more runs to Descartes. A lovely shot it is. Through covers, beating the man a short extra cover and the sweeper into the fence for 4.
Yeah, it's a serious hill Grenada have to climb here. And it was a serious hill that Redhead was climbing a while ago. He bowled 6 overs on a trot. Normally, you wouldn't really get that in the back end of an innings where a bowler bowl 5 or 6 on a trot at the back end and bowl as well as he did. You know, but he did it and he did a very good job.
Good slow delivery by Lewis. It's in Descartes. Playing too early. Wrapping on the pads. So a rare dot delivery. Been bowled by Lewis.
Are we looking at about 335 here, Martin? I'm thinking 335 because I don't think that Descartes would really run any singles here to get Larry on strike. I think he should face all the balls in this over. He has already gotten 4. Still 4 balls left in the over.
Well, he has 141, probably looking to get to 150.
That would be very good.
This one is in the air. Not in it cleanly. He's not running. He has taken the responsibility of finishing this innings. So that's
as much as you want to finish the innings and bat all deliveries, Martin, that could have been 2. You still have to run. If you can get 2, take the 2.
Just looking for the boundaries. Well, Lewis, that's a short one. He's been smacked over cover, full delivery. As you mentioned before, he should have been looking for 2 in the first delivery. They're pushing to get to 2, and he gets his 2. And no ball signal by the umpire as well, so he'll be facing a free hit.
Have you ever gotten a free hit in the last over of a 50 over match, Martin? And you're on 143. You're on 143 and you have a free hit.
It's a giveaway, isn't it?
It's a giveaway. It's the easiest 150 you could possibly think about.
This one is smacked. My word, the ball has gone fishing, isn't it?
It's a stand and deliver side kind of shot.
He went
stand
to the sea.
And deliver.
Went to the sea. Called the fishermen to get that one. over mid-wicket into the Sierra. 6 runs to Descartes. He moves up now to 149.
I'm not sure. I think he bought a piece of land down there because he's been clearing that boundary ever so often. Yet again, as I mentioned, Martin, he's hitting to the shorter side. He haven't really hit the ball for 6 on the bigger side of the boundary as yet. Apart from one over a go when he dispatched Redhead over the mid-wicket boundary on the bigger side. That's the only 6 he have hitting on the bigger side so far. Apart from that, everything is on the shorter side of the boundary. And he's still looking to... He's on 149.
112 deliveries. 2 deliveries remaining. St. Lucia 329 for 9. After being 13 for 3 this morning.
Massive total.
Excellent comeback by them. Kudos must be given to the man at the crease. He has 149. Lewis. Oh, short delivery. Played. And he just scampers a single. That carries him to 150. As the applause comes from the pavilion. A well played 150. Chanceless 150.
Well played.
Pulling
out his swords there.
Yes.
Pulling out all his swords. Everything he took out today. Not sure if he's cleaning them. But he took out everything today on the Grenada and bowling.
Well, remind you of Zorro?
Yes. Remind me of Zorro. Or Zena. I don't know if you remember Zena back in the day on a Saturday morning.
Yes.
What, Zena or Highlander?
Excellent sword fighters they were. Well, he has wielded his sword and wielded it well today. 150 not out. And this one is a shot. Larry's pulled that one over square leg. The last delivery into the fence for 4. And what a way to bring this innings to a close. Larry Edwards pulling that over mid-wicket for 334 for 9.
How fitting was it to finish the last delivery of the innings with a 4 from Larry with style and vigor as well. As we would say, cocking up that leg. And deposited over the mid-wicket, the square leg boundary, sorry. Well played by Descartes. Lovely, lovely innings here. Bringing back his team to somewhat of a mammoth total. 334. 150 by Descartes. Well played. Well played here, Martin.
Yes, an excellent innings by Descartes as he takes his applause coming off the field. But Grenada really have a mammoth total here to go at 334 for 9 St. Lucia. In this, the first half of this, the Super 50 tournament played here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Windward Islands tournament it is. And really an excellent showing here by St. Lucia. After struggling this morning, 13 for 3. Descartes came to the wicket. He's non-beaten on 150. Larry Edwards, he was left on 11 from 7. Really some excellent cricket here by the St. Lucians. And just to let you know what happened earlier, Camillus Melius, he was caught, he was bowled without scoring. Emmanuel, he was bowled for 2. Natra Mohadi got 11. Gabriel, he got 25. Akeem Augustine, he got 35. And Shedrat Descartes, he was unbeaten on 150. Tariq Edwards got 37. Kian Guston, 15. Tyrell Chicot got 12. Clark, he got 8. Larry Edwards unbeaten on 11. And bowling for Grenada, Shaman Lewis, he bowled 6 overs for 45. Redhead, 10 overs, 67 runs. He picked up 5 wickets. Kem Charles, 10 overs, 64 runs, no wicket. Ryan John, 10 overs, 74 runs. He got no wicket. Darrell Cyrus, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 42 runs, no wicket. Darren Ned, 4 overs, no maiden, 34 runs, 1 wicket. And that's the bowling there for the Grenadans. At the end of 50 overs, St. Lucia, 334 for 9 at lunch. And we will be back to bring you coverage here at Cumberland with this game between St. Lucia, and Grenada.
So welcome back to the Cumberland playing field where we have a second match encounter of the National Lottery Super 50 cricket tournament here held in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. First up we saw a match here that the Grenadians taking on the St. Lucians, and Grenada won the toss earlier on and injected the St. Lucians to bat. They batted mightifully and at a total of 334 for 9. 334 for 9. And Descartes, Shadrach Descartes, the pick of the batsman there for St. Lucia with 151. 151, which was a very good knock and a timely one that was needed. And the Redhead, Nicholas Redhead, he got a 5-wicket haul in that 9-wicket encounter here at Cumberland. And the Dominicans, sorry, I keep saying the Dominicans, the Grenadians, who are the defending champion, they will now take the crease in the second encounter here. They will need some good batting after an early. The St. Lucians, who got an early scared in their batting, they skittled out in the first power play when they were somewhat a 4-wicket down. And they actually were able to bring it back with that indelible partnership between Shadrach and Akeem at one point, and Vanellos and Akeem also really catapulted the partnership into what it is now. But it will be all eyes on the Grenadian as we see Jema and Regis, number 5 and 13 on their back, strolling out for the Spice Isle to do battle. And interestingly, it will be a very good encounter here at the Cumberland playing field, where the sun will go down on that western side of the island, and they will be late playing here. And the umpires, they're already out, the players are out. We're going to get game on here for this run chase for the mammoth total of 335, something we did not see. So, and we still have in our commentary here with me, Kesrick Williams, former, well, not former, I'm sorry to cut your career so short, but cricketer of the West Indies T20 team, and he has played a number of cricket, and Williams 335, a good total.
Definitely, it's a good total, and especially on the Cumberland wicket. As we realized, the last 10 overs, it was a bit difficult to get the ball away. So at this point in time now, as you realize that St. Lucia has opened with spin, because they have realized that the wicket is one that's deteriorating a bit faster than normal. So they started with spin. Very interesting move. So we will see how this plan out and how it goes.
So Tariq Edwards, he will start his off spin from the river end. Interesting, he's a tall lad, and he will extract some bunks from that end. Tariq has done a number of work for the Windwards in the shorter version with his off spin, and right away into his work. Exquisite feeling there from the man there at cover. Appears to be Emmanuel, who and get the scoring off for Grenada. Grenada won without loss.
Looking very confident there, Jeremiah. He's known for one that gets a flyer, get the innings off to a flyer. So I'm not surprised that the first shot he played. Regis and Jeremiah also was the two main scorers of the series that they played in England when Grenada travelled to England to play a series of matches versus the likes of Nottingham Seconds and against Army teams and stuff like that, you know, when they were there in August. So these two, to be honest, I would like to see them get off and put some pressure on St. Lucia, but obviously St. Lucia will have different plans.
Johan Regis have played a number of games for Grenada, Not really too vast experience. But what do you think would be his role here? As we see this one in the air, over the infield, the man is circling with the breeze and could just pull it back just before he reaches the boundary. Cannot stop 2 runs. But I was going to ask you, what do you think should be the approach here of Regis and Jeremiah in this power play?
Well, no doubt it is a mammoth total. They only have St. Lucia only have 2 fielders outside the circle. So what they need to do is sort of maximize the power play. Try to get as much off the power play and do it safely, which I think they can because they have been playing for Grenada for some time. So they have developed into really good openers who understand the game and understand how to score. So a good start here can get Grenada, into a good position.
And as you see, this camper for one again. So good running between the wickets, and it appears that they have good communication skills, as you alluded. They have been batting for a long time. Brings it over to in the first over, and it is 6 for 1 at the end of over number 1. 5 for 1. Sorry, 5 for 1 at the end of over number 1.
Yes. Also, what we need to remember as well is that Jeremiah last year scored the most runs in the tournament in that finals against St. Vincent last year. He really took the game away from the St. Vincent team. So, wouldn't be really too surprised if he gets off to a flyer, and also if he scores some runs here in the starting of the game and win this one over as a championship team against St. Lucia.
Well, so coming from the commentary end, and new bowler, opening bowler. Kian Gaston will open the bowling, share the opening stand. Now Gaston will do a little bit of right arm medium here. I believe even if he's a pace bowler, he don't want to be too expressive up front. Or what do you recommend, that he be expressive right up front?
What he needs to do is just maintain a good line and length, because these 2 players are experienced players who have been playing for Grenada for a while, as I said, and they know how to get off the fly. They understand how to bat, in partnership. So he have to be very, very careful here with how he bowl to these guys, both left-handers, and both guys likes to clear the boundary. I like the fact that St. Lucia has given the captaincy to Milias, Kibali Milias, young man. This will only help his game to develop. The fact that he's on contract for the Windward Island franchise, this will only help his game to develop, because one thing I've learned over the years is that you have 11 captains on a field. The more person you have on the field who understands the game makes a job for a captain a lot easier.
So Gaston, very good start to his over. He's been really hitting the bat hard there of Jeremiah. And, a bit of energy into the game, as you will expect to the starting of our innings. All fielders will be fully energized, and with a total of 335. Kesrick, St. Lucia should feel that they have some sort of contention in this game.
Yeah, definitely. It's a mammoth total coming from. It's a lovely shot. Spanked in front of point. As I said, these 2 batters, they like to score runs square off the wicket, and bowling loose deliveries outside off stump. You can't be too wide. They will score.
So a boundary to open the boundary scoring for Jeremiah, Johan Jeremiah. As this one, a bit of hint of swing coming back into the left-hander. It was pitched outside, wide outside half stump, bring over number 2 to an end. At the end of over number 2, they are 11 without loss in search of 335.
I can't wait for the time when Larry comes to bowl. He would be a handful on the surface. A lot of spin and a lot of bunks being given on the surface. So a bowler like Akeem Gus as well probably would bowl a few overs because it's kind of harder to get away the spin. So I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of spin is introduced in this innings by St. Lucia.
So Larry will come lower down in the order, but for now it will be Tariq. Give Regis a very full one. He gets away with it, and score trickles on to 12. And St. Lucia will need all the wickets if they are to win this game. All the wickets, and for Grenada in this case, there will be strong partnerships that will be needed to do this battle, because 335 is just over 6.5 runs per over.
Yeah, definitely. St. Lucia would need partnership, at least about 3 partnerships scoring over 75 runs or so to get them close to winning this game.
Oh, what a shot! My goodness, mistaken. And that full delivery that Tariq Edwards bowled, that could have gone just about anywhere, but a pack outside field, and Regis in this case just found the man there, the extra cover caught, gone, Keswick.
This is what you don't want. You don't want to be giving your wicket away. Yes, you want to score, but you want to make sure that your wicket is not one that you're gifting away. You understand? That ball should have been deposited anywhere over the boundary, but couldn't just find a man at short cover.
My word. So Regis comes back here to the pavilion and brings young Joshua Bishop to the crease. And, the Grenadians should be not really in a spot of bother, because we saw all the inroads made when St. Lucia was batting, and they were somewhat able to reconstruct the innings.
Yeah, definitely. They did just that. But what St. Lucia is doing differently here, they have started with a spinner who actually got them a wicket.
I must make a correction. Not Joshua. I made an error. Teddy. Yeah, my bad.
There's a lot of confidence in the Grenada dressing room, I must say. They're still very confident that they can get over this 334, even though it's a mammoth total on this ground. It's a pretty small outfield, but still you have to play each ball on its merit.
This one is driven out to cover. It should be retrieved. Relayed back to the keeper. In every tournament, there is a match that always seems to be that in football, Champion League finals game. What matchup here in this 4-team encounter do you believe will be the game to look forward to?
Well, always it's usually a St. Vincent Grenada kind of thing. every single year. They're probably the most successful teams when it comes to Windward Island tournament. So it's always a Grenada St. Vincent thing. I mean, St. Vincent, I guess by now already won their game. They were in the finals last year against Grenada, and Grenada really put on a trashing on them. So it's usually a St. Vincent Grenada kind of thing whenever we have a Windward Island tournament.
Well, end of the over. Over number 3, 15 for 1. And good all the inroads from St. Lucia. I believe they would want to go on to win this game and put the defending champions on a back foot somewhat. And the defending champion will want to get one out of the block. You as a cricketer, I've always heard you made mention that there's always a bad game in cricket that you will have. At what point do you think you would like your bad game? In the start or middle or of a tournament?
Give me my early bad game any day. I'll take my early bad game any day. In cricket, if you really sit down and sort of sum up a tournament for teams, because this tournament is so short, you may not have that time to recover. In tournaments like CPL, you'll always find that you have 10 games before the playoff, and you may have 2 bad games. You might play a game where you win but it was close. You play a game where you lose and it was close. You play 2-3 games where you win them where the team don't even have a smell of victory. You know, those sort of seesaw kind of games, you know. But in this tournament, you do not have that. This tournament is just like a 5 days, 6 days tournament. So it's game today, game tomorrow. So if you lose today, you have to find a way overnight to get back on your feet to play again the next day. So you don't really have that.
But in terms of the coaching staff, how I know the coaches, the managers, they are the one that sits in the pavilion with the notebooks. They make the notes. How do they make an adjustment to a change of a team in the likely event someone fail? Today someone could bat well and tomorrow they fail. So how do they make that adjustment?
Like for example, like for today, Grenada got hit down the ground a lot, and when they don't get hit down the ground, they are too short. So in that aspect, you know what I mean, the Grenada coaches will ask the guys to hit top of our stump more often than not. That's something that they need to look into. Also look into the dimension of the ground, where the wind is blowing, where you need to get hit, where you need not to get hit. These stuff that you can look into to get better for the next game. And this is some pointers that I can bring to you that I saw Grenada probably had faults in and can get better. They will get better because their backroom staff is one that played cricket for a while and understands cricket. People like Devon Smith, you know, is in their dressing room, and Batiste and stuff like that. So Ryan John, who played first class cricket, Lewis and these guys. So, you know, it's a team I think, you know, can get back on their feet in terms of bowling and do a better bowling performance the next time.
But good starting so far from Gaston, bowling to his field. Grenada 16 for 1 in over number 4 as in the quest for 335 hours. This is some adjustments to the field, and captain bringing himself to an extra cover position, strengthening that outside field more, because it appears that Bishop seems to like the ball on the up, and clearly Gaston is entertaining him just around that off stump line. So inviting him to go for a drive. So brings you over to the end of the over number 4, 16 for 1, going at 4 schedule.
Not bad at all. I mean, as I said, the wicket is not one that you could you can really blast out anybody on, and it's not a wicket that you can start great guns on. So you have to play each ball on its merit. I'm just a little bit surprised that McKenny Clark didn't start from the other end. You know, he's been introduced now, you know, into the bowling. So I was a bit surprised that he didn't start as a fast bowler from the other end. hoping that he will utilize the extra pace and bounce that we heard that he have. So I mean, he's been introduced now, so let's see how he'll go. I mean, the using the spin at the start should dividend that it's good to bowl spin, even though it was a bad delivery, brought about a wicket. So introducing Mackenzie Clark now from St. Lucia. He just came back from the CPL, you know, with the St. Lucia Kings. So let's see how he goes here.
So Mackenzie Clark from the River End. Very famous jump. You will remember that jump. Starts down the leg. Not the starts he would want, but should be confirmed wide now by the umpire. Well, he did got something onto it, so umpire confirmed as leg by. So it's that hint of swing heading towards the leg side, so you want to get it a bit straighter. It will be interesting to see now how he bowls to the right-hander. He's bowling to a slip, somewhat of a short third. And over the top of the infield, and he rolls out to the boundary for 4. A mighty shot there by Johan.
Splendiferous shot there by Bishop. Well played. It's a sort of stand and deliver shot. Heard about him for a while now, and he's been improving well. Well played shot. Stand and deliver kind of shot. Pose as well behind that one, Teddy Bishop.
Good run in between the wicket.
When I look at Teddy Bishop, he reminds me of Alex Hales, tall, lanky kind of fella. Likes the boundary, likes to hit the ball to the boundary.
A short pitch delivery, pulled down to fine leg. And
I think this is not the wicket that you would want to be bowling short on consistently. It's not one of those, as I said, it's not a blowing out wicket. You don't want to be bowling consistently short on this track. What you need to do is hit the top of off stump and let the ball do its work.
that is exactly, I believe, why the captain would have opted for the starting of Edwards. They don't want to exploit the condition, knowing that the wicket is somewhat on the lower side, as we call it. And now you see Emilus Clark is really trying to put some effort into it and some extra strides into his bowling. He's doing a very good job so far. Just one boundary in the over. And this one make 2. So exquisite shot there by Johan Jeremiah. Finds the cover boundary. This one sped across the outfield with haste and brings up a boundary at the end of the over number 5. It's 28 for 1.
Looking very easy there, Jeremiah. Could remember on Saturday he opted for extra, batted in the nets, called the coach out of his house to give him some extra work, which is good to see when you have players like that who are eager to develop. It's something good. Coaches actually love to see these things. You know, players actually want to do more, want to do extra work. And it's good to see that he pulled the coach out of his house on a Saturday to give him extra balls. getting him prepared or well prepared for this tournament, and he's looking good so far.
Oh, Teddy Bishop. The shot's very aggressive in that one. One of the things that you don't want to do, Grenada, is to get the run rate over nines, climbing up to the nines and the tens in this innings, because it will be very challenging after a while, because this wicket will just lose its pace and whatever it has in it for the rest of the evening. A good throw there as they want to deflect off the stumps and they come through for extra run.
Yeah, definitely. But something that I wouldn't be bothered with too much right at this moment is the run rate, though. I mean, what they need to do is to try to cement themselves a bit at the crease. I mean, it would get a little bit easier, but at the end of the day, as I said, it's not one of those wickets that you can beat bowling on, and it's not a wicket that you can really blow out batters, you know. So you still have to get yourself in, and as long as you get yourself in, then you're going to start to score a bit more freer.
This one is well played, well stopped there by the man at backward point. A very high quality area to feel. Most of the historic fielders who have been placed at backward point, Keswick, has great repetition.
I think backward point is a place where you would frequent, Morris.
Yeah, standard is set standard in these areas. And what about the right and left combination? Is that a strategy that team uses to choke off the bowler?
Yeah, definitely. A lot of teams use it in modern cricket. You know, the right and left, because some bowlers may not be able to keep that line and length because of the right and left, and especially a bowler like Gaston, who is just playing for St. Lucia for the first time. You know what I mean? Right and left may or may not throw him off, but you want to use it to help as a batter. You want to help your, you know, you want to actually use that right and left to help throw off bowlers.
Well, how difficult would it be? You've played these kind of cricket and at its highest level, and have had the opportunity to bowl at left and right combination. As a fast bowler, what do you do when you have a situation like this? As this one is down the leg side, and it should go into the boundary now. Let's see the confirmation if it is, well, it goes to leg byes, says the umpire. So 4 more leg byes to the Grenadian team. Then moves on to 36 for 1 into over number 6.
Well, to be honest here, the right and left, for me, it's not really a bother. I mean, playing cricket for a number of years, you expect these things from teams. The problem comes with right and left. The problem comes when your ball is flying. You know, you can't concentrate for a long period of time because your ball is going all over the boundary. So concentration, you might lose it. So that's when it becomes difficult. But if you're bowling to a right and left combination and you're bowling well, you know what I mean, you're hitting your errors. Right and left becomes no issue, especially if you have, you know, good experience playing cricket around the world.
So 6 over finished. It's 37 for 1 here at Cumberland. Grenada taking on St. Lucia.
As we see Descartes walking back onto the field, he played a brilliant innings earlier. 151 not out. Really, really well. And we'll see him bowling in this innings as well. He's an all-rounder. So his fitness has to be up.
So Clark to continue from the river end. And see a lot of spectators around trying to secure any sort of shade or cover they may get from the sun. As early as the morning, you see clear skies, blue sky, which shows that it will be a hot day normally, because there's no cloud in the sky.
Well, I'm thinking that's the norm now in the Caribbean. Hot, hot, hot heat.
But on this side of the island, Keswick, this northwestern side of this country, Spring Village to be specific, there's a river that is running in the back there. And the people of this community, at certain time of the month, they will get what we call chichi. Or in some countries, they call it titiwi.
I love me some chichi cake.
It's a delicacy.
Definitely. I mean, I think it's coming to that month now, or that time where you would usually catch chichi at the riverside. You know, I love me some chichi Morris, and it's actually coming into the time now. You see the forest, and we're in a area here where you will find a lot of iguanas, and the season is opening very soon. So I mean, a lot of things to be had at this side of the country.
And the art of that is the art of catching the titiwi. It is made for a lot of delicacies in the homes, many homes. It's somewhat of a economical. There's a economical part to it where people, the fishers actually will sell it, and they will make an earning from it, and well, no, yes, and you on a whole would have been around when they are catching. What is it like?
I've seen a few people doing it. I'm not sure if I'll be able to do such, because setting up a chichi sheet, as they call it in my area, I don't think is a thing that I can do. You know, that's something special to be setting up overnight and stuff like that, and get branches and put it on the tree, on the chichi sheet and stuff. I don't think I can do such thing.
And they will need some spice to go with it, so you might have to ask the Grenadians for some spice.
I wonder if they brought up any spice with them.
They always have spice. I think part of their national flag have that nutmeg, an opening of a nutmeg in it, the Grenada national flag. And in St. Vincent, there is nutmegs here, especially in this area of Cumberland. So you will find a lot of everything you might find here in St. Vincent, you might just find it in Grenada. So
yes.
I will marrying each other. But this one is short, and it's pulled whitish of mid on, and it just pulls up inside the boundary, and they're coming back they will settle for 2.
I honestly think we have a bit of spice here in St. Vincent. As you realize, St. Vincent is narrowing in on a victory against Dominica. That's a bit of spice for you.
End of the over number 7, 41 for 1 Grenada in quest of 335 here at Cumberland playing field. They should be able to enjoy batting here at Cumberland, because the track is not one of a devil, and the batsman seems to be applicable to the task that they have to at this time. Gaston making his initial debut here as a senior player for the St. Lucia team, and he's been doing good so far with his bowling. He have got some discipline areas that he have hit, as this one angling down leg, and the batsman Johan Jeremiah was able to just get some bat onto that one, clip it past the keeper, and runs into the fine leg boundary.
I'm wondering if the right and left combination is causing a bit of problems for Gaston here, because I realized to the left hander he's still a bit on the leg stump, and then when he's bowling to the right hander, he's still on the leg stump, you know. So I'm wondering if the right and left is causing a little bit of problem for him.
And the thing I like about him, Kesrick, is that he's hitting the bat very hard, even the wicket is somewhat on the downside. He's hitting that bat very hard. So what he will want is to really channel around the top of off area and continue to get the batsman guessing as to what will happen to the ball after it pitch off the deck.
Yeah, and because the wicket is so much of a kind of two pace, you want to continue to bowl that on the top of off stump. That is the area where you're in business, you know. And then if you're short, it gives you that sort of balloon bounce, or it sits up. You don't want that, so you want to hit top of off stump more often than not.
Larry Edwards feeding that one, short third. And also along with the fishing part of it, Kez, Rick, a lot of vegetation and farming goes on around this area as well, as we look at the lush green area of this environs.
Yeah, it's definitely a farming area. A while ago in the first innings, a 6 was hit clear into a farmer's land, you know, a planting field. So I mean, there's a lot of farming around the area, as you know, this side of the island believes in farming.
And a lot of economic activities goes on just in this area alone, as we see a lot of yachts will dock in this area, and the tourists will take their journey to the further north of the island to enjoy some of the waterfalls that are down there, the Dark View waterfall, and so a lot of activities will happen around here. Economically, as simple as it is here. End of the over number 7, and it's 45 for 1. St. Lucia, very disciplined, not giving too much away, but Grenada equally to the task.
I think bowling short here is not really the ploy that the St. Lucia wants to continue. Bowling top of off stump is the right way to actually bowl, especially on this surface. I mean, bowling at the top of off stump is something that you would want to do on any field, but at the end, or any wicket, but at the end of the day, you have to do it here more often than not, as I mentioned before, because bowling short into this wicket, the ball just sits up.
Well, McKenny Clark continues to pound it into the earth, as we will see, and he gets it right up to the batsman that he has to even jump. And Bishop, being a very tall batsman, he has to do a lot to get that short ball up to Bishop hip area to actually get some porches.
I mean, I've seen McKenny bowl in the Super 50 last year for that under 19. Well, it's a short ball. Try to go slow into the wicket. And like Cutter, hit it straight back over his head for 4.
Well, that was not ideal, and that was never recommended, because the reach that Bishop has, is as I just mentioned, is a very tall lad. And to bowl a slower ball at that pace, less than must be 70 miles per hour, Bishop will calculate himself and get into action there. This one is much faster paced on.
Bishop do not want to get too ambitious here now. I mean, he's looking good. It's the second time I've seen him try that shot in this innings. For them to even get, for them to get over this 3-3-5, he needs to stay there. He's one of the batsmen in the team that needs to score runs in this tournament for them to do well.
Again, that slow leg cutter, and too slow for Joshua, for Teddy Bishop, and he was able to get it again, wide of that mid-wicket fielder, again into the boundary. 4 more to Grenada. It brings the total up now to.
I could remember in the first innings, Morris, when Redhead was bowling. He was bowling a lot of slow balls, but he was earning the right to bowl those slow balls. And right now, McKenny isn't earning the right. Yes, you have a slow ball. Yes, you can bowl a slow ball. But then you have to earn that right to bowl that slow ball. So when you bowl it, you know it's a delivery that you can back up on.
Well, what a shot! My goodness me, over the ropes from my vintage point here. Well, from my vintage point, it skid off the turf and it got a 1 bounce into the boundary, and bring 4 more to Bishops, and the total moves on to 57 for 1. Grenada in the quest of 335.
This looks very interesting here. The fast bowlers is a bit easier to play on the surface. I don't think the St. Lucian have realized the trick as yet, because Bishop start to look a little bit easier.
So brings the over to an end of over number 8, 57 for 1. Good going, 22 there from Johan. 22 apiece, sorry, for both batsmen. Casey. Casey. Score up the string. So to our viewers, you might see the score a bit down, just get it adjusted. As we see this one from Gaston, it's coming into Johan, who's been there observing him and waiting to pounce on the slow balls and the loose ones, and you have been doing so good so far.
These sort of players you have to worry about. Knowing the sort of player he is, if he's this quiet, he's trying to get in. And when he do get in, he can destroy you.
And one of the things that you would not want in a run chase is the fielders to lose that momentum. As in, if the batsmen are turning the strike over, you still have to look for the opportunities of run out. We've seen a couple of run outs in the St. Lucia innings, but in this case, it will take something special to break a partnership. It might be a good catch, it might be an excellent run out, it might be a excellent field that builds the momentum of the team. Somebody have to be there. And this type of sun, what a shot, excellent save, something like that. Excellent stop there, and then not able to get. But Bishop seems to be striking that ball very hard, Mr. Williams.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like he's getting into the mood, and that is something that the St. Lucian don't need, because he's a lanky fella, but he packs a punch.
A very hard one too. Oh, it's getting aggressive. So
There's still players like Kian George in the hut. The skipper Ryan John is in the hut. And I don't think this field is big enough for a player like John. He's one that can clear the boundary very easily.
Well, I've seen his power in the VPL showcases, and I think the analysts that are in these teams will know just how to ask their bowlers to bowl to these batsmen. Slower ball, and this one struggled to go through to the keeper.
I think Gaston, looking at him running up, I think he still needs a bit of work as a fast bowler. It looks like he's running on his tippy toes and his strides are very short. He's not a tall guy, but he needs to stride a bit more and try get to the crease a little bit faster where he can hit the deck. It looks like he's just, you know, he's not running in as fast as he can. You know what I mean? Trying to get to the crease. Looking like he's still running on his tippy toes there, Gaston.
So it appears that Larry Edwards will bowl from the river end, left arm of spinner. And it will be interesting to see the field that they will deploy to Bishops.
And this is a good side that Larry's bowling from with that extra bounce. And the wicket is turning as it's turning now. I'm really happy that he's been introduced this early. I think that Captain Milius is trying to get some early inroads. He would be a handful on this surface. But as I said, Bishop looks like he have different plans. So let's see how he goes about playing the experienced Larry E.
You as a captain, would you have given him a full slate, a spell of 4 or 5?
Well, it's according to how he goes. He's a bowler that he's very accurate. He's one of those type of players that don't likes to give away runs. So it's according to how he's going. If you're looking for wickets, then you need to attack, set an attacking field and give him that chance, give him that option to take a wicket.
Well, Escott just looking to run out Bishops there. Bishops was caught sleeping gingerly. And
I think the whole St. Lucia team looks like they're sleeping because there was no backing up on Larry's end by McKenny. If that had passed Larry, that would have been an extra single because he was still on the boundary. Needs to be at least in the as close as possible to the 30-yard circle to try to stop that.
So good start to the over there by Larry Edwards. As we see a lot of traffic on the side. Going into over number 11, Larry Edwards. Doing very well, getting that ball to bounce and turn. And It will be important for him to see how quickly he could see if he could get some wickets here for the St. Lucian team. This one is driven well. It should be stopped before it reaches the boundary. And they come back for 2. So very quiet over. But good one so far. Brings it over to an end. And the over number 11 is 60. 60 for 1 Grenada. As we welcome Mr. Martin. Seems very exhausted. I'm not too sure if the sun has anything to do with it, Martin, or if it's just some niggeritis from your delicacy that you had earlier on.
Just the heat of the sun. Yeah, and probably how I have some dry coconut and some water.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty hot, pretty humid. So it takes a lot out of you. But a very good reply here to St. Lucia's 300 and odd. Grenada now at 62 for 1. Excellent reply here at Cumberland. So we're in for a game here this afternoon.
We are, and it's matching up very well. It will be interesting to see how new bowler Shiko, number 31 on his back, and braided hairstyle, and so he's not ready. Even the coach, as we could see from the far end, the coaches, they have been seeking refuge from the water tank all day, and that is because they want a different view, as this one is tickled down to fine leg.
Yes, a good start here in this over. St. Lucia, pretty young team it is, led by Kimelius Malius, young West Indian under 19 captain. He's now the captain for the St. Lucian team. Put up a mama total here for Grenada, but Grenada has replied in a positive manner. 63 for 1. These two are batting reasonably well here. Just need to play sensibly and get to that special target, probably 250, 200 runs. Then you could think about things, get to 30 overs and start to think about things differently. But they need just to occupy the crease and keep doing what they're doing. Yeah, chasing that target of 300 plus. This one is driven sweetly back to the bowler, struck him on his foot. Just getting in the way of that delivery, of that shot. Probably could have left something on that pitch, the way it was struck. But he's still there. Quiet days for St. Lucia.
But the captain, every ball bowled, the captain goes to his bowler and find out if he's okay with the field, if he's okay with the run-up. And that's good captaincy. That's what you would want. The captain is actually communicating with his bowler.
This one is squeezed the backward point, looking good. Fielded by the man on the sweeper boundary. So another run to the Grenadian total. But the St. Lucian team is a pretty young one in this tournament. The youngest of the crew, I think I should say. Coming out of the under-19s, the young West Indians, they're here. A few senior players, coached by Gary Matthewin. Bishop from Grenada. Exciting young batsman he is. Came to the under-19 ranks, played exceptionally well. Fell off for a year or two, but he's back, looking good. Both batsmen are 20 odd, 25 and 29.
Some buzzing sound from the St. Lucians on the field. But this one, Bishop is not having none of the sound and the nonsense they're speaking out there. Bishop's just decided that I will take charge, and he heist this one for 6. A welcome 6 there for Bishop.
Well, he marched into that one, actually walked into it and said, bowl that to your friends, smacked it over mid-off into the fence for four more runs to him. And he's looking extremely positive here this afternoon.
This one again, fuller length, getting up in the block hole area. Brings the over to an end with that delivery. 69 for 1. 69 for 1 at the end of over number 11.
Bishop moves up to what, 36, 34? His partner is on 25. 69 for 1, Grenada, in reply to 335. St. Lucia posted earlier in the day. It is in bright sunshine. Can't even see the shadows. That's how hot it is. Cumberland. Still breeze, Larry. This is a short one and being punished. Into the fence. 4 runs. So a loose delivery there by Edwards. And the Bishop, the mood he is in, pulled it through mid-wicket into the fence of 4.
Well, I look at Bishop whilst the Grenadians were feeling, and to me, and that this is my opinion, his attitude on the field was like, get me out of the sun, let me go and bat. And that is what he's doing.
Yeah, he's just taking the charge to the St. Lucians. Anything loose, he's pouncing on it. And he looking to reverse sweep there. Ambitious, he is. There's a slip, a backward point, square cover, short extra cover, which is Melias. A mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, a deep square leg, sorry, and a deep mid-wicket, the man in cow corners here as well. He's between cow corners and mid-on. This one is driven sweetly to the man at the sweeper. It's a wideish mid-off. Some unorthodox feel's been set here by Melias, but I think it's because of the shape of the ground as well. So, he's trying some other things, but the veteran Larry Edwards keeps things a little bit in check here as Grenada continue marching on 73 for 1. St. Lucians keep cheering on their bowlers, encouraging him. This one is swept. Down to the man at backward square who does the fielding, 1 run. So that Larry Edwards over comes to an end. It's now 76 for 1. In reply to 335.
So Chico to continue from the commentary end here. And a very silent background behind of him. This one is full. And no sort of loose shot being played by the Grenadians. And all have been very calculative and allowed the Grenadians to score at their pace, and they've been doing it so very well. This one is cut away. There is a man out there at the deep backward point area, but at no time he get a chance to stop that one.
Yeah, that was a fantastic shot. Shot outside the off stop and he pounced on that. Found the gap between backward point and the man and the sweeper boundary. And nobody had any chance. That rushed into the fence for 4 runs. It's a good lifting delivery outside the off stump into the keeper's gloves. Things are rather quiet here for the St. Lucians.
You made mention of some unorthodox feel. Do you think sometimes the unorthodox feel can help put the batsman off to know that, okay, that's not a conventional field, why are you putting that there, and cause him to be lapsing in concentration?
Again, we see the introduction of a new fielder again on the offside. He call that as a extra short cover. Short cover, backward point, a sweeper, a mid-off. Just in the cover area there's a man just on the edge. Just on the edge of the square. So another unorthodox field. Skipper looking for some results, looking for a wicket. Good line and length outside the off stump. Just on that 4th stump into the keeper's glove.
Yeah, but good line and length is good. But the good line and length would not cause wicket. Is it that you want the batsman to be sponging about what we call soak up deliveries?
Well, they're doing well. They don't need to rush anything. They just need to bat a normal. And this one is in the air. He's out caught. We were just speaking about that. Don't need to rush. Take your time. You're already in. And St. Lucia have taken their 2nd wicket. Grenada are now 78 for 2. A rash shot by the batsman. And he goes back to the pavilion rather dejected.
And this is what we was just talking about. That extra player that was taken from the leg side onto the onside. Now the batsman is seeing an extra player short in front of him. And with that expansive drive, he tried to get past that fielder that was placed right in front of that short extra cover region and was able to get it to the man at backward point. So good thinking there by the captain for St. Lucia. And Grenada losing their 2nd wicket at 78 and brings Ned to the crease at this time.
Well, some unorthodox field placing gave him the wicket. Backward point, just jogging back and taking that catch, making it look very simple. That was O'Geese, the youngster out of St. Lucia again. Now coming back from the West Indies on the 19 tour. Had a good outing as well. But Grenada has Bishop there, who's in a no-nonsense mood, and he has been joined by Ned. They are now 78 for 2, looking for a target of 335.
Well, most if St. Lucia is to win this game, it has to be through the wicket route. They have to take wicket at regular intervals. Grenada will not just relax and allow St. Lucia to waltz in, as if they are visiting the country and just take what's not theirs, which is here a victory.
So Edwards have changed his approach around the wicket. So on a shot to Bishop. Bishop is punching it to the man at cover point. Does very well feeling. As the skipper rings in the changes, he's now placed a slip, a backward point, a gully, short extra cover. This one is driven to Skipper Melias, who's doing the patrolling there at short extra cover. Straighter, flatter delivery. Ball there by Edwards. Bishop equal to the task as the mid-on chuds back to long on. It goes for a reverse sweep again into the keeper's glove as the umpire signal just about another delivery to go. Looking rather dangerous playing that shot.
He needs to, if he gets hold of it, yes, but he needs to take it out of his mindset at this time, because Larry Edwards is an experienced bowler. And so, end of the over number 15. So a bit of stagnation in the run scoring here. They have 79 for 2.
Captain Melias continue to ring in the changes. Continue to marshal his troops on this hot day at Cumberland. This one is a wide delivery down the leg side, signaled by umpire Byam. Easy decision to be made. So Chicot, tall, lanky fella out of St. Lucia, run passes the umpire. This one is hit high and hard, over mid-on, bounces or goes straight over the fence. One bounce into the fence for 4. So that one was pitched in his half, and he went for it, Ned, over mid-on, into the fence for 4 runs. Good looking shot there by him, showing some positive intent here as well.
Yes, and he has to. It's a total that everybody has to contribute to. You're selected here in the top order of the batting, so clearly you must be able to handle the batters. We will see. This one's angled down the leg side, signal wide by Byam.
Chico just losing his line and length there, drifting down the leg side. That extra delivery, extra run. This one is down the leg side again. Keeper doesn't take cleanly. He has 1 for 1. He's coming back for 2. Signal will come from the umpire. It's just about now. Wide signal by the umpire. So 2 extra runs there.
A bit of lapse in concentration, I will say, in this case by Chico. He has been not getting this over on the coordinates he would like, and then he has to get it right. This
turn off his legs. He's looking for one. He's gone for one. He's back for two. Two more runs. So he just trained a bit on his legs there, Casnell, and been punished somewhat. Losing his line and length, bowling the extra delivery. Yeah. She caught short delivery down the leg side. Wide signal again by the umpire. Struggling a bit here is Chicot. The middle of his spell.
That's his fourth wide for this over. And one of it actually had a free, well, 2 runs added to it. So Chico will have to somewhat get his coordinates as right as possible. And this one is mightily struck. My goodness me. The cars that are here are somewhat, all are insured, but I want to say you will not want to get your car damaged today.
Repair center. That was struck with some power there by Ned. He was pitching his half and he climbed into that one and smacked it over mid-off. A wonderful shot. One of the best shots we've seen here for the day.
An excellent cricket shot there by Ned. He was equal to the task there. And it is as if he had read it out of the bowler's hand where you're going to pitch it. And right as the bowler pitched it, he was equally there ready for the shot and got maximum. A very expensive over here from Clark. And he really really struggling in this over.
Well, he's been taken to the cleaners there. Hopefully that ball some repairs has been done to that ball and he gets it right for St. Lucia. It's a full toss. It's a full toss. Well, no signal from the umpire. A full delivery. Ned missed it completely and it racked his stumps. He's out bowled. He was looking for a no ball from the umpire, but the umpire is signaling, struck your stumps. It's below the waist, and he's gone. Grenada has lost. Wicket number 3, 97 for 3. A really bad miss there by Ned.
But a good comeback there from Clark, because he have now won the battle, as you will say, after being struck for a hearty 6 there. He kept his composure. And somewhat a slow ball that dipped in the air and it caught Ned looking for more sort of a no ball signal. And as it hit the top of off, then the umpire have nothing to do but to adjudge it out.
Well, we were in the 15th over where we have a water break. So the players going to have some refreshments and we're going to have some here as well. And we'll be back with you here at Cumberland where Grenada is chasing a target of 335. They are 97 for 3. Well, after the refreshments, we are back here at Cumberland, where the battle between Grenada and St. Lucia in the Windward Islands Super 50 tournament here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines continues. Grenada looking for a target of 335. They are 97 for 3. And back in the commentator's booth with me is Keswick Williams. Welcome back, Keswick.
Definitely. Took a couple minutes off. It was worth the break. Worth the time to recuperate and come back in this heat.
So Campers gets off the mark, the first delivery.
I honestly think communication is a thing that is being lacking in this tournament when it comes to batters. You know, I realize there's a lot of chances for run out, especially when the ball is being played down to point. There's a lot of yeah, no calls every time the ball is being running down to point or backward point.
Bishop squeezes that one through backward point, finds the sweeper. Another single to him. Moves on now to 40. Grenada brings up 100. 100 for 3. Looking for that magical figure of 335.
Yeah, as we all know, it's a mama total. Shadrach Descartes earlier in the first innings played a magnificent innings. I think one of the best innings that we would probably see in this tournament. Played very well.
So Edwards around the wicket, and this one is being brilliantly fielded by the man at backward point there. Some excellent fielding, jiffing by Bishop again aggressively, but some excellent fielding by the man there at backward point, just in front of the crease.
Larry Edwards, as usual, being as tight as ever. He's one of those type of bowlers that look at his economy while bowling. Doesn't give anything away. He's a very... He bowls somewhat close to his pockets. Very tight guy.
Ooh, that one has beaten Bishop, beaten the keeper, and runs away into the fence for 4 byes. 4 byes signal by the umpire. A good delivery by Larry, counting himself unfortunate there after that delivery.
Definitely. I told you he would be a handful on this wicket. And we are seeing it here. He even is a handful for his own keeper. So Larry, as we call him here in the Windward's camp, Larry E. Packed with a lot of humor. Could never be a dull moment when he's around.
This one is shot and punched again by Bishop. So the man has shot square cover just on the edge of the circle there. He's doing a fantastic job. Did a magnificent piece of fielding just a while ago. Diving to his right. This one is a straighter delivery by Ali. Not how it says the umpire. As the spectators do their own umpiring, says that one is going down leg. So the umpire is in favor of that as well. Not how it says the umpire. Bishop continues. He's on 40.
Looking at the bowling so far from St. Lucia, you could see the maturity in terms of the bowlers. If not Larry Edwards, you can see that he's playing a level above this level. So you can see the maturity, you know, in how he's bowling and the consistency in which, and the errors and stuff like that he's bowling. So that's really, really good.
Bishop just looking to turn the face of the bat on that one, hitting the outer portion of the bat and dropping short and just bubbling back to Larry as he overcomes Stone End at 103 for 3. Grenada in reply to St. Lucia 335. They are 303 for 3.
It would be very nice if Melius can introduce his leg spin if he has any. I think he has. August. I think he has August there that can bowl a bit of leg spin. So this wicket that usually is a spin bowling type of wicket. It would be very good if you can introduce August into the bowling.
Again, Lucia will lose. Some good feeling here by the St. Lucian fielders. Change of bowling. Started proceedings for St. Lucia. He's now back. Edwards. Flighty delivery. He's calling for quick single. Gets it easily. One more run to Grenada. He's off the mark. That's George.
I'm thinking the reason why they brought back Tariq is to get a wicket. And knowing Keon George, he's one of those batters that if he gets going, he can be very dangerous. So bringing back that off spinner to bowl against him, who's a left-hand batter, you know, greater chances of getting him out.
Edwards are operating from around the wicket. There's a pointer, sweeper, short extra cover. A man, son, short fine leg sweeper. He looks to reverse sweep again. This is about the 5th time I've seen him trying to reverse sweep and I've not made contact.
Yeah, the position that he gets himself in to play the reverse sweep is not a comfortable position. He doesn't look like a player that usually plays the reverse sweep. But I think on a normal, he just tried to play with the turn.
Just like that one. He swept that one through. Mid on to square leg. Goes for another single. 105 now. Grenada. 105 for 3.
Tariq bowling his off spin from around the wicket to Teddy Bishop, who is a right-hander. He's just looking to slide the ball across him. So Teddy Bishop pulling out his reverse sweep is because the ball is still going across him.
That one just squaring him up. There's George. Just getting behind of that one. A quicker delivery by Edwards. Skipper keeping things rather tight. Cutting out all his little singles. Keeping him on strike. Wants to be bowling after him, he said. That's the plan. He's just behind that one, playing it. It's off hands back to the bowler. So there's a deep mid wicket. A slip. Backward point. Short extra covers over, comes to an end. So over number 18 has come to an end, and Grenada 105 for 3.
Keon George was one of the main batters in that series against, well, with England. Well, when Grenada travelled to England, he was one of the main batters there. Scored a bit of runs. He has been around the for a while now, playing for Grenada. Haven't really made any transition into the Windward setup, you know. But he knows what he's about. He hits the ball well. He's one that if he gets going, he will be hard to stop. As Teddy Bishop driven that one straight down the ground. He's looking pretty comfortable now. This period of the middle overs here, Martin, I am very keen to see how they handle it. As you see, St. Lucia handle it pretty well. it seems to be a little bit easier in the middle overs while batting. You know, so let's see how Grenada handle their middle overs here today in the second innings.
Well, they have a maximum of 50 overs to bat here. This is over number 19. They're 105 for 3. So this partnership is key in getting to that total. There's a loud appeal. There's a loud appeal. Not out says the umpire. Seems to be striking the batter outside of the off stump. And Larry and the slip went up in tandem. Not out says the umpire. Lives to fight another day. This one is a quicker delivery by Edwards, bringing him on the front foot. Just sticking that bat in front of the pad, and it trickles out to the man at mid-wicket. Score remains at 105.
The thing about Larry Edwards, he will continue to ask questions as long as he's bowling. He would continue to ask questions. So that is really, really good when Larry's on the ball. He's a guy that looks to take wickets, but on top of that, he likes to be very economical as well. As I said, he's very tight, but he's a guy that looks to take wickets, and he don't like too much runs be scored off of him.
Wow, that one pitched outside the off stump, beating George, all ends up. Wicketkeeper doesn't take cleanly. Larry has his hand on his hip and wondering what happened there.
Because of how well he bowled last year for Windwards in the first class season, it earned him a contract now for Windwards. So he has been on the Windwards contract for a while, you know, and he has been doing well. He had a good outing last year for Windwards. I think he's putting his hands up now in terms of West Indies selection if he have another good year. So the good thing about him is that every delivery is an event for Larry.
Well, this Larry Edwards overs have come to an end. He has caused enough oohs and ahs. So that's the end of his over. That's 106. 106 for 3. Target is 335. Bishop is on 42. And George is on 2. Grenada 106 for 3. So another Edwards with the ball in his hands. Tariq continues to bowl for St. Lucia. Larry Edwards from the top. Tariq Edwards from the southern end. Both Edwards controlling things here for St. Lucia. Melius continues to marshal his troops, looking for wicket number 4. Bishop is on beaten on 42. This one is charging and hitting it straight back to the man at mid-off. That ball almost pushing him back to the boundary.
He packs a punch, I must say. He's playing each ball on his merit here. He's not looking to overpower the ball. Earlier in his innings, he was looking like he just wants to beat everything, walk into the fast bowlers and stuff. But now he's playing each ball on his merit here. He looks good. I like the way how he's striking the ball. He's definitely a key player for Grenada in this tournament. So for Grenada to do well, Teddy have to come up chump, just like how Shadrach is coming up chump for St. Lucia.
Well, they need a big knock from one of their batters. He's set. He has George with him. He's set on 43, looking to take that beyond that 43, get to that magical figure of 100. Just like Shadrach Descarte got into 150. Grenada needs somebody to do as well as he did. There's another dot delivery bowled here by Tariq Edwards, bowling around the wicket, flat and fast, really, into the stumps.
We haven't seen Shadrach being introduced as yet. As I said, he's a medium bowler. He hit some good errors and bowled some stiff balls. So we haven't seen him being introduced into the attack as yet. Still waiting for his introduction. Scored some very important runs today for the St. Lucia team.
Well, the over has come to an end. Another Terry Edwards over has come to an end. 107 for 3. Bishop on 43. George, he's on 2. 20 overs completed. Allotted 50 overs, another 30 to go. Long way away from the end of this game. Grenada, in reply to St. Lucia's 335, 107. 107 for 3.
I'm wondering though, Martin, in a case where Larry's bowling so well and he's probably one of your main bowlers in your team, would you have bowled out Larry?
Well, that one was drifting on his legs, and Bishop, in the mood he is, just swept that over square leg into the fence for 4 more runs.
Yeah, would you have bowled out Larry in the middle period here of the innings?
Well, you're looking to get another wicket. Bishop is playing exceptionally well. Larry Edwards is one of your better bowlers, the tighter bowlers. I will chance it and bowl him and try and get that wicket off Bishop. But, you know, you have to bite the bullet sometimes. And I think that they are doing that, trying to get this wicket off Bishop. That one is outside the off, stumping to the keeper's glove. Again, he attempts that reverse sweep. After playing such a wonderful shot 2 balls ago, he's reversing that shot and missing again.
I could remember playing with Paul Nixon as a coach, and he always asks you, if you're not going to get 4 from a reverse sweep, don't play it. Why risk your wicket to get 1 run?
Well, he has all evening to bat. He's on 47. He's batted pretty well for that 47, other than those attempted reverse sweeps. He has batted positively, and he looks very good. Bishop. Edwards to Bishop. Short, and he's pulling. That one rather stopped on him, slowing the wicket. And he just jagged it around through mid-wicket, picks up another single. So 113 for 3 here.
This is Larry Edwards' 6th over. I'm not sure as a skipper if you should bowl him out, but as my co-commentator said, sometimes you have to bite the bullet. You need a wicket here. I mean, if you have other bowlers at your disposal, spinners in particularly, you would use them. But your main bowler have to bowl to try get an in-roll into this Grenada batting lineup. You need somebody like Ryan John into the attack or into batting as early as possible. Try to weigh him down and get him out. You don't want Ryan John to come in when you're chasing runs and balls.
Well, it's Terry Edwards around the wicket. This one is a short sliding delivery from around the wicket. Oh, how close that was to the off stump. Two more runs to Bishop. That brings him to his 50. 50 runs for Bishop.
It's a good look to see young Bishop. It's a good look to see young Bishop coming off with a 50 here. Just need to continue from here. What will be even better is to see him go on and at least scoring 100 and taking his team over that 335 mark. Obviously, St. Lucia will have other plans, but he's looking good. He's playing well. Just need to continue from here. As we realize here in the commentary booth that St. Lucia have most of the backing here in the stands. Tariq really bowling well here. Played a very important role for the Windwards on the 19 team when they were here for the West Indies on the 19 tournament. For every team that he played for in recent times, he has played some important roles. As you can see, Agis in first slip warming up there. It would be good to see him introduce into the bowling his leg spin. As we see Scott earlier in the first innings for Grenada, bowling his leg spin with a lot of turn in the wicket for leg spinners. And as I said, Agis is taking his run up to bowl his leg spin. Bowled some really good errors. Saw him bowl his leg spin before, so he's not really a makeshift bowler. He's actually a good leg spin bowler. As long as he gets his lines and line right today, he could cause a bit of problems for Grenada.
So another over has come to an end, and we're making changes to the bowler. So it's Agis, who'll be taking up the attack from the northern end. He'll be bowling to Bishop, who has scored his first 50 in this tournament. Short, and that's been pulled. One bounce, well fielded by the man at Cow Corners, basically deep mid wicket. Picks up another single. But this partnership between these two are very critical here to Grenada, getting to that total of 335.
Yeah,
one of these batters need to go on.
Yeah, definitely. Looks like Teddy Bishop is in for the long haul. But then he would need some support from the other end. Can't lay too much pressure on his shoulders.
George continues to battle here for Grenada. Looking to get going. He's trying to really get his timing. He has not played with that sort of confidence as yet. Struggling to get his timing on this wicket here so far. But Bishop has played superbly. As George just plays that one defensively again to Agis, who bowls his leg spin, replacing Edwards, senior bowler for St. Lucia. This one is outside the off, so I'm just coming back a little bit with a trajectory there. Just a little bit of biting coming in. A little grip on the surface. Flat, not much air on his deliveries. This one is short outside the off stump again. Just slide it on, and it's punched to the man at mid-off.
Just want to take this time out to big up the St. Vincent female football team who is playing against Bermuda today at the Arnisvale playing field. Think they should come out with a win. They have been doing well in recent times. Even the male team has been doing well.
Beautiful delivery there by Agis, beating him outside the off stump, bringing that over to our end. As you see lovely cricket here at Cumberland. There will be lovely football at Arnisville playing field this afternoon, where the ladies will be showcasing their skills for Vincy Heat.
Definitely. The last game, Vincy Heat versus Bermuda. Was it Bermuda or the male team? They finished the game 2-1. 3-1, I think. So in recent time, the St. Vincent football, male and female, have been doing really well. So congratulations to them. Hope they continue.
Well, Grenada continues to fight here at the Cumberland playing field. 119, 119 for 3. 27 overs completed, if I'm seeing right, yeah? So Bishop is on 51 and George is on 2. Looking for that magical figure of 335. A lot of batting here to be done by these two. Edwards continue. This one is onto his leg stump. He just turning it to the man at mid-wicket. That's well-packed area there. There's a man behind square. There's a square leg. There's a mid-wicket. Trying to pace that field. And there's a man at deep mid-wicket as well. This one he's chipping. Stroking it down the ground. One bounce. Fielded there by the man at mid-on. And he picks up another single.
I think so far Tariq's plan is working pretty well. He packed his leg side field and he's bowling off break to a right-hander. But what he's doing, he's pitching almost everything down onto the stump, spinning back to that right-hander where he has to tuck the ball to the leg side, which would only give him ones, or if he chips and hit it down the ground for 4. So he's bowling a negative line here to the right-hander, which is working pretty well.
This one is turned nicely by George. First one coming off the middle of the bat, really, Keswick. And he gets a single through mid-wicket, through mid-on, really, and turns it over to Bishop again, who will take strike.
What I would love to see is Teddy Bishop batting to the end and at least probably scoring 100. You know, this is what you want to see from
this one. Is punished through mid-wicket. Nobody moves as the fielder, as the spectator says. The hands come out for by a man. Signals for 4 more runs to Bishop, 4 more runs to Grenada.
Definitely. This is what you want to see from these young players. Bishop, who has played for Grenada for a while now. You want to see. There you go, Martin. I think that's your favorite shot. I'm thinking it's your favorite shot. This is probably the 7th time, if I'm correct.
That's reverse number 7.
That he's playing that reverse sweep and nothing has connected. I think he should put that one back in his pocket.
Yeah. Put it in the shop. Lock it up. Forget about it. Forget about it. But Edwards continue and Bishop continues as well for Grenada. This time down the track. When you're batting so well, Keswick, why would you want to play such a shot?
Exactly. And for one, because there's no sort of power behind of it. It looks like it's a tickler reverse sweep, so you can only get one from it. So why put yourself in that sort of risk when you can hit the ball down the ground for one?
Right, he's batting so sweetly, hitting the ball down the ground through mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off. Why would you want to risk your wicket like that? And then you get disappointed and say, if I had known.
So there's a lot of youngsters here in this tournament. A lot of teams pick youngsters in this tournament. From Dominica, we have Beno Pascal, who just captained West Indies on a 19 team in Sri Lanka. And then there's Murray here from Grenada, who had a brilliant tournament in the under 19 tournament here. Also, we have Tariq, who played in that under 19 tournament in Sri Lanka. And there's Ogis, who is bowling now. A lot of youngsters is on show here in this Windward's 50 over tournament, and this is what you want to see. This is the only way that they can develop, you know, giving them that exposure, giving them that time to learn, you know. So that's really, really good initiative from all these cricket association in the Windward Islands. Yes,
and the young Murrays on Grenada side as well, youngsters as well, playing under 19 cricket. Did exceptionally well in under 19 tournament, but he's not playing for Grenada today, and it's really, I'm happy to see the youngsters really coming through and taking major roles in the teams here in this tournament, in this 50-50, Super 50. And this is a beautiful shot there by Bishop, just stroking it over cover, showing how well he can bat on both sides of the wicket. Strong on the onside, strong on the offside, hits the ball over the top, stroke it on the ground. He's an all-round player. He plays the ball right wrong. 360 degrees.
Yeah, definitely. And this is the kind of players that you want in your setup. You know, he's young, talented, as I mentioned, all the young players a while ago. A player that I think, given time, he would grow into being an excellent bowler or excellent player is Watson Seaton out of St. Vincent. He didn't make the St. Vincent team, but he did make the reserve. You know, that's a good looking, being age 17, making the St. Vincent senior team as a reserve. It only say one thing about you.
Yes.
You see talent.
Yes. And not to forget the wicketkeeper from Grenada. He's here as well. He's one of the better batters in the tournament. And he's here representing. And this one, he's playing a sweep. Would he be out? Somebody's coming under it. He's diving, falling short. A brilliant effort, but couldn't get to that one. And a chance basically got begging, but unfortunately, that fielder just couldn't get to that. And 2 more runs to Bishop.
You don't want to be playing this loosely, though. I mean, you want him to back himself and play shots, but he has to be really tight. You have to be really tight.
That's the temperament of the youngsters. That is what you have to learn in the cricket. This is where you buckle down, you bat, you get to 100, and then your next target would be getting your team to that magical score of 335. These are the things that you want to see coming out from these youngsters. Not just getting to 50, 60, then get out. You must play with some purpose and have a plan as you approach your game.
And I think that's the problem with our youngsters these days. They get to 50 and they get so comfortable scoring 50 that after 50 they don't really mind what happens after that. So they need to have that greedy mentality. After 50, it's not enough. We still want more. I still want more. That's the mentality that they need to have as youngsters. I think that is the only problem that we have with youngsters these days. When they get to 50, they feel confident and they figure that is enough. So we want to see our youngsters get into that frame of mind that they want to be hungry to score more and make more and get more.
Well, Descartes was in that mode. He scored 150 unbeaten, chanceless 150 really. The closest chance he got was half and half, 50-50 chance, trying to get him run out about 2 or 3 times, but the stumps were missed and he survived. That's the only chances you got from him. He never hit it close to anyone. He just batted sweetly and scored 150 without much risk at all.
And the important thing about that 150 is that even though he was hitting the ball aerial for most of the times, he was hitting it aerial where there were no feelers. So he was picking his gap
and picking
his feelers.
Is punched, well, punished through the mid-wicket area. Good fielding by the man at deep mid-wicket who runs around field just in front of the boundary. Prevents the ball from going over the rope. 2 runs to Bishop again. And he looks good. He continues to look good. And Grenada 131. 131 for 3.
I think the pace that Agis is bowling with is the right pace. The only problem I'm seeing right now with his bowling is the length. His length is a bit off because almost everything he's bowling is batters are batting him off the back foot. So it's saying that he's bowling a bit too short. So he need to adjust his line, his length a little bit, and then I think he would be in the game.
Well, Grenada 131, 131 for 3. They have batted how many overs thus far? 20, 25. They're halfway. We are at the halfway stage. 25 overs more. We are at the halfway stage in overs, and Grenada 131 for 5. Can we look at this game thus far?
Yeah, so it's about 204 off 150 balls, somewhere around there. So what Descartes need to do right now is come into the bowling and hit his chops from ball 1. He's experienced enough. We have seen how he played with the bat. He just came back from the CPL, so you have that little exposure, and I guarantee coaches like Pedro Collins, who was their bowling coach in CPL, may had a word with him while he was in CPL. So I'm expecting nothing but quality. As you can see, when Larry bowl, you could see the difference in terms of how he bowl. So Descartes coming into the bowling now, he can't show anything less. He has to maintain that standard that Larry gave out. He did already with the bat, but we need to see him with the ball as well. He's an all-rounder, so he needs to give us 100% with the ball and the bat. And he's looking good so far.
Well, this could go good for St. Lucia, or it could go bad for them. This is a critical juncture at this game. We're half a stage. He needs to bowl a very good spell. He starts very well just on the off stump. And George is still looking to get himself in. Still looking a little bit iffy, as you normally say. He has gotten 5 so far, but has played a very good supporting role to Bishop thus far in this innings. Haven't really gotten off as yet, but Descartes with his second delivery. This one is outside the off stump, looking for a mighty heave over mid-off, looking to get into things and into the keeper's glove.
Looking at every single player on this field, almost every 2 minutes or so, you see somebody doing a stretch, somebody bending over. I'm wondering if it's fatigue that's kicking in, because a lot of these players were just playing T10 cricket, the G11 T10. That's a whole 50 over is a whole different aspect of the game. More overs, longer time out there in the sun. So I'm not sure, but fitness is something that these youngsters need to take care of for themselves. Can't have people monitoring them 24/7 with fitness. They have to be able to take that into consideration for themselves. Fitness is very important when you're playing 50 over cricket. It's a long version.
Well, you could be fit, Keswick, but you have to be fit to play cricket as well. That is very important. You could be fit all around. You could be a very fit individual, but you're not fit enough to bowl 10 overs. You're not fit enough to bat 20 overs, 30 overs. You have to be fit in those aspects. And if you're not fit enough in those aspects, then you're basically no use to the captain or anybody on your field. You have to be able to bowl 10 overs. You have to be able to bat from 10 overs to 25 and score a minimum of such and such. You have to be able to do that when you speak about fitness. So it is important. Shadrach, he was able to bat the majority of the overs, scored 150. He's now back bowling his medium pace. So that tells that he's fit for cricket.
He's a strong lad as well.
Yeah.
He is a strong lad as well. I've played with him even in the US. And he has a never say die attitude. Always give 100% whenever he plays his cricket.
This one is just turned off the hips of George, beating that man at fine leg. Short fine leg. Picks up another 2 runs. George just trying to get into stride here for Grenada as they continue to push on here at Cumberland in lovely sunshine. It's a nice cooling breeze coming across the playing field. Haven't had that for the day. Once or twice, yes, but the sun is out in all its glory, blazing down on us here. And really, I could understand the feeling of those cricketers in the middle.
From where I'm sitting here, Martin, I'm so happy that the little breeze is blowing now.
Telling you. So, very interesting game on hand here at Cumberland between Grenada and St. Lucia. St. Lucia putting up a huge total of 334 and Grenada looking to get that total of 335 to start things off in this Super 50 tournament here in St. Vincent and Grenada. This is a full delivery driven to Melius. This could be trouble here. This could be trouble. Oh, he gets in here, George. But a misfield, and they ran on that misfield, and one of them could have been going back to the pavilion, but he got home safely.
These players have to be very mindful what they do after cricket. A lot of these guys sit in their rooms after games and they sit in their AC and don't realize that AC can dry you out as well. And playing in this sort of heat, going back home and sitting in your room in AC, you're talking about drying out that water being dried out of your skin. So they need to hydrate. Something that they need to do. They need to drink a lot of water. Because they may think being in an AC they don't feel the need to drink water. But it's something that they need to do. It's very hot. It's 100 overs.
Well,
is that a wide, Martin? Like,
well, it's pitched way outside the off some. The batter played a reverse sweep. The umpire judged it as a wild. I was just going to allude to that, Keswick, that George is looking to get this ball somewhere in the boundary. He's been denied of that for so long. The ball has run close to the fence, it didn't go over. He just tried to play too many shots too soon.
And I think a problem with George in this innings, this particular innings though, is that he's still trying to hit a leg spinner on the offside more often than not. I mean, as a leg spin, as a left arm batter, batting a leg spinner, you would want to try to, as this card did, hit the ball more on the mid-wicket region or down long on. You understand? But he's trying to hit the ball more than half the time over cover, and the ball is coming into him.
Well, Grenada have lost wicket number 4 at 135 for 5 for 4. Devani Joseph comes in. Young under 19 bat. A really good find. Excellent cricketer he is. He comes in to join the youngster Bishop. And Grenada 135 for 4 here at Cumberland, looking for that magical figure of 335.
Well, so far in this game, Martin, we are seeing the youngsters shining. Aggie's picking up the wicket there. We're seeing young Joseph. He's actually a cousin of Devon Smith. A lot of people may not know, but he's Devon Smith's cousin. His nickname is Tuki. He's a very talented player, scored 100 earlier this year in Park Hill for the Windward Islands on the 19 team. He's a very attacking player as well. But what he needs to do is rotate the strike, get himself in. It's not a wicket that you can come and just bat on as easy as you would like. The ball is spinning, it's bouncing.
Fortuitous edge by beating the batsman, beating the keeper. Runs down to the fine leg boundary. 4 by, signal by the umpire. Fortune favor the brave. Good delivery there by August.
As you can see, the leg spinners in this game, the bounce and turn that they're extracting out of this wicket, we're not seeing it that much from the off spinners. But the leg spinners are getting a lot out of this wicket.
This one is desperate dive there by Auguste St. Lucia, looking to take a catch, but Devani Joseph just hitting the inner portion of the bat, brings you over to an end. So Grenada 140 for 4. 140 for 4.
So there would be a lot of competition in this tournament from these under 19 players. Auguste, captain Devani in the West Indies under 19 tournament. A few times you will hear them chirping in the nets against one another. Who can get rid of who in the nets? So August will look to get one up on Joseph. Joseph obviously would have different plans and would try to get one up on Auguste. So it's good to see, you know what I mean, competition. These guys played with one another a couple of months ago in the West Indies on the 19 tournament. Now they're playing against one another. So this is what the tournament brings. So there should be a lot of information being filtered through teams about guys and how they play, especially to the senior guys who may not know these youngsters. These youngsters have a job to do to give information to these senior players and how these youngsters play.
Well, skipper just making some changes. Not too sure as to what is going on. Trying to get things right here. Looking to bowl that ball just on the off. The extra man comes over to the offside. So there's a sweeper. Third man. Backward point. Mid off. Square leg. Deep mid wicket. Long on. This one is muscled. He's out caught. Looking to muscle that over mid off. And the Bishop has lost his wicket. And Grenada have lost wicket number 5, that of Bishop, for 67.
That's not what you want to see. You just lost a wicket. You just lost a wicket. You're the batsman that's in. You need to see your team through. There was no need for that shot. You're in already. Now you're putting a fresh batter at the crease who have to start again, which is going to take them a couple of overs before they get going. Putting your team into a little bit of a hole there, and that's not what you want. This is bringing out their skipper Ryan John, who usually takes a little bit of time to get going, but whenever he does get going, he's a player that can take the game away from you.
Well, 140 for 5. Things looking St. Lucia's way right now. Was evenly poised at 135 for 3. In 2 overs, they have lost 2 wickets. The 2 batsmen, that of George, now the man who have played the better innings so far, Bishop, he has gone back for 67. Grenada 140 for 5.
Brings me back to what you mentioned earlier, Martin, with being content. I'm not sure if these youngsters actually look to are greedy enough to get more. I think they're very content with scoring 50s, as we mentioned earlier, and scoring 60s and 70s. I think that make them feel like they, you know what, I've done well, you know. And apart from this card, you could see the intention. His intention from early was to get 100, and from he got his 100, he slowed down a bit. But from 120 to 150, he stepped on the gas again. You understand? So I guess that was a sort of a relaxed period where he catches breath and come again. But it was a well-played innings. Congratulations to him. But this is what you want from these youngsters. Yes, he's still young in the game, Shadrach, but he's showing great maturity.
Yes, and well done to him. He's having an excellent game. Had an excellent innings with the bat. Now he has gotten his first wicket in his second over here at Cumberland, picking up that important wicket of Bishop, who was well set, playing well, and tried to muscle the one over mid-off, only finding the mid-off in the way, and lost his wicket through that. So, just a change in the field, brought in the 2 men on the boundary. Ryan John will be taking strike. Skipper for Grenada. This one is hitting the outer portion of the bat, running down to third man. Good delivery, force up to John. St. Lucia at their turn at the crease, scoring 334. Devonny Joseph just taking strike. Wicketkeeper batsman out of Grenada. young talent. He's there with his skipper, Ryan John. Descartes, the century make a quick delivery outside the off stump. Some height, some bounce on that one, but white signal by the umpire Byam, who's doing officiating at this end.
I must say congrats to the umpires. They have been doing a fantastic job. Our friend Byam, one of the better umpires that we have here in St. Vincent, and he's young as well, looking to take his umpiring skills further. So well played there by Tuki. I love to call him Tuki. I just love his nickname Tuki. Saw him score a brilliant 100 in that under 90 West Indies under 19 tournament that grant him a position on the West Indies under 19 team that tore Sri Lanka earlier this, well, a couple of weeks ago actually. He came back. Nice talent, young talent, very stylish. Looks like his cousin Devon Smith whenever he plays the ball. And how fitting it is that his cousin is the assistant coach of Grenada, Devon Smith. So he wouldn't want to disappoint Devon Smith. He would want to keep that legacy going. Even though he's not a Smith, it's still in the blood. You can see. Coincidence, he's left-handed as well.
Well, this is where the game took its turn in the first innings, where Descartes came in for St. Lucia. St. Lucia struggling. 5 wickets down. He came in, batted sweetly, and took his total up to 150 and propelled the St. Lucia score up to 334. So one of these batters needs to duplicate exactly what he did in the innings prior and bring Grenada home here as well.
I think from here on in, Grenada batting is a little bit short this year, and Ryan John came up short. Similar out or similar way of losing your wicket. The last wicket, similar way of getting out. I'm not sure if he wanted it to go there. But I was just about to say, after Ryan John, I really don't think the batting is really that heavy after Ryan John. I think Lucia is narrowing in on a victory here against the defending champion.
Well, that ball was nowhere there for that shot. It cramped him. It had some pace on it. It was too close for that shot. And he eventually just pushed it back to the man and made off. An easy catch for him again. And Descartes is in the wickets column again, having a wonderful game thus far. Grenada have lost wicket number 6 after 143.
I think Descartes wake up this morning planning to get man a match in this game. The way he batted, the way he's bowling now, picking up his 2nd wicket. One for the future here, Martin.
Definitely. He has shown his consistency. He has shown his all-round ability. He's an excellent player. He could adapt from the T20. He has now playing the 50-50 overs, and he has scored 150 actually. And now he's here bowling and has picked up 2 vital wickets.
The thing about Descartes, he doesn't have the pace, but what he has is the consistency. You know what I mean? He's hitting the errors more often than not. So if you're hitting the errors and you're forcing batters to try to score, then you're gonna pick up wickets. He has gone 2 wickets now, and we have this battle on again with Agis and Joseph. I'm wondering who will come out victorious in this battle. He wouldn't want Agis to have one up on him, because that will be a talk all around the hotel later. As I said, his pace is very good. He just needs to get his length right. You can see Agis. You can see how excited he is to bowl against Joseph. He knows if he gets Joseph, that would be a good talk throughout the hotel and through the rest of the tournament with him and his friends. But his pace is good. He's really bowling a good spell here after taking over from Larry Edwards. But those last 2 wickets, Martin, I think those 2 wickets was gifted to the St. Lucia team. The St. Lucia team packed with a lot of youngsters, coached by Gary Matrin, managed by Dave, is looking really good this year. Wow! Wonderful work there by Descartes. He saved the 6. He's really looking apart from all the other players. A level above, and he's showing that he's a level above, and that is what you need from your senior players in your setup.
Well, some acrobatics there by Descartes, catching that ball in the air, throwing it back onto the field and trying to dive and catch it. Unfortunately, it was a little bit too far away from him to complete an excellent effort by him. But he saved 6 runs, actually 5 there. But an excellent effort by him again, showing his all-round ability on the cricket field. As Agis continued to bowl here for St. Lucia, picked up a wicket thus far. This one is a good delivery. There's a loud appeal. Not how says the umpire. That brings you over to an end. 144. 144 for 6 here at Cumberland. 27 overs bowled. They have just lost a wicket off the skipper, Ryan John, trying to force one off the off stump and really finding the man at mid-off. No need was for that. He just needed to get into the wicket and score some runs, take a few balls and hit it in the middle. And before that, Bishop trying to go over the top and only finding that said man at mid-off and lost 2 wickets in succession, really. And they are now 144 for 6, 29 overs bowled.
Well, they're going to need some magic to get back here, Martin, because the batting from here on in is not anything that will really make St. Lucia worry too much. But cricket is still played on the day, so it's not over until the last ball is being bowled, or we would say in the Caribbean, until the fat lady sings. So this can't need to be consistent still. Slow ball into the wicket and straight. Nothing much you could have done there. As I said, the wicket is not one that you can come and beat bowling on. So you have to get in. If you're not getting in, you're gonna be in problems. Well played. Well played, straight down to the mid-wicket boundary. Descartes just losing a little bit of line and length there. Not something that we have seen throughout his spell. But I'm guessing he'll be back on his line and length pretty soon, because he knows how important it is for him to continue bowling a good spell here and to even help the St. Lucia team get closer to a victory. He has done a lot of work in the first innings so far, and doing so again in the second innings with the ball. Still a little rough on edges, still a lot of work to be done, but he's one that the Windwards could actually look at in the future, along with Ryan John, as a proper all-rounder.
Joseph looking to hit that over mid-wicket. Descartes just bowling short of a length there. Did that recently, just a couple of balls prior. But that was a short delivery from Descartes that he pulled through mid-wicket. But he has bowled a good spell thus far, hitting just back of the length, causing the batters to look to hit the ball over the top, and picked up 2 scalp as he continues. This one is short. That one is punished. Hit with some authority there into the fence for 4 runs. Wonderful shot there by Joseph. Another short delivery by Descartes being dispatched.
And that's him hitting it on the bigger side of the boundary. My thing is, if you're bowling short, I don't mind you bowling short or going into the wicket to get him to hit on the bigger side. But you have to set the field for that. You cannot be bowling short and there's no one to protect the boundary. So they then put back the deep mid wicket and they have that short, they have square leg inside now. So they're protecting the mid wicket boundary.
He's trying to squeeze to backward point. He's called for 1. He's coming back for 2. Good running there by Joseph. Excellent awareness as well. He played it with soft hands to backward point, and from the time he played that, he was looking for 2 runs.
Tunki is a guy that they can't take for granted. As I said, he's very talented. Seen him score 100 a couple of months ago. So he's capable of doing that here. As I said earlier, it's not over until the fat lady sings. Fair enough, St. Lucia is probably thinking that they have this one in the bag. And by right, they should be thinking like that. If they want to actually win this game, that's their mindset that they should have. But don't take the cat out the bag as yet. Because you still have Joseph at the crease. Kem, he's not really known as a big batter, but he can hold his end. So you still have to try to bowl well. Oh.
Well, as easy as 1, 2, 3. O'Geese pitching it just on the off, just on the middle stump. It pitch turned, hit the outer portion of the bat, and brought the first slip into play, and they have lost wicket number 7. Easy catch, easy soft dismissal.
The sight that a leg spinner likes to see. Right-handers in, spinning the ball across them. Easy catch into the slip. As you can see, O'Geese and Joseph having a little bit of laugh. The banter between these two is what you like to see, especially between 2 youngsters. Cyrus walking into bat. As I said, the lower half of the Grenada team is not really known for their batting, but they can hold up an end. But with the ball spinning like O'Geese is spinning it, as I said earlier, he can bowl. He's not just a makeshift leg spinner. He can bowl. I've seen him bowl before. So if he get his lengths right, he can cause a bit of problems for the Grenada team. That's his 2nd wicket.
Well, as the players get some refreshments, you would get some here as well. Grenada 154 now for 7, looking for a target of 334.
as we are back after the drinks break. We had a few drinks break here today as we introduce Morris into the commentary box. I think the need for water is important in these games going forward. The sun is hot, is even exhausting up in this commentary booth.
Well, Mr. Williams, it's good to be back. I've been there sitting and enjoying the exhibition that has been put on there by Agis. And what I'm enjoying being a leg spin bowler myself is the way the ball is spinning. And it appears that the Grenadians don't have an answer. As this one goes in the air, it will take a great effort, which is a drop catch there. But he has to run all the way back there to take that catch. And a very good attempt there by the fielder to get that one. And bust in the sky there, the batsman.
You being a leg spin bowler yourself, Morris. What do you think that Auguste need to brush up on to make his craft better than what he's doing now? He's doing well. He's bowling well, but there's always room for improvement. What do you think he can do to get better as a leg spinner, knowing that you're a leg spinner yourself, played Vinci Premier League for Botanical Garden Rangers?
Well, I think Agis just answered you there with a full-length delivery. You need to hit the ground more. But the thing there is, as we welcome that boundary there from Grenada, brings the total up to 160 in a quest for 335. Mr. Williams, as a leg spin bowler, your errors are important, and consistency and consistently hitting those areas could frustrate the batsman, and you get him to you get a batsman to dot him up a lot. It applies that pressure, and when you apply pressure, the batsman in himself can actually make a lot of errors, that unforced errors.
So what I've realized over the years, playing so much league cricket around the world, playing with and against bowlers like Rashid Khan, one of the best leg spinners in world cricket presently, his line and length is very similar. So he bowls everything going down and off stump. So his consistency going down and off stump is very important. And from there, he turns the ball, whether it's googly or leg spin, he turns it both ways. So batters sort of get confused when it comes to Rashid Khan because of his line and length that he bowls, and also how he vary his pace.
So end of the over number 30. That is over number 31. And 161 for 7. As we see the sun is going down, as we will say, on that western side. But because this is the last place you will get the sunshine, it is still hot. In higher up in the village, you will get some cool areas now, pockets of cool areas. But you see, the sun is going to beam in this last 2 or 3 hours here, with all that it has.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be very hot here until about 5. So the sun would be up in all its glory until about 5:30. So no worry here in terms of sunlight. They would get sunlight. It's just a matter of how soon St. Lucia wants to finish the game, or how long Grenada wants to prolong the game to take it closer to smelling a victory.
And Shadrach bowling that nagging foot length stump line, sorry, and he actually getting that ball, not really to do much, but it's just going, but to just allowing the batsman to play shot like that, lofted over the top. A welcome 6 there for Grenada at this time, and a smile on Shadrach's face. You know, it's a somewhat of a double-edged sword, trying to play big shots at this time by the batsman.
To be honest with you, he's sort of losing the ploy. He don't want to lose it. I mean, yes, I guess he's a bit tired because he backed probably most of the overs for their team, but at the end of the day, he has to be a bit more consistent. The thing that I'm looking at right now with Shadrach, he sort of kind of fall away, you know, to the leg side when bowling to the left-hander, you know, and he pushes the ball away from him. So he needs to be a bit more upright in terms of hitting the wicket. Falling away will not do anything for him in terms of giving him that extra pace that he may be looking for. So he needs to be a bit more upright, getting that bowling hand, you know, down to the batter. Instead of pulling that bowling arm, you know, sort of sideways to his body, he needs to get that hand up and down towards the batter. That will give him a little bit more pace. I think for now he's falling away too much, so that non-bowling arm is pulling sideways instead of going up and coming down.
There you see that delivery is somewhat wideish, and he's bowling that wideish length, and he's asking the Grenadian batsman to push at it because he have gotten a cover shot, extra cover in position, and mid-on, mid-off is up in the circle. So it's a good gesture. I would have wondered on what grounds would he play the ball not swinging.
I am wondering what balls they're playing with though. What grade of balls they're playing with. And it's the end of the over here now. Shadrach finishing his over. It's a 12-man run out there with a bit of water. We know it's hot. We don't even need to try fake it. It is hot. So I think in this tournament, in one innings, a team should probably get over 10 water breaks. In
Mr.
this
Williams,
heat.
in terms of the water, is it water alone that could suffice this kind of heat? Do you believe that some glucose something will be needed?
To be honest with you, if you don't get that Gatorade that give you back that electrolytes into your system, what they can do on cricket days, matches, they can probably get a tip of salt and a bit of lime, pour it into a bottle. You know, that's natural electrolytes, give you back some electrolytes into your body. And the salt as well is not really too bad, you know what I mean? But you can't use too much, you can't overuse it, you know, and that's a dead ball. Come on, guys, you know better than that. Trying to squeeze in a extra run there while the umpire is probably sleeping. You probably did that in your time.
Mr. Williams, anything to get off the mark? But no, the fair play award, no. The Grenadians are known as fair people, so I don't think they just want to make sure that the umpire is alert.
Not sleeping.
Yes, it's hot.
Sleeping.
It's hot, very hot.
One question though I would like to ask, and it's been puzzling me for a while. I don't know if it's fair cricket. Now we're on that conversation about fair play. That man cab, would you use it in a cricket match? Do you think it's probably I don't know. Do you see it as something that cricketers should do? Yes, it's in the rule book, but man cabin, I'm not sure I like it. It's in the rule book, but do you think it's a fair way to get people out?
Well, explain what it is to the viewers out there who may not know.
So man cabin is a bowler running up, and when he jumps at the crease, if the batter is walking out of the crease to try to steal a run, before that bowler completes his or her action, he sort of just push back his hand and take the bills off. And if the batter is out the crease, he can be out. It is something that has been used a lot in international cricket now. I've seen it used in in Bangladesh the other day against New Zealand. Hassan used it against New Zealand recently in Bangladesh.
England series as well. There was a controversy with a stump, but I know what you're talking about. To me, and this is my personal opinion, if it is in the rule book, let it be applied. You may see it as not fair, but it is in the rule book.
I do understand, and in the heat of the moment,
It's in the air. Two fielders are converging, and yes, another wicket goes down there for Grenada, losing the 8th wicket. An excellent catch there because the fielder was coming in from deep mid wicket, and there was no sort of Guston. He's from Monripo, St. Lucia.
Monripo, lovely side of St. Lucia.
Yeah, the eastern side there. So the people of Monripo will be very proud of him. And actually, we said it was his 4th year here, but he confirmed to me it is 2nd time playing for St. Lucia on the senior level. The last year as a debut. So the people of Monripo will be very proud of his development so far, as Grenada is struggling and to get 335. They are 171 for 8. And Lewis comes to the crease now to do battle to see how much he can get.
Oogie's taking another wicket there. That's 3 wickets. I've been asking for him to be introduced into the bowling from about the 5th over in the 2nd innings that they were bowling, and he's paying dividend to that. He's bowling well. He's picked up 3 wickets. Larry was doing a fantastic job at that end, but he wasn't really picking up the wickets. And they introduced Akeem, and he's gone 3 so far. So presently, what I will do as a skipper, I will bring back Larry Edwards now to try to clean up the tail.
What I will say, and I've observed between Larry, and I'm not saying that to mean that Larry could not have gotten wickets, but it is that Larry was bowling a bit faster. And if you notice that Akeem now is bowling slower, it is the same in terms of pitching and turning away for a right-hander. It will be the same leg break. But it is the way it comes off the turf. This wicket, as we know, is a turning wicket from the pace bowler already bruised the shines. The spin bowler will do havoc on this track. The spikes will create those rough areas there. Yeah, and once you have the spinners to exploit these areas, the team can reap dividends.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Larry's back on the ball. No surprise there, to try to clean up the tail. But Larry and Akeem is 2 different bowlers. Larry's a sort of a bowler whereby he's very economical and he slides the ball more than Akeem. So presently, Akeem is the guy that will try to loop the ball and give the ball air and give it time. And the first ball that Larry actually flight, he got a wicket. But it's a no ball. It's a no ball.
My goodness me.
I know a coach that wouldn't accept that at all. As a spinner, you're bowling no ball.
As a spinner, you're a bowler and you're prone for these extras. Is it a cardinal sin for a spin bowler?
It is a cardinal sin for a spin bowler.
And what a shot. It only gets it out to cover.
Good move here, I think, by Milius to bring back Larry. He realized the pace is not really, creating much of a havoc on the wicket. So bringing back Larry, which is your main bowler, he has like 3 overs after this leave. So if he don't pick up any wicket in these 3 overs, which will finish off the Grenada team, he can then bring back Shadrach.
But what we see, the Grenadians over the years, no matter what version, they normally play the police tournament, regional tournament. and the batsmen generally like pace on. Spin will cause problems to the Grenada. Not that they're not players of spin, but they prefer to see the pace on, and they play shot with through the line, and with that pace on, it is better for them in that way.
Yeah, definitely. And I must say congratulations to the St. Vincent Police team that recently won the police regional tournament in Grenada. We say in Barbados, sorry. They usually win that tournament. They have won it probably about 7 times. It's been played about 11 years now, and they won it about 7 times. So the St. Vincent Police team has been doing very well in that regional police tournament.
As a matter of fact, a number of those policemen are part of the St. Vincent team.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. I know of the vice captain for St. Vincent, Desron Maloney. He's a captain for the St. Vincent police team. Played for Windwards as well for a number of years and was on contract, but recently lost his contract and looking to get back into the setup. The franchise is now in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, so that opened doors for a lot of Vincentians to be a part of the setup and get into the setup a little bit easier because the franchise is here. So I'm thinking that a lot of Vincentians would take the opportunity to chain with the Winners franchise while they are here, you know, to get them closer to the setup.
But not only that, the youngsters were coming up. We seen the under 15. 4 of the under 15, Windward under 15 players was from St. Vincent. Well, not only St. Vincent, just around this area. We have Watson Seaton coming up in the under 19 version. We have yes, we have quite a number of them played the under 15 version of the Jordan Charles, who's one of the most outstanding bowlers in the under 15. We got 7 wicket haul in 1 innings, and along with LeBron Douglas, those guys are now feeding off the experience of these Windward Island players, being around them, hearing what they say. You understand? And get those exposure. Sometimes they go to the net bowling and bowl with them. And grab what they can get in terms of the experience. This one is in the air, could be taken. Let's see, can they take this catch? It is. Grenada is seriously under trouble, and my goodness me, they have lost their 9th wicket at 176. Grenada, the spice is running out.
It looks that way. Ogis is doing a fantastic job. That's his 4th wicket, along with his 35 he scored today, playing a very responsible innings for his team. So I think the youngsters in this game has been doing pretty well. Tariq did very well. Agis did well. And then we had Bishop as well, playing a very important role. Should have gone on more to make more runs, but that's cricket. Obviously, teams have different plans. But while we're on the youngsters, Morris, it's good to see that the Dream 11 VPL that's held in St. Vincent, we have development players in every single team. And what we urge whenever they play this tournament is try to pick every single international player brain when they come here, because as you know, VPL now we bring in international players like Chadwick Walton was here, Carlos Brathwaite was here, Jonathan Carter was here, and you still have the likes of Sunil Lambris, myself, and Ryan John. You know, these guys, Jamel Warwican, who play Test cricket for West Indies, all these guys play in VPL. So what we urge these youngsters to do, whenever you encounter these players, you need to pick their brain as much as possible.
Well, would you call it a chance there? It sped across his hand from a full delivery. Redhead now comes in to do battle for the grenade, and the last hope of the Spice to see if they could tally up to 335. They are 177 for 9 here at the Cumberland playing field in this National Lottery Super 6 Windward Island Senior Men 50 over tournament.
Well, I'm very, very impressed with the captaincy of Milius. The way how he used his bowlers, and the bowlers that he used today really fit the wicket. I guess he realized early that the Cumberland wicket is really good for spin bowling. That could be 4.
Excellent saving there by Gabriel. And save 4. And brings it over to an end of the over. The umpires look for verification of whether that was squatted into the boundary. So it appears not. So Williams, I made mention earlier on in commentary that the St. Lucian team have a couple of players that have played on this turf already, who have played on the 19 version, who have played for the Windwards, and they would know the ground. We see Tariq Edwards, we see Larry Edwards. So these guys would have imparted whatever knowledge they have of this ground in terms of spinning to Melius and make it even easier now. From the time we saw the pace attack in the opening, we have not really seen much pace thereafter. It's just steady spin.
Yes, because I had a conversation with Melius at break, at the halftime stage, and he told me straight up, he said, listen, this wicket needs spin, and I was happy to hear him say that, because it means that communication is between the team. And I guess Gary Matrin, who's the head coach, being a spinner himself, he would ask him to use spin on these sort of wickets, because he would know what wicket is better for spin and what wicket is better for pace. He played cricket for a number of years for Windwards, for St. Lucia, even played for West Indies as well. So his planning is he structured out his planning in a way that whenever I plan, I want to see you execute these plans. And it's good to see that his bowlers are executing the plans that they set in the dressing room.
So as we see, Larry Edwards looking to clean the innings up, bowling very much slower now in this back end. And we will want to make sure that the St. Lucians are victorious by getting this last wicket and this over, but not so, said Redhead. I am here. I am an experienced guy. 179 for 9 in the quest of 335. Still an uphill battle, and it appears to be that the guys who are known for the piton, two massive hills in St. Lucia there, iconic pitons, Gros Piton, Petit Piton.
I could remember having a conversation with the head coach there, Morris, about Larry, and certain implications were made about his bowling, and I could see it, coming to life here after Matrin had that conversation with him. Yes, he's a bowler that wants to be economical, but you can see the difference in Larry from this end. He's bowling a little bit slower. The ball is turning a bit more. It's gripping a bit more. So it means that something was said, or he was reminded of what you are. Remember, you're a spinner first, and looking at how Uggy's bowl picking up 4, not taking anything away from Larry because he bowled brilliantly, but Uggy's his pace, as I mentioned, is excellent. Wow, that's a brilliant effort. That to take the 10th wicket in the game with that catch, it would have cemented something in my mind for the rest of the tournament.
It's a drop catch, Kesrick.
It is a drop catch, but at the end of the day, if he had taken that catch, it would have been something that would be remembered in my mind for the entire tournament. Is that a 5 wicket for Uggies?
Well, he's looking for the 5th wicket, as we see the captain himself deploys his position right just on the edge of the square for that drive. This one is short, pulled away. There's no deep square leg, so he rolls into the boundary very lazily and goes for 4. A welcome boundary there for Grenada.
Lucia, he's not really known for his batting, but he's not one that you can roll over because of his experience, playing for Windward for a number of years. So because of his experience, he kind of, look at himself as one that can score runs easily. And he bats pretty well.
Away. Should be cleaned up by the man at deep point. Akeem, they're bringing the deep point into a cover area. No, this one is in the air, jumping short. An excellent save in the end. It was a decision of either to go for the catch or make a save, and making the save he did in the last minute.
He's normally a good feeler, Tariq. He's one that the coach speaks about a lot in terms of his feeling. Good all-round player.
This one, he got hold of it this time. And Lewis struck this one fiercely into the mid-wicket boundary. And, well, into the square leg boundary. And it goes for 4. And another boundary for the Grenadians. So a better batter here for the, as we will call them, the lower order batsmen. Don't want to be addressed as tail-enders anymore. The lower order batsmen. And they are 189 in a quest of 335.
Do you think that these tail-enders, because as you said, well, lower order batters, want to adjust them right. Do you think that they can cause a little problem here for St. Lucia? Or is it far-fetched?
I would not call it doom and gloom, but what I would say, they could cause some frustration and annoyance. It's like you're seeing the end of the tunnel, but you're not there yet. But the thing is that these batsmen at the crease now will not have the temperament and patience of that of a opening pair or a middle order batsman. So they will look to play shots like that and may do so at their own risk.
Looking a little bit dismal here now for Grenada. It looks like the curtain is about to get pulled down. But at the ending of the day, cricket is played on the field. Whoa.
People of Grenada are very resilient,
I know. They're full of spice.
Very.
They're full of spice. I guess they didn't walk with enough spice today for St. Lucia.
So, hello to the people out there in Birch Grove, St. George's, St. Paul's. This one's tempted sweep.
The island of the Pitons, as they would call it. St. Vincent already overturned Dominica in game 1. Sunil Ambris and his boys did very well in game 1 today against Dominica. The Volcano showing strength over the Nature Isle. Not enough nature, I guess.
I think what is synonymous in the Caribbean islands, those islands that make up the Windward Islands, they are similar in nature in terms of the forestry part of it and lush green. But I strongly believe of all of it that Dominica is the one that is most forested.
Yes, full of natural resources. I mean, have you ever been to Dominica, Morris?
Yes, I passed Dominica for a couple of days, nothing much. But I understand from the couple of days that I've been there, and I could attest that it's an excellent place to be.
I know you are well traveled. I know you're a man who travel all around the Windward Islands. You realize you know the names of the villages in St. Lucia, in Grenada. You're very versed when it comes to these Windward Islands, I must say.
It is because I am a Caribbean person. I'm into the Caribbean civilization. And I get to understand the culture. As a matter of fact, the St. Lucian people is known for Creole, another Creole language. It's not something I'm very fluent in terms, but I have a knowledge of what they say sometimes. And So I am very knitted to the people of St. Lucia, those in view fort,
So I guess you can speak a little patois.
I try not to on air to embarrass myself. But Grenada is a place that I love very much. Very, 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 very much. And Pitamaatni, Karakou, these areas. But I would never. And that's it. Akeem Agis with a 5-wicket haul has just brought all ends to what is hopeless for the Grenadians to win a game here at the Cumberland playing field. A mammoth total of 335 could not have been achieved by the Grenadians, who started the day excellently and then now in their batting did not show that sort of temperament. They were skittled out here at the Cumberland playing field, and a well played won the innings by the St. Lucian cricket team. They started out very poorly in the batting, losing 3 quick wickets, but a recovery effort with over 150 runs by Shadrach Descartes, and came back and take a 2-wicket. He helped to catapult the innings here to what became a victory here for the St. Lucians, and the defending champion not playing as we would have expected.
Yeah, definitely. Sort of disappointed somewhat in how they went about their bowling today. But it's the first game, and the good thing about this tournament, you don't have a long time. It's like a rubber band. You open it and it snaps back. So they have to snap back tomorrow. They have their second game tomorrow versus St. Vincent at the Cyan Hill playing field. And St. Vincent won their game today. They would have to be better tomorrow. A lot of the players have been doing a lot of stretching coming off the field. And a lot of guys saw Agis in the last ball. Maybe probably had a little pull muscles there, or something of that sort with a hamstring or something. So these players, they need to probably recuperate well, have a good stretch tonight, because they're back here tomorrow. They're back at the Cyan Hill playing field, and they're back at the Cumberland playing field tomorrow. So at the end of the day, St. Lucia coming out victorious, well bowled by Akeem Agis, leading the bowling attack with 5 wickets, and Descartes leading the batting with 150 runs. After the St. Lucia was looking down the barrel, Descartes came in and played a brilliant innings of 150, supported by Agis with his 30, 35 and 33 by Tariq. Well done by the St. Lucia cricket team. Congrats to them.
Well, if you missed it, in the early part of the day, St. Lucia was asked to bat. They made 334 for 9 of their 50 overs. Shadrach Descartes, he made 150 from 113 balls, with Shadrach Descartes 150, and in quest of that, Grenada was placed on all the back foot, where they could only make 195 all out. St. Lucia winning by 139. 62 by Teddy Bishop was the lone contributor doing battle for Grenada, with Tariq Edwards picking up a couple of wickets, and Akeem Agis being the main bowler, getting a 5-fer. So 2 5-fers for the day. And while St. Lucia was batting, Nicholas Redhead, he got 5 for 65. And Shadrach Descartes, who got 2 wickets from his spell, did the inroads there for the St. Lucian team. So St. Lucia won this game, this first match encounter, by 139 runs. And it will put St. Lucia in a good standing there, Keswick. But the defending champion, they will need to rebound quickly. So that will bring us to a closure here at the Cumberland playing field in the second match here of the Super 50 of the National Archery Windward Island tournament. And join us tomorrow for the fourth match where we will see Grenada. They will take on Dominica here at the Cumberland playing field again. And for now, it's thanks, and we will see you tomorrow, God's willing.